Do you know where you are sitting right now? This here is one of the hottest office hotspots in Munich. Here you can jump straight from work into nightlife. Okay, the presentation doesn't click. Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. My name is Leonie Habermann. I'm the Managing Director of Ory Germany, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you to our second Ory Summit. This year, Ory Summit also takes place on-site for the first time. It takes place here at the House of Communication. We call it our new headquarters in the middle of the Werksviertel, currently one of the hottest neighborhoods, standing for innovation, vision, and a special pulse. The Werksviertel is also referred to as the new work offices. You can already tell there's new in there, there's New York in there, and work is also included. Why is the office so important? As we are adding more people, we are looking for a new home, a place for our ideas, our creativity, our team spirit, and a place to build forward-looking solutions together with our customers, partners, and the community. In October, not only Ory Summit takes place, it is also the European Cybersecurity Month. For its 10-year anniversary, it is focusing on two topics, phishing and ransomware. Did you know that in 2022, phishing attacks caused damage in about 25% of German companies, and that ransomware attacks caused damage in about 12% of companies? It is probably only a matter of time before your own company is also affected. A study carried out in 2020 assumes almost 80% of all security incidents in enterprises were based on compromised data and thus compromised identities. How can we now make sure that only those people get in who are allowed to get in? Potential solutions are passwordless login, multi-factor authentication, single sign-on, or the application of zero trust principles. Even if you know someone well, don't trust anyone. Ory's mission as an open source company is securing the digital world. And the aim of today's event is to provide potential solutions with respect to cloud security. And we also would like to provide a forum to exchange ideas with renowned experts. Please use FAQ, lunch, coffee break, and the get-together after the event to exchange different views and ideas. Everyone here is invited to stay for drinks and dinner after the event starting around 6:30. Before we start with the opening speech, I would like to thank you, everyone from Ory, for making this event possible and taking over tasks from people that were caught by corona or flu. Thank you very much to everyone. For any questions, please address to the registration desk out there or anyone in the black hoodie. I would like to point out one special feature in this building, that's the innovation track. This track, if you go up the stairs here, connects the three buildings of the House of Communication and will take you to lunch in the middle of the building without getting your feet wet. Now I would like to invite Thomas Curran to the stage for the opening speech about securing the digital world. As a co-founder and president of Ory, he is responsible for the company's vision and strategy. Thomas gained a lot of experience at well-known companies such as BBC, Bertelsmann, Deutsche Börse, Deutsche Telekom, Microsoft, and SAP. Thomas has already founded several companies in the software sector, and he is author of numerous books and publications. I wish all participants here in Munich and our online audience an inspiring day. Dear Thomas, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Just getting sorted out here. Okay, thank you. So as you probably can tell, this is one of our first meetings in this new office, and there might be a few hiccups today, but I hope everyone still feels comfortable. We also, of course, not only had to secure the digital world in the meantime, but also there's a certain level of Corona, etc. in Munich, so there's been a lot of discussion about making this event on site. We're happy that you could come, and I'm especially pleased to see a lot of friends and family in the room. 1 second here. Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about what Ory is and why are we an open source company. And I think it's important as you go through the day to consider, come on in and have a seat. Plenty of chairs up front here. Don't be shy. What we're talking about today is not only open source, but also why we do it, and in particular, why it makes Ory a very special company. So I want to talk a little bit about that and start off with some personal stories because, as probably most of you know, it's the people that make software. It's not open source itself. It's not anything else but a passion for building stuff together with other people. So early days, I see one person in the room that probably knows this poster. That's Paul Wall here. He's very involved in Unix. At the time, Unix, of course, was one of the operating systems that ushered in a whole era of building open source software. And in particular, my personal experience was taking something called Revision Control System, which at the time was the sort of Git equivalent in Unix, and porting that to Windows. It was a Hercules project. It was not open source in the way we talk about open source today, but it was licensed through the GNU Foundation, and as all of you probably know, the GNU Foundation was one of the premier places where open source began. And let's say I got a fever. It hit me that this was a very important way of developing software with the owners, the creators of the software system, by the way, a professor in Karlsruhe, and helped us a lot develop this software and bring it. This was 1986. Another era of open source started around the year 2000, 2005, when much bigger projects addressing internet infrastructure began. In particular, at the time, the whole IP stack, which was driven by companies like Cisco, was invisible to a lot of the proprietors in the internet, in particular telecom companies. And one of the frustrations, by the way, that Google had at the time and Deutsche Telekom had at the time was understanding how the traffic flow worked in this IP stack without having access to the source code. So as you can imagine, this was very, very difficult to optimize not only economics, but also the performance of a network if you don't see what the software is doing. So as we built the software, a whole era of software-defined networking was happening, and basically Google, Deutsche Telekom, and a number of other companies decided to start something called OpenFlow, which was a major infrastructural software effort that I think is fair to say changed a lot about how traffic flows over the broader internet today. The next era for me was a personal defeat in some sense, but it was an interesting one. I started looking at this software platform as a service around 2013 because it was interesting and because at the time I had spent about 5 years working as an executive and was a little bit out of software development. So I decided, why not go and try to get my hands dirty, again, with some software development and some real coding. And let's just say there was a team of 10 people. Aeneas was also involved in this. And the work ethic and the pace, the cadence of work was so fast that it was just amazing for me how these people were creating a software this complex at the speed they were doing it. I think it's fair to say I got my teeth kicked in. I couldn't really do much in terms of adding value to it, but it did show me yet another thing of massive collaboration on the internet and how tools like Go, programming language, GitHub, and of course communication today, Slack, then ICQ, so built on real-time communication infrastructure. These things are now shaping all of these ingredients go into what we're doing at Ory today. And building the cloud security, one, we decided at an early stage, around 2015, that building software for ourselves was actually defeating the purpose of implementing broader standards and especially open source standards in the internet. So we looked at cloud, and Aeneas and I were working at the time on another product, and we decided this whole area of authentication, authorization seems very, very challenging. We wanted to develop, with a simple goal, develop something that other Go programmers, Go, by the way, is also an open source project by Google. That's the whole programming language. How can we implement something that would enable cloud security as a library in this language? And that was sort of the reason that Ory got started. And then, of course, more and more as we grew in popularity, we got information from other developers about why don't we do an API security layer, why don't we do permission and the whole access control language, why don't we also just tackle identity? The original idea was to make things as open as possible, and all of these tools that Ory developed are functionally designed to be independent products and work in concert, but work also in one functional area. So why open source? Open source is part of not only our background, but it's also a way, a model of creating software, probably the most modern creation system for software that exists today, alongside of the methodology and the ability to get new ideas into software. It's open source is a bigger way of developing software than any one company has today. If you look at sort of the history of some of the bigger open source projects, for instance in Linux, initially open source wasn't even about adding source code. Open source was about getting ideas from other people to make changes to the code. And over the time, I think especially interesting in the Linux project, they started off with the ideas, and then it became obvious that people were able to create things and contribute things in a much better way. So people creators matter a lot. Now, today there's a lot of tools, especially with AI coming up, that are being used to augment open source projects and help companies and people make changes to software. Of course, open source also introduces a lot of other things that could be treated as potential security problems, but there's also broader scanning software now available that's also open source that checks the background of software code and makes sure that the people that are creating it are also working in an ethical way, and that's very important. Now, Ory in particular has developed, I think, its own core values over the years, and these core values drive a lot of what we how we operate and how we think. The first one is really to create a sustainable ecosystem that not only sustains itself, but also creates for each individual contributor and participant more value than the input. So the output is bigger than the input, and the sustainability is very important so that this ecosystem grows over time, but also that people get their own ability to extract value for them out of this ecosystem. So that's very important. Fairness is another core value that Ory has. In other words, everyone in the community can make a contribution. Granted, it's not as easy as it was in 2015. There's more code, there's more documentation, but everyone can make a contribution. No one is excluded, and we're very proud of the fact that we have a broad range of people and participants from really not only across the globe, many different kinds of developers and contributors. Ory also wants to be a kind ecosystem and a kind company. In other words, we want to help you. Teaching is as important as sharing when it comes to open source, and I think it's very, very obvious to us that most of the community, in fact, benefits from more teaching than they do from sharing. In other words, people come to us every day on Slack, thousands of people that want to know something about their product, their project, what they're building. A lot of these people, by the way, ask us questions about products that are not Ory products. There are other open source products like Docker as an example. In other words, Ory tries to be helpful as much as it can and kind to the people in the community, and that's not only in the community of open source developers, that of course applies to all of our customers across the board. Last but not least, Ory strives to be excellent, and when I say excellent, I think there's, in all of these projects I've seen over the years, a large focus on delivery. I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but delivering things is important, but delivering things top-notch, excellent, tested not only by the developers, but by a larger community, peer-reviewed, best in class, using standards that matter to most of the people in the community. Ory stands for excellence not only in building software, but in building the community itself and being an excellent company with excellent people. So I think these are the things that really are the core values that drive us. Building infrastructure for the digital world, as I just mentioned in other projects, is in our background, but let's face it, it's not easy. No one really understands how the internet works with all the different software products out there today, but we're threatened by many things across the globe, including not only massive security threats, but also just the breakdown of the internet itself. Understanding and redeveloping the software that we use every day, not only in this room but across the globe, is very important to the origin of what Ory wants to achieve. In other words, this is just not another application company. This is building something that's the fabric of the internet as we know it. In order to do that, we're going to need a bigger community, a bigger ecosystem, more people helping us. We need customers that also understand what we do and are willing to pay for it, but we also need customers that are willing to contribute more of their know-how, more of their experience to the bigger Ory ecosystem so that we can, in fact, shape the future of security and infrastructure in the internet. Of course, a lot of you will know that we're building tools for developers. That's our primary focus. That doesn't mean we do not have value and add value for others, but our audience today, and I think will be for the near future, is really people like us that are building infrastructure software that helps drive the new security models in cloud and the internet. In order to do that, we have about 250 open source repositories. We build advanced tools for not only programmers, command line interface products. We build tools that are easy to use when you deploy other software products in the internet. And this makes Ory, I think, an extremely valuable part of a lot of developer projects because of our focus on that. It also has to do a lot with productivity and driving the productivity of people around the globe. And again, in this room, all the people online today, when we all start working and we can be productive, the level of productivity is greater, even with this small organization, than most companies, most large companies can bring to bear on any specific topic. So keep that in mind when we talk about shaping things. It's shaping it because of the large reach we have already. Of course, Ory solves problems that all cloud developers have, and in order to solve those problems, we built out a bigger network infrastructure. I'm going to go into that in a minute. And this network infrastructure is designed to add the value that you need as a company, as a product company in particular, to drive not only securing your application, but then using your application to do more than you would be able to by doing it yourself. So we have the ingredients, we have the cloud infrastructure, the network, and then we have, of course, the people and the intellectual property that we have in this company. It's not source code. It's people that know a lot about what to do when you have authorization implemented. Authorization doesn't solve anything by itself, but it gives you an opportunity to solve bigger problems that you can use in conjunction with it. Last but not least, I know a lot of you we're going to talk about this today. A lot of the projects and products are now being named differently because we're trying to get all of the ecosystem aligned with with a few new concepts that we're introducing. So as you go through the day, please be patient and think about the naming conventions, not only because of the past history we have with those names, but also the future, what we want to achieve. So everything Ory is now under one brand and one legal infrastructure. So that was one of the things we established this year. Sorry about that. So I talked about developers, and what are some of the things developers really focus on in our experience this year? I should say speed is, of course, an important factor, but it's probably the important factor for most developers. In other words, speed matters. And if you can take today open source software, it's not just about the software anymore. It's about bringing your software together with a deployment infrastructure, a CI/CD tool chain that makes it faster when you go and look at the software and you want to test the software or use the software. So being fast is extremely important. Ory is completely aligned with this goal, and I think we sacrifice a lot of things to be fast, but those sacrifices are made to advantage developers and not disadvantage their security. So as we talk about security and speed, these are two things that very closely align in Ory. One of the trends that happened in 2021 and 22 is that open source projects became very linked to this deployment infrastructure. And that's not only because of speed and security, it's also about convenience. So if you look at some of the other leading projects, Supabase, Next.js, and Vercel, and Ory, so a lot of these efforts have been to align very closely the build part of the software chain with the deployment part of the software chain and create one unified experience so many developers can use Ory and the software in a better way. Now, in order to do that, we need a managed, scalable infrastructure that we run on a global network scale. I'll go into that in a minute. But this is something that I think now is more or less a de facto configuration for almost all open source software projects in the world. In other words, if you can use the software to build something, you want to have the ability to deploy it right away. Now, with around about 400 million Docker pulls, I think Ory is getting to the point where we've become a very, let's say, accepted standard in the world of deployment. In other words, we started off with Docker. We use Docker still today a lot. A lot of the questions we get are about these deployment infrastructures. The good thing about that is customers want to try it quickly and use it and see how it works, and we have a lot of examples and code around that. And we're trying to move that as much as we can to a managed infrastructure that we build so we can advantage those developers and give them further information about running things. So data observability, what do you do when you have authentication, authorization, et cetera, implemented? Then you actually start to collect data and look at problems that can be solved by having these things in place. Ory also stands for fairness, not only in dealing with people, but also pricing. We want to be compliant with a lot of the global regulations around data and data privacy. A lot of these scenarios come up in day-to-day work at Ory, where we look at helping companies not only implement cloud security, but then what happens when you're done? What do you start on day one? You look at then auditing, compliance, risk management, all of the data around the security, devices, session management, et cetera, all of these things that you need to do. Ory does that for you now. How do we do it? We have now Ory Cloud, which is now called Ory Network. I'm not sure when that's going to be implemented, but sometime very soon. The naming convention and also Ory.net. which is really our way of taking the ingredients that we worked with most of you on and putting them in an environment where you can use it on a database. It's still open source, it's still the same software we use and you use in your projects. We have a couple things in Ory Network that are not open source. Those are mostly security driven, but we do have some things that are very, I think, special. And one of the most special ones is this low latency programmed infrastructure that's designed to give you a low friction user onboarding to manage that user, his subscription, his contract, his profile, and give you all of the data around that user's experience so that you as a company can then begin to manage not only the user experience, but also the way the data is surfaced and manage that over time. Now, why would you want to manage that? You might have security issues. You might be a product manager and you see, well, the Apple iPhone doesn't work that well in Romania, so why don't we use a different type of device? Or you might see that users forget their passwords a lot in Spain and you want to implement a password. So you have a lot of optionality, and when you want to have that optionality, you need the data to back up your decisions, and that's what this network is all about. So massive network infrastructure. We predict around 100 million simultaneous users on our network in 2023. That's a big number, but we think also this is driven by a lot of not only individuals and individual users, but smaller projects and large customers across the globe. Combining four things, really: identity, permission, we'll go into all of these this week, access, and zero trust. And zero trust is something that is not only a security model, I think it's a best practice in the meantime for most companies. I'm going to skip this just for time reasons, but I'll just tell you real. So most of the things we talked about: simple login, frictionless, making it easy for users. We're announcing something today that will affect about 15 million JavaScript programmers across the globe. It's a no-code, easy way to launch this whole cloud security infrastructure for your company. Again, within 2 or 3 minutes, you're up and running with a very professionalized infrastructure. We have a lot of data that we're going to be talking about today: threat management, threat monitoring, sharing that information with some of the bigger global security infrastructures at big companies. And of course, we want to provide access to all this critical data in a way that makes it easier for your company to use the information to make decisions. This is a Star Trek force field, by the way. And one of the things that we believe is that the internet needs a force field. In other words, we're building this network infrastructure around the globe to make it harder to penetrate the core applications in the internet, because once you go through Ory, you have to do a lot of the basic security infrastructure challenges that any one company would not be able to do by itself. So this is a very big part of how we see it. Of course, we're not going to talk about ML, AI right now, because we will have some talks about that, but getting the data in a place where you can then start to use the big innovations of this generation to extract information and look at patterns and understand where the security threats are, those are things that are very important. Not only there, but a lot of people and a lot of companies want to help their customers. Customers are threatened by data loss and identity loss every day, and this is something that these technologies will be able to help us with. This whole event is being held because of our users, our community, but we will talk a lot today about also the commercialization of Ory and how we're going about that. And I think there's a lot of exciting things that you'll see and hear today. So thank you for being here. Thank you for making it here in person. And of course, thank everyone online for participating today. I'm going to go ahead and introduce also the next speaker, but we're going to have a couple minutes for Q&A if there are any questions in the audience. Ory is famous for no questions, so we'll accept that as a no and move on. Can I move on directly to the next speech on Yeah, okay. So the next speaker is Lloyd Taylor. He's on the line. He's in San Francisco today. We would have loved to have Lloyd here in person because he's such a great big person and he's a very impressive speaker. I want to introduce him by saying, first of all, he's a long-term friend and I've been able to admire a lot of the things he's done in his professional career. Lloyd is someone that's worked at Google in the data center build out. He's worked at LinkedIn in the original team building out the whole company. Lloyd revolutionized Autodesk and shook them up and woke them up from a desktop software company to becoming a cloud organization. And Alembic, his company today, is not only a customer of Ory, by the way. We're also a customer of Alembic. It's I think, creating a new way of using data and especially social media data to understand and optimize how you spend money on advertising and promotion. And Lloyd is going to help us understand how to build great cloud software. So Lloyd, welcome. Good morning. I don't know what time it is there where you are, but at least good evening or good morning, and thank you for being here. Go ahead.
Well, good morning. It is 1 o'clock in the morning here in San Francisco. I am actually having presentation problems because Chrome has decided that I'm not allowed to share my screen, even though it is turned on. So let's see. Vincent, what do you want to do about this? You have the deck.
We can maybe put the deck up here. Is that possible?
That'd be great.
1 minute.
Mac is saying I have to turn on screen reporting permission, but it's already turned on.
I don't know what's going on.
Is there any way we can get his presentation up on the screen? Or? Oh, okay.
Ich habe die Presentation, aber wie jetzt? Damit ich auf den Laptop
We're trying to track down your presentation. How do you say it? There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen here.
Well, and Chrome has gotten more and more restricted on what it's, I don't know if Apple and Google are not talking to each other anymore or what, but apologize for the delay. All right, I'm going to drop off and reconnect is what I'm being asked to do. I don't think that's going to help. I think it has to do with Chrome and Mac fighting about presentation.
All right, we'll drop off and reconnect and we'll take a short break, okay?
Right. I am still getting the same error. All right, are we good? Can you all hear me? You all hear me?
Okay,
Good.
good.
Can you all hear me now?
You can hear me, Lloyd. We're ready to go. We have your presentation, and I'm going to have to click through for you, okay?
Yep. Apologies for all the difficulties. Somebody should try working on figuring out this technology one of these days. Hey, Thomas, you want to build a company with me? Well, maybe we can tackle this nonsense sometime. Delighted to be with you. My name is Lloyd Taylor. I have been doing internet engineering for well over 40 years. Got started in DARPANET as part of my work at Johns Hopkins back in the early 1980s. That doesn't make me special. It just makes me very experienced with things not working right. One of the things that I've worked on throughout my career is models for making decisions about software, about hardware and infrastructure. As Thomas said, I cut my teeth at Hopkins. I worked up through Digex, one of the early managed hosting businesses. I was an early employee at LinkedIn. I was responsible for all the global data center expansion for Google. And also, as he said, trying to drag Autodesk from a desktop company into a cloud company. So what I'm going to present today is a model that I've built over the years to try to guide decision making about software development. Next slide, please. We're going to go over several things. Sort of what are my options? And obviously there's several. We're going to go over the model of domain-driven design, which I find very effective for making decisions. And then a decision matrix, which is based on thinking about opportunity cost, specifically opportunity cost for software development and operations. Next slide, please. So how can we build applications in the cloud? Well, obviously custom code. Everybody likes writing custom code. It feels good. It's great to have full control over what you build, but you can't build everything. And so the second choice is third-party code, things like commercial code or open source. And then the final option is software as a service. By my definition, custom and third-party code is something you host yourself, where SaaS is always hosted by a SaaS provider. Next slide, please. So, custom code, two really important questions to ask when deciding if you want to do something custom. Recognize that every line of code is a liability. It costs money to maintain. It costs money to build. There's an old joke that every time you ship a new feature, plan on cutting your engineering team in half because the other half's going to have to support the feature that was just shifted. So the key thing, though, is what the code does for you as an asset. So the first question to ask in trying to decide if to do custom code is, does the expected financial return for your company from the custom code justify the cost to build and maintain? Look at the cost of development and operations versus the revenue you make from it. It's a really interesting way of thinking about the code. Next slide, please. For commercial code, things like Oracle or any of the other packages that you buy and run locally, obviously, we have to think about the purchase price and the maintenance cost. What are they going to charge you each month? Another thing to really pay attention to is what are they going to charge you to support the software? These can be very, very big numbers. It's not uncommon for enterprise to be spending $10 or $20 million a year to Oracle for both the purchase and maintenance and for the maintenance support. The thing a lot of people don't think about is there are still in-house staff requirements for commercial software. Someone has to be trained on how to run it. We have to maintain the vendor relationship, contract negotiations, release tracking every time the vendor comes out with a new release. That has to be factored into what we're building. And the other thing that people often don't think about is every time there's a release in the commercial code, there's a high probability that we're going to have to refactor some of our in-house code to adapt to that. Next slide, please. Open source. Open source is great. Lots of rich selection of functions and tools. Picking heavily used and well-supported OSS can actually give you code that's much higher quality than commercial code, plus it's open so you can go in and see what's going on. One of the things to pay a very careful attention to is license terms. One of the things my attorneys advise me is never use GPL3 license code unless you have really good attorneys. So be careful, try to pick licenses that are more open, like the Apache license or so forth. The other thing that's really important in OSS is keeping track of the CVEs and the security issues. every time I go into a new company or I'm consulting with a company, we'll often go in and look at what is the release versions of their open source packages that are in production. And it's super common to find that these things have not been updated in a year or two and have dozens of known CVEs against them. So as you're thinking about open source, do pay attention to the cost of maintenance and keeping up with the releases. Next slide, please. Finally, software as a service. The whole point here is you're outsourcing the functionality. Picking best of breed providers like Ory, like AWS, deliver very high quality, well-maintained, secure services. The thing that I always do is I look for SaaS providers whose corporate reputation is on the line. If I'm going to pick a security vendor, I need to make sure that should they screw up security, they'll go out of business. So making sure that they have skin in the game and that their reputation based on the quality of their software is very important in picking a vendor. Another thing to just watch out in SaaS companies is they can change pricing on you. So make sure you've got good contracts, make sure you understand tiering. A lot of companies will actually have what's called ratchet pricing, is when you go above a certain count, your price goes up. And if you drop below that usage, the price does not go down. So Akamai, for example, is quite famous for doing this kind of pricing. One of the things I've also learned very painfully is a great way to determine the quality of the SaaS provider is the quality of their documentation. So super high quality documentations from a company like Stripe and really good sandboxes to test your API integration with are a really good indication that you're working with a high quality company. Thank you. Next slide, please. All right, so that's the four kind of pieces that we can pick, our Tinker Toys or our Lego blocks for building our application. The second kind of question is which kind of blocks and which kind of building parts do we want to use for different kinds of code? I find the model of domain-driven design very effective in thinking through this thing. What domain-driven design talks about is there's three subdomains in developing software. One is core. Core software is what makes your product special and what makes you money. Supporting software is software you need to support the core functionality but isn't making you money. And then finally, generic is needed but not specific to your product. So as we explore what kind of software should we write or should we buy, which should we use from third parties, let's keep in mind the problems we're trying to solve. Next slide, please. So if we boil this down, this is not the deck I uploaded, but okay, I can work with it. What we can look at here is on the left, on the y-axis, we're looking at the complexity of what we're trying to solve. And on the x-axis is the business differentiation. What this model says is for things which are high differentiators for your company and high complexity, those should be considered core code. For things which are lower differentiators but a wide varieties of complexities, that's where we consider it supporting code. And if the differentiation is low, and frankly security and authentication is a low differentiation product, we almost always want to be considering that generic. Okay, so that's just the model we're going to work with. Next slide, please. So again, definitional. Core is software that directly makes money for your company. If it's not making money for your company, it's not core software. Now that's contrary to what a lot of people think. And part of it is I want to be able to control my own destiny. On the other hand, if we're going to be focusing on things which are profitable and help us grow in the market, we really want our developers focusing on the things that make a difference to our customers. Where there are unique features or functions, custom code makes a ton of sense. The thing I see over and over in the companies that I either invest in, advise, or help build is that there's a consistent problem that engineering resources, sometimes we call it sustaining engineering, are not explicitly allocated to the ongoing code maintenance. If you do not make the effort to assign people to continue to work on the code, tech debt will destroy the product over time. The other thing that we have to be very careful about is our build and CI systems must have absolutely aggressive security scanning and testing. The thing about commercial software or open source software is there's often many people using it. There are outside review. There are good security practices. For code we build ourselves, we don't have that opportunity. So not only do we need to have very strong coding guidelines and security requirements, we have to have very aggressive scanning, fuzz testing, lint testing, those kinds of things, threat surface analysis. So if you're building your own code and you don't have really strong CI build system doing the security testing, you're also looking for trouble down the road. Next slide, please. For supporting software, we're talking about it's software that enables your core software to function well. So some examples, commercial would be things like buying a database, Oracle, CockroachDB, Postgres. Third-party code can serve very well here, both open source and commercial. The commercial code costs more, but generally is, somebody else is responsible for the data domain maintenance. OSS costs less up front, but cost for maintenance is problematic. Again, if you're not building and maintaining, if you're not maintaining your own code, who's in charge in your company of making sure that your OSS versions are current? And then there's certainly managed services here, which are partly third-party and partly OS and partly commercial, partly SaaS. Things like RDS or Aurora or Bigtable are managed instances of commercial software. And again, if you're doing supporting software, whether it's third-party or commercial or open source, again, you have to assign engineering resources to maintain the supporting code and maintaining the patches, the upgrades of either the OSS or the commercial packages, and work with your own developers on having to update your API calls or your software interfaces, your monitoring code. All of those things have to be paid attention to. What I've also found over time is if I'm going to be using certain OSS packages or certain commercial packages, having really strong both technical but business, legal, and financial relationships with whoever owns the code or whoever's working on the code can be very helpful when it's time to resolve a problem. Thank you. Next slide, please. And then finally, generic software, which is common across multiple functions. These might be things like an operating system, like a CI/CD standard, authentication, security. These are all things which are pretty much the same for every application in the cloud. And those are ones that really we should not be spending time building ourselves because it gives us no strategic or tactical advantage. SaaS is great for generic functions. And SaaS provider handles all the patching, updating, and securing. The main issue is making sure that they're good at versioning APIs, that they have good API documentation, they have good sandboxes, so you can do all the testing you need against the SaaS product without putting your own product at risk. And again, as I said before, I'm very particular to special purpose SaaS companies whose survival depends on delivering high quality, secure systems that I depend on. Making sure they're aligned is great. All right. So the final model I'm going to introduce is the idea of opportunity cost. This is a thing you see a lot in finance. I think it makes a ton of sense to apply it to software development as well. So opportunity cost is defined as the foregone benefit that would have been derived from an option not chosen. So let's say, for example, you choose to build your own authentication system in-house. Not only are you it may seem like good sense, but what's the opportunity cost? How many developers have you taken off your main product, the ones that make you money, and apply it to things which are not making you money? So that's a key thought. And so what we have to do is we have to evaluate opportunity costs, we have to look at all the options and weigh them against each other. Next slide, please. So if you think about what are the opportunity costs for software, very specifically, this is a model I found very useful. There's how long does it take to build? How much software engineering, how much and so forth, things like that. Customization, how much time do you have to spend on customizing if you're doing OSS or third party for what you're doing? Maintenance for software is always underestimated. And it's something that's really expensive and is often not done, which leads to outages, which leads to problems with the software. Scalability. On the cloud, scalability is hard. The cloud is a shared nothing infrastructure, and therefore scalability can really bite you in the bottom. Costs, we look at both soft costs and hard cost. A soft cost is a resource you have. So a developer is a soft cost. You'll be paying the developer regardless of what the developer is working on. Hard costs are costs of money that leaves the building, money that for a contract. So buying commercial software is a hard cost, developing software yourself is a soft cost. Security gets harder and harder as the days go by. There was just a huge release of a whole bunch of Russian data today, 1.2 terabytes of hacked data. It's hard to maintain that. If city-states themselves, like Russia, are having trouble maintaining security, how is it that we're going to do it? And then the final stage is customer support. So what I've done is I've taken all of these ideas and put them together into a single framework for making decisions. Next slide, please. So what we're doing here is we're looking at the opportunity cost components down on the y-axis, and we're looking at the type of software selected on the top. So at the top from left to right, we have custom, commercial, OSS, and SaaS. And as you think, this is the model, these are the values I generally see in doing this work, but you should go through each of your own decisions and decide, what is the opportunity cost? So build time for custom is very high. It takes time to build, to develop and build that software. If you acquire the software, it's very low because you've paid money for the build. For OSS, you have to integrate it and build it into your system, so it's medium. And SaaS is low because somebody else is handling the build for you. So I won't go through every one of these models. I'm happy to take questions about this or talk with you privately if you'd like. But ultimately, going through and thinking what costs you're going to avoid and what costs you're going to have to swallow for each of your choices can help you guide very specifically as to where's the best investment of your developer time. Next slide, please. So in summary, if you look at all these numbers, and I realize we've just gone through an entire semester in about 20 minutes, for core, almost always custom code or very carefully selected OSS modules. Those are the things that you're using to deliver value to your customers. For supporting software, almost never custom code. Commercial code, OSS, or SaaS all makes sense. And for generic code in today's world, there's absolutely no reason not to use SaaS. It's not anything that makes a financial difference to your company. It can be very, very hard to do it well. And finding someone whose company survival depends on the quality of the service they're providing ensures that your intent and the company's value are aligned. So you have a very high probability of having a successful product and actually focusing all of your engineering resources on the things that make a difference to your company. Next slide, please. So, oops, we didn't get that. All right, that's fine. So finally, let's just open it up for questions if you like. I realize this is a very fast talk, but I think it's a very useful model for you to look at. Feel free to use it, not use it, disagree with me, happy to chat about it. But I think that final, if we go back one slide, if one is very careful and in a disciplined way goes through each of the software systems, should I do it custom, should I do it commercial, should I do it OSS, should I do SaaS, and be honest with yourself about not only what it's going to cost to do it this way, but what opportunity cost is there for not having, say, 5 engineers focusing on some generic component, not working on the part of the code that actually makes you money. With that, I will stop and open the floor for questions.
Any questions for Lloyd about this very interesting experience view on building applications? I have one there. Tobias has a question. And then
Thank you, Lloyd. That has been very helpful.
1 second, Tobias, we're getting the microphone to you there. Then after that, Kevin has a question, so you can...
Thank you, Lloyd. That has been very helpful. Could you elaborate a little bit where we would be in 3 to 5 years? How all of that would look like for the SaaS business?
I don't think this model changes much. What happens is more and more of the common or supporting functions are going to be available through software as a service. I have a startup right now, and I'm using a lot of what I call bureaucracy as a service company. So companies like Deal to hire people remotely. And what they're doing is they're solving a generic problem for me and just charging me a fee to do it. So my company only operates in the United States, but we hire people all around the world. And by using a company like Deal to handle hiring, the local benefits, and so forth, I don't have to worry about that. So what I see happening is over time, more and more of the common services are done in SaaS. That means that our developers just be much more focused on building code that actually makes us money.
Kevin has a question. Go ahead.
Hi, Lloyd. Thanks for this great talk. Question, when it comes to core functionality, what are your thoughts around building that as proprietary code versus as open source code itself?
I think there's a technical and a business. So generally, core code is going to be the code that makes your company successful, that you can sell. I think components of that can certainly be open source, but it's like, Google is never going to open source their ranking algorithm because that's what makes them money. So I think in general, one wants to try to write open source if there's useful functions. But on the other hand, if sharing that source puts you out of business, you've just shot yourself in the foot for being able to develop more open source code. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks.
Any further questions for Lloyd? If not, I have one, and it's more of also an outlook, Lloyd. What we've seen in the past sort of 5 years is that there's a larger scale industrialization going on around open source. And in particular, let's just take Kubernetes as an example, where Google spent quite a lot of money building something and then made it open source successfully so that the broader industry could benefit from that. How does that affect your decision and your opportunity costs? I mean, when you have a company like Google behind an open source project, is that something that you would say, Google's reputation does not depend on Kubernetes, but the industry depends on Google to make the changes and the necessary investment required to drive the future of Kubernetes. Is that something that would change your opportunity cost calculation?
I think when companies like Google open source software, it's generally because they've decided it's to the benefit of Google to do so. That might be reputation, that might be, well, if everybody does Kubernetes, it's easier to sell GCP. So one always has to watch out for the profit motive for software which is offered and run by commercial companies. That's why stuff when it moves to the Apache Foundation, to me, is much more sensible. You have a nonprofit foundation which was responsible for it, companies can contribute to it, and so forth. One of the things I learned when I was working at Google is Google solutions are designed for Google. And very few people run things at the scale of Google, or AWS, or Azure. So while it can be a lot of fun to say I'm adopting a tool set that Google developed, if one is running 500 instances, one really has to question whether Kubernetes makes sense. Because there's a ton of complexity. Think about the opportunity cost of all the people who are building and running your Kubernetes systems. I think that's the key thing I see over and over again in decisions that companies make, is they just do not consider the opportunity cost. That's not just in software, that's in all business decisions. Did I get to your answer, Thomas? That's a very complicated question, actually.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting because it affects the way you look at using some of the open source software, but it also, again, I would say challenges the assumption that if you choose open source, is that the lifeblood of the company? And I think in some sense what we're seeing is a lot of bigger projects, VS Code, React, a lot of bigger projects coming out of large companies that are to the benefit of those companies for sure, but also have had a very broad impact on the overall software industry because of their financial backing and because of the amount of developer time and effort that they put into that. I think that's just again, one more wrinkle in the equation. How do you evaluate a vendor's commitment to open source? Ory depends on open source. That's our lifeblood. You know, we live or die by the value and the quality of the work we create. We see a lot of those companies, though, that don't do that and still have a big impact in the open source industry. So the question was more about how do you see that evolving? How do open source companies like Ory compete in that world where you have major financial backing for businesses and open source projects that do not depend on the broader community for active development?
Agree, and there's another talk I can do, which I won't do today, but it's about what are the business models that work for open source companies? How do you monetize open source? Right. Because there's a lot of models and most of them don't work. Yeah. So that's really kind of an interesting discussion itself. I mean, look at what's been going on with CockroachDB and them trying to figure out how to keep the company going when people can just replicate their code and offer it as SaaS. They're trying to restrict that use. So just have to think about that in advance.
All right, so we'll think about that today, and we'll talk about that today as well, because those are some of the challenges we have at Ory. Lloyd, thank you very much. Thank you for the time, and sorry for the hiccup getting started, but we're happy you could join us, and thank you very much for your talk.
Happy to chat with any of you. I had my email address on the last slide, but that got cut. So Thomas, feel free to distribute my email address if you would like.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye now. Good. We have a few minutes. I'm thinking about if anyone wants to get up and get a coffee and come back. We have about 6 minutes before the next talk begins. Stretch your legs, get some of this nice fresh air from the new building and the new office we're in.
All right, I'm unmuted now.
So welcome back, everyone. Hope you got a little coffee and a chance to stretch your legs. The next speaker, Mal Curtis, is here with us from New Zealand, so it's late in the day for him. I'm happy you could join us. In Music is a very interesting cloud platform. Of course, it's about music, but Mal is all about engineering and building it, and of course, he not only is into music, he's a hobby DJ as well. His passion is really about building cloud software. He's a big fan of Ory. He's using Ory for many of his projects there in New Zealand, and today he's going to talk about Ory in the InMusic Cloud and what they're doing and how they're working with Ory together. So Mal, thank you very much for joining us. You have the stage.
So can everyone hear me? Raise your hand if you can hear me.
Okay.
Excellent, right. Can see you. Brilliant.
All right.
And hopefully you can see me. Hello. So, thank you for the
we
intro.
can see you.
My name...
Yeah.
You can see me?
Yeah, we can see you. Good.
Great. Cool. So my name is Mal Curtis. I'm a Director of Engineering at InMusic Brands. And I am talking to you from New Zealand, which I've got a map as a bit of a refresher. If you don't remember where New Zealand is, we are at the top of the world, just in the middle there. So let me tell you a little bit about InMusic. InMusic is the home of the world's premier music and audio technology brands. So we are a company of lots of different brands. We have approximately 20 at sort of the last count, but we're sort of adding more every year. And a lot of these are sort of acquisitions, which we use to get the sort of underlying technology. So some examples of these brands, we have Denon DJ, which builds DJ players and controllers aimed at the pro market. So what we're seeing here is the SC6000 DJ player, which is designed for use with a mixer. So usually you'd have two of these players, one on the left, one on the right. You're mixing two tracks. We also have the Prime 4 standalone unit there, which the interesting thing about these is that they are both Wi-Fi connected devices. So they both connect to various streaming platforms. So we have Beatport, SoundCloud, Tidal, even Dropbox if you want to bring your own music. And these run embedded Linux. They're an ARM system on chip. And what they've got there is these beautiful 10-inch touch screens. So we also have Newmark, which is another DJ controller brand. And so this is more for the consumer/prosumer market. Lots of bedroom DJs, beginners. And the newer models from Newmark are also standalone units. So what we're seeing here is a Mixstream Pro, which is also Wi-Fi connected, also connects to all of those streaming providers I mentioned, running the same underlying platform, embedded Linux system on chips, and that's a 7-inch touchscreen. We also have Headrush, which is a guitar effects pedal brand. So these guys create effects pedals and looper boards, which allows you to chain different effects pedals into a sort of single chain of processing. You can do amp modeling as well. So you might want to model a Fender or PV amp at the end of it while using standard speakers. And so what we can see here is an MX5 mini board, which has a little 4-inch screen. And on the right, we've got the pedal board, which is a 7-inch screen. And what's interesting about these is that they're using the same underlying architecture as we have for pretty much all of these embedded Linux products. So we even have the same base firmware stack as the Denon DJ and Newmark ones that we've got, that you've seen. All right, cool. We froze for a second there. Cool. So we also have Akai Professional. These guys do keyboard synthesizers and production devices for live performances. So you can see the MPC Key 61 on the left there, which is a recently released standalone production synthesizer. The MPC 1 and MPC Live 2 on the right, which are standalone portable production devices, and they're more focused on sort of drum pad, drum sequencing. And we don't just do hardware, we also do software. So This is an example of one of our pieces of software, one of our software brands called BFD. I'll let you guess what BFD stands for. And you can buy different expansion packs for this, which model different types of drum kits, so different styles. You might have sort of more sort of jazz or blues or rock. And all of those different packs are unlocked in the software via our cloud. Right, so that's who in music is and what we build. So what are we talking about today? We're going to talk a little bit about the in-music cloud, which is our set of APIs which power things, what Ory services that we use, and a bit of a spoiler there. We've got how we use Hydra, how we use Oathkeeper, how we use Keto, and I've put in a slide here for questions, but I'm not sure we'll have time, so we might have to push those to the Slack channel. Okay, so the in-music cloud, what is this? And I have to say that I hate the term cloud usually, but it kind of fits when we're talking about this internally, so it's the name that's stuck. We use our cloud APIs to do things like managing product purchases and registrations, so purchases via our own store or via our brand sites. And also you can register your purchases from online stores or real world stores. So if you, like in New Zealand, you'd go down to the rock shop, pick up a new piece of kit, and you'd log in and register it and say, hey, this is mine. Some of our software requires authorization to run on a device. So we also have this concept of software authorization and unlock. So for example, you can install bits of software on 3 different devices at once, and we've got APIs to manage and provide unlock licenses for this. We also have APIs for software and firmware updates. So when a new version can be delivered to devices, this will all be automated via our APIs. And we've got a new software installer product coming out, which is like an all-in-one in music product. And so you'll be able to install any of your purchased in music software via that. And we've recently expanded this API with Ory Keto, with user groups to allow for different like download channels. So for example, if you're in the Engine beta user group, you'll have access to the Engine beta channel for downloads, and so we can automate that. And then we also have these brand specific clouds which provide functionality which is specific to a single brand. So for example, with Headrush, which is the guitar pedal boards, we have guitar rig management, which are those chains of effects pedals. And for Engine, which is the DJ platform, which runs on Denon and Newmark hardware, we've got various sort of upcoming unreleased things which I can't talk about. So to jump into a little bit more of the technical details, the in-music cloud is a homogeneous API backed by lots of different internal services, and it's all accessed via REST or GraphQL. All authenticated requests are authenticated via the in-music profile, where am I? There, which is a combination of a Magento store, yes, and Ory Hydra. So the underlying services that we have are very much heterogeneous, and they're written in a variety of languages. So we write most of our new services in Go. We have some that are previously written in Python, and we have some from JavaScript sort of acquisitions. So not all the services that we run are necessarily ones that were built in-house. And then there's a tiny little PHP, but we won't talk about that. And our APIs, the web services team provides these like as a service to other internal teams. So these internal teams are our clients effectively. And to go even deeper on the technical side, we run a big monorepo on GitLab. So that manages all of our CI/CD. Everything runs in Docker from builds through to production services. All of our production infrastructure runs on AWS and the Elastic Container Service, and infrastructure is all managed with Terraform. At last count, we had about 55 services running. So that's sort of software unlock, product registrations, firmware downloads, image and file upload services, which are shared across various other services, profile management, and those brand cloud endpoints. But one thing that we do is everything is contract driven. So all services have to expose themselves as a gRPC service defined via protobufs. And we use protobuf plugins to then auto generate everything that we can. So we have these protocol buffer RPC definitions, which are our source of truth. And then we can generate our REST gateway, which is via ProtocGen gRPC gateway. We have a GraphQL service, which runs on GQLGen from 99 Designs via ProtocGen Go GQL. We have all of our validation rules via ProtocGen Validate from Envoy. And we also have an automated pipeline for our documentation site, and a bit of a callback to what Lloyd was talking about around how you can sort of judge a product or a service by its high quality docs. We feel strongly about this, and I completely agree with them. And so even though we're an internal service, we want to generate the highest quality docs we can for our clients. So we have a Docusaurus site with a GraphQL Explorer with Graphical. We have REST Explorers with Stoplight Elements, which consume our OpenAPI schemas, which we build from our protobufs via ProtocGen OpenAPI v2. And those schemas are also provided to our teams to generate their own clients. So a bit of a look at how requests are processed in our system. Our north-south traffic goes from the user, goes to either the gRPC gateway for those REST requests or to the GQLGen gateway for GraphQL. These actually hit a reverse proxy first. We use traffic for this. And once inside our infrastructure, everything east-west is gRPC. So all the dotted lines there, all gRPC. So if a request comes in to a specific REST endpoint, traffic will go, oh, okay, what is this host? What is this path? What are the authentication rules? If that all goes ahead, we'll talk about that in a second, it will then pass that on and figure out which gRPC service it needs to send to. And then if that gRPC service needs to talk to anything else, that will also be over gRPC. So here we have an example. I'm going to use my pointer here. I'm not sure if everyone can see it, but in the center here, if you focus on that, we've got a protobuf definition of our connected account service. It's got an option there which says most of these are going to be GraphQL queries. And the first method that we have there, which is list connectable accounts, it's got a bit of information about that it needs to be a GET request if it's for HTTP. We have another one called GET account credentials. That is also a GET request. And then finally, we have this disconnect account, which is a delete request. And it's also, since it's a mutation with the GraphQL definition or option there, it's defined as a mutation. And so this is how we define pretty much everything. And then if you look at the left and the right, we've got our docs there on the left, which is the REST docs. And then on the right, we can see we're using the GraphQL Explorer. And so all of this is generated from that single protobuf. Okay, so what Ory services are we using? I think we already knew this from the overview, but we've got Hydra. So this is backed by Magento as our user store, and we have a custom device auth implementation. Obviously, we have a lot of devices. We use Oathkeeper for all of our public API authentication, and we authenticate requests using the Hydra OAuth 2 introspection, and we use JWTs for all of our internal services. And most recently, we've added Keto for user groups and sort of service-based domain object authorization and permissions. Right, so how do we use Hydra? And really, to start with, why do we use Hydra? When I first started at InMusic, we were in the process of releasing this InMusic profile, which was a merging of lots of different user accounts from many different brands. And this was all going to be a Magento service, and that sort of decision was already done. And we had this new bit of software called BFD, and we needed to have that authenticated via this InMusic profile. And so Magento has no APIs for session management. We didn't have anything existing, and OAuth 2 is pretty much the best sort of solution for this in that situation. And we didn't want to tie ourselves any further to Magento. So looking at the market, Hydra to me was the best fit. First off, it's portable. It's not a Magento plugin. We didn't want to have any more technical debt in Magento. It's not our long-term platform. Hydra, cloud native, it's 12FA app, it's written in Go, which is a personal preference. Its general ethos in the way that they were doing things or are doing things and the way that it's structured and documented felt like a modern, well-run project. And also it did one thing and did it really well. There was sort of no opinionated admin APIs and things like this, sorry, admin UIs. So implementing this was relatively easy for us. It was all very simple, actually. We had a custom Magento module, copied and pasted the login controller and views from Magento and adjusted them to call Hydra APIs, created the consent controller, and this is all managed via some admin settings. Mostly this was just a case of installing the different services and wiring things up, and was ultimately a very pleasant experience. We manage all of our clients via Terraform. So because we're effectively dealing with second-party clients rather than third-party clients, in that all of our clients are actually our own brands, we're able to manage this because they're static. So this example here is showing how we've generated our AWS Canary client via Terraform. So we have a Canary that sits in AWS, which basically hits all of our different API endpoints to make sure that everything is up and running. And then on the right, we've got an example of this in the Terraform cloud, where I've made a change. I've added a new redirect URI into that list, and it's gone, okay, we need to make this adjustment to that client. And when that plan is applied, it'll use the admin APIs to update that client. So in addition to Hydra, we have a few services that sit on top of it. We've implemented our own device auth proxy service. So this implements the RFC 8628 device auth flow, which is for input constrained devices, such as all of our hardware devices. And so this adds a new API endpoint where the devices hit that to start a login flow. You'll have probably seen this before with TVs or various bits of kit.
We can't hear anything.
Hi, can
Okay.
you hear me now?
Now we can hear you, yeah.
All right. Yes, my mic just restarted if that's a thing.
It's device authorization.
Cool. So the request to the token endpoint handled via the device auth service, and if it's not a device code grant type, then it proxies it upstream to Hydra. Depending on the client ID for the device auth, we'll return a different website URL. So we have a single code base for the websites, but serve up a different theme based on the host name, and that's what you can see happening there in the bottom right. We also added a side quest feature, which allows us to enforce certain requirements after login, but before we return the access token to the device. So, for example, if a HeadRush user logs in and hasn't set an artist name on their profile, we redirect them to a UI to make sure that they do so. Once they've done that and they've completed their side quest, they're redirected back. The device gets its access token, and we continue on. All right. So another thing that we've added on top of Hydra is the concept of authorized devices. So this is a bit of a hack and may not be something which you guys approve of, but this displays the authorized devices for a given client ID on that client's website. And an authorized device is actually maps to a consent in Hydra. So it displays information about the system that's using the consent. So we update this information by checking the user agent and some header fields on every request, which relies on us having cooperating clients. But again, because we've really only got second-party clients rather than third-party, we can trust them to do the right thing. And this is especially important for shared devices, which is what we get with a lot of our DJ hardware, where you may have a unit in a club where 5 DJs are going to come along and actually use this in a single evening. And so if they're logged in, they may go at some point later and go, oh crap, all right, I'm still logged in on that device, I need to log out of that. Okay, so next up, how do we use Oathkeeper? And every single time I write Oathkeeper, I write Oathkeeper. So this requires a little bit of understanding now of our sort of internal architecture. The first thing that any request hits is traffic, which is our reverse proxy. Traffic looks at the path and host name and determines the upstream service for this. And also, so most of our requests are authenticated, but some aren't. And so, for example, our GeoIP service, which provides time zone information to automatically update devices based on their location, that has no auth, but the vast majority of our requests are authenticated. And these requests send an auth to access token generated by a Hydra in their authorization header. And Traffic has a middleware called forward auth that sends this request to a decision API. And we actually have a service that sits in between Traffic and Oathkeeper since we implemented this before Oathkeeper supported it natively. Basically just forwarding this on in the right format. So Oathkeeper, which is at sort of step 2 there, it sends its access tokens onto Hydra's introspection API. If that's all good, returns a JWT defining the sort of subject that we're talking about. Traffic then forwards that request on to the upstream with the JWT in the auth header in place of that access token. And the upstream then does its thing. It'll validate the JWT, make sure that it's from the right issuer and that it's been signed correctly. And if that service needs to call another service, it just passes that JWT on in the auth header as well. So that's all pretty standard stuff. One of the things that we really like is the fact that Ory integrates with the sort of standard tracing stack. So an example here, we've got a single request and we can see it going through Traffic. We can see it going into Oathkeeper, back to Traffic, into Hydra, making the SQL requests, and then finally hitting our unlock service. So it's great to be able to get that level of insight into what's happening in our requests. We had one problem though, and that was around scopes. And so specifically this architecture, all of the authorization is occurring at the edge. And so this falls apart when you're talking about GraphQL, especially, well, mainly because a GraphQL request can hit lots of underlying services, and you don't know that ahead of time. You have to introspect any given GraphQL query to understand where this query is going to end up calling. So we also want each of our services to define their own requirements around scopes and whatnot, rather than having that in a centralized place. And by default, Oathkeeper doesn't provide these scopes in the JWTs. So given that we were effectively having all of our scopes swallowed at the edge, we recently updated our JWTs to add these scopes in via the template mapping sort of functionality. So it was great that we didn't really have to make any changes here other than configuration changes. However, this still requires our services to check the scopes on top of verifying the JWTs that they already do. So the plan now is to remove that functionality from our services. So we want our services to be, I guess, inside the trust zone, inside our tasks. So we're going to have a Oathkeeper as an initial reverse proxy sidecar for each service, and it will have the job of verifying the JWT's issuer, signature, verifying that the scopes are appropriate for the service, and then forwarding the request onto the service. And this means that the service is actually inaccessible to the outside world, except via Oathkeeper. And then what that allows us to do is actually define service scopes in our protobufs and write out the rules during our automated pipelines. So sticking to our protobufs as the source of truth. All right, so how we use Keto, and I'm aware I'm at time, so yell at me to shut up if that's the case. We've only just recently spun this up, so it's the latest edition, and initially for user groups and service permissions. So each sort of, so we have a permission service which manages this, and we've sort of abstracted away some of the underlying Keto definitions, and instead we've put in place our own, I guess, in-music-y language on top of it. This is a bit interesting and confusing because we already use the term namespace, which is a Keto term as well, internally. So a namespace might be a brand or or an area of our API. I'll skip over what we're actually looking at here and just have a look at the next slide. So this is how we've chosen to structure it. We have a permissions service which abstracts this all away, making it more in-music-y. And then we run Keto as a sidecar to the permissions service. So this ensures that no other services can talk to Keto directly, and that it's the only sort of process that's talking to it is the permissions service. And the only thing that we're kind of unsure about at this point is how we manage our Keto migrations or permissions over time, because we think that there's sort of two types of relation tuples in this, and there's like fixed and dynamic, or fixed and static, where dynamic ones are the ones which are part of the data that changes as people are making API requests, as people are given access to things or removed from it. And then we have these static relation tuples, such as certain employee roles can edit certain user groups. And we've currently got these sort of like, these as migrations where they're defined in RTS files, but it's only really a static point in time rather than, oh, now we're removing this permission or adding this permission. So it'd be good to get some insight on how Keto plans to manage that over time. So that was a real brief run through of how we're using Ory services in the in-music cloud. If anyone has any questions, feel free to hit me up in the Ory Slack channel.
So Mel, thank you very much. We have maybe a few minutes if there are any questions. We have one there from Hackerman himself. So Aeneas, go ahead.
Hey Mel, great presentation. I really like the Open API gRPC pipeline, and I'm wondering, like, how well does it work transpiling through all of these different open standards with the tools? Are there any like hiccups, or does it work really well? Like, what's your experience? Maybe also for API edge cases or something.
Yeah, so it's been working incredibly well, I would say, especially because we're only really talking about these sort of two standards. Like you've got GraphQL on one hand and sort of Open API/REST on the other. There are some little hiccups around certain things, might only output V2 versus V3, but we haven't really hit any issues. I think, so one thing that we're still working with is how GraphQL is different in terms of the way that it isn't just necessarily a sort of single request response mechanism, and that part of your request may have, say, a subpath which also has input parameters. So an example of this would be, say you have an image in a response, and we actually want to be able to say in GraphQL that you can request different parameters for that image. You might want to change the width and height of it so that we return an image proxy URL for that image size. And so that's one thing where it's sort of fallen apart, in that at the top layer, we're making a request for, say, a list of things, but actually the input in GraphQL needs to be a couple of layers deep. And that's where we're now starting to kind of go, oh, okay, this is slightly falling apart, and then you have to do some massaging. So especially with GQualGen, because it's all generated code, you can then sort of hook into it at certain points and make the changes that you need to, and that's been pretty good. But overall, it's been just a massive success. Really, absolutely love it.
Cool, awesome. Yeah.
Mal, thank you very much. We're going to stop there. It was a great talk, very technical and very informative. Thank you for being part of the Ory community, and we look forward to seeing you online soon. If you have more questions for Mal, you can do that on Slack. There's a regular channel in Slack for questions during the summit. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Building cloud-native applications. So a warm welcome to Bobor and his talk about centralized authentication. After this talk, we will have a break, and that's a lunch break, and then after that, we'll go into the afternoon session. So Bobor, thank you for joining us. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you a lot for inviting me. I'm ready on my side. We can get started right now. So I hope you can see my screen, right?
We can see you.
Great. So welcome everyone to centralized authentication with Apache API 6 and Ory Hydra. My name is Babur and I am a developer advocate. You can find me on these following social channels. If you have questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'm based in Tallinn, Estonia. I hope next time maybe I can make it like in person. But this time we are delivering this, of course, online. So let's get started. As you move to distributed service architecture, right, you may not consider using common libraries or SDKs to build your own service, like to handle cross-cutting content like security, authentication, or authorization. Because in our modern era, there are already some free solutions for us to handle this kind of stuff, right? You can fully focus on the business task, on core business task at your hand. So in this session, we would like to show you how to enable API authentication with two coolest open source projects like Apache API 6 and Ory Hydra. With that plan, let's get started. So here is my plan for today. We are going to start with understanding what's API authentication shortly. We can have a look at how API gateway centralized authentication can solve some kind of cross-cutting problems, right, regarding the authentication, and you will learn how to use Ory Hydra as identity provider, and in the end, we'll have a demo by using OIDC, OpenID Connect plugin, together with Ory Hydra. There are, of course, many ways to authenticate API requests, right? Here, the three most common methods you can see, like HTTP basic authentication, API key authentication, one of the oldest one, and OAuth authentication, or there's a simply no authentication. Let's say when you have the cases for the internal services, when they are talking to each other, of course, you don't need, in this scenario, any authentication, right? And let's say API gateway also is an essential component of API management solution. Right? It serves as a central point for routing all incoming requests to the internal destination, whether that can be upstream server, a third-party API services, or database, or even the serverless. In other words, like API gateway, in this case, it acts as a single layer between your clients and backend services, right? And how you can roll this between clients and backend services, you can manage them. And API gateway is also further can be extended with the countless plugins, right, to handle authentication, traffic control, observability, and security. Next, let's see the features. Some of the features, if you don't know about API gateway, you can always have a look at what are the features you can make a use of them. Some of the features you can see here, like caching, retry policies, load balancing, and or some kind of transformation. But there are many API gateway providers nowadays who is open source. Let's take Apache API 6. It's a very lightweight and one of the project of Apache Software Foundation. You can think of like Apache Kafka or Cassandra, right? Tomcat. API 6 was one of the fastest growing project of the ESF. It's very easy to configure and very quick to deploy. It's capable of authenticating a particular user or machine that accessing your API. For example, you have three services you want to expose to the external world, as you can see on the right side of this diagram. And it shows more traditional authentication approach. Each application service might have its own authentication logic that's used to support the set of process handling, right? For these different kind of scenarios in the authentication. On the right side, you can see it's another diagram. The user and application party can directly go first to the API 6 and then identify itself and the client, created maybe by the credentials. Then API 6 can pass this authenticated data, identity information further down into upstream services. In this scenario, upstream services may be your microservices or any backend API. And the backend service on that side can easily read user information without doing any authentication because it believes the API 6, and it can just read the user information from the header that Apache API 6 provided. Very simple scenario, right? It's mostly commonly used nowadays. And also, most of the time, developers is really looking for centralized authentication because of this previous scenario, because centralized authentication can solve many problems and at the same time has some benefits. One of the benefits is the security, because there is no need to keep multiple authentication credentials in different places anymore. Also, application can share the user's credential data by improving complicated performance issues by responding quickly, not by going to upstream service, but responding quickly from the API gateway level to your requests, coming to the application service. And next, for example, it can also improve observability because API gateway is central point. You can observe your services in one place, and also it's easier for development, right? Because it reduces the amount of time you are spending on the development of authentication, authorization logic inside the API service, as I mentioned earlier. And we don't have to put this logic for each service. There are a variety of providers such as Okta, AWS Cognito, Azure Active Directory, some of the famous ones, and also Ory Hydra. In this session, we are mainly focusing on and discussing on the Hydra, right? That's OpenID Connect authorization server today. And Ory is the largest open source ecosystem. I don't have to introduce, I think this is the audience about it, but Ory Hydra also has many products, right? One of the products is, Ory has many products, Hydra is one of them. And if you would like, for example, enable third-party solutions to access your APIs, Ory Hydra can act as an identity provider like a Google, Facebook, Microsoft, or you can enable your browser, mobile, or other applications to access your backend services. At the same time, you don't have to store passwords on the device, or can maybe rework anytime your access tokens for the users. If you're looking for something very simple to manage OS2, like authentication protocol, and you can always go and choose Ory Hydra in this case. And I also recently heard that Ory Hydra also supporting this managing platform in the cloud, right, which is very good. And many Ory products can be integrated each other very easily. You can, Hydra of course can work standalone, but you can of course make use of other products together. So with that, I can quickly jump into my demo. Here we're going to use multi-container app. Maybe it's better I run my demo quickly. So here we go.
So also with technology in mind, now we can jump into the demo session. Today we're going to run a multi-container app by using a Docker Compose. For example, partially taken from Ory Hydra 5 minutes tutorial, how to get started with Ory Hydra on the official website. And we're going to walk through how to set up Ory Hydra as a generic identity provider, and then we'll have a look how to configure Apache API 6 on ITC, apply the Connect plugin for our exit.
I think we lost the voice, right?
Project, ESP.NET Web API, and then we will perform how to enable the client credential plan and authorization flows for the existing API by using Ory Hydra and Apache API 6. You can find all the code examples on my GitHub by going to /API 6. On your browser, you can navigate to Hydra API 6 repository on GitHub and make a git clone. Then you can go to the project root folder and run Docker Compose with a quick start API 6 YAML file. And as you can see, the Docker containers now start to run. And now it's up and running. And if you go to Docker desktop, you can even see running containers, including some of the containers like product API and API 6, PostgreSQL, and Hydra itself. If you open the Hydra API 6 project, you can find some important folders. You can pay attention, like I provided all the command line examples you can find on the C and D folder. If you open API 6, you can find all the curl or the commands we are using today in this demo. For example, we first run the multi-container up with product APIs, backend, API 6, etcd, and Ory Hydra with the Docker Compose. And next we can create our new client, OS2 client, by using the Hydra commands, like a Hydra client's create command. You can just copy and paste this simple into the terminal. If you run that, you to create a new client with client ID, your client ID, and they can provide some kind of secret, and we are using the endpoint, the admin endpoint of Hydra. And we are giving some grant types like client credentials, authorization code, and to be able to make a refresh token. You can also verify if the Hydra client created successfully by running the following commands, by sending request to the Hydra admin endpoint. And then you will get the list of clients available. In my case, I have a single client. And then also I can try to perform the client credential program to get a create a token and get this token back by providing to the Hydra token client the command, some kind of client ID and secret. If you pass this command and run, you will get the token. You can keep this token for the future. You're going to use also this integration of Apache API 6. Next, also you can test it out how token introspection works by providing this token to get the client information. You can just insert the token previously created, and then also get this command to test it. We can able to collect the client information provided by token. So I will just paste this command, and then I can see that with access token I can get some of the information for the given client. Afterward, we can use another command to add redirect URI for our existing OS2 client with Hydra, because in Hydra there is no kind of special command to add this redirect URI. I can just request directly the admin endpoint to update the redirect URI list. In our case, it's just any redirect URI. It works after successful authentication. I'm putting just the URI of API 6 OpenID Connect plugin just to this page on API 6. So if I press this code, we will get another response with the full client information, and then you can see that the redirect URI is actually updated. Next changes we need to apply for the Apache API 6. The first step is we need to create a new upstream for our given product API as our backend, and we'll have a single node with this API as a backend service. So I can run this command against Apache API 6 admin API, because Apache API 6 provides admin API that we can configure like upstreams, roles, and services together. So I can just pass this command and run, and I have a new upstream created. Upstream access a set of backend services. In our case, we have some product API, so we'll get successful response once Apache API 6 creates this upstream and maps all to the product API. Once we have upstream created, we can create a new route with admin endpoint call. Once again, we can just provide a route name, and we need to provide also for which HTTP method we are enabling this routing mechanism, and for the given URI. And also you can provide in the plugins list which plugins you would like to use or enable for this URL. In our case, we are testing various OpenID Connect plugin for the Apache API 6 to work with Hydra. So as you can see, I have providing the client ID and secret, and I'm giving also discovery endpoint of Ory Hydra server provider. And as a scope, of course, I'm going to use OpenID. In this case, we are just using of builder only. The property, it means we are testing authorization code flow using Ory Hydra. It simply routes a request to the login page, and that provides Ory Hydra in the 5-minute tutorial to redirect to this login page UI that we're going to see. Now we can just copy this command and pass it into the terminal. And if I run, it will create a new route for the given upstream. As you can see, we are mapping this upstream. It means each request to this API / products endpoint will be authorized with the help of OpenID Connect, and our authorization server going to be Ory Hydra. So if I run this command, I got a successful response from Apache Basic server. Once we enabled our route, you can open the browser and navigate it to the API production test, and then it will redirect us to a login page provided by Ory Hydra. So we have default credentials, as you can see, just for the login. You can provide login and password, and please remember me. You can just open this option as well. It will then in the next step it will ask to provide some consents to use OpenID, and I can say, okay, for my client, I want to access resources as a behalf of OpenID, and then I will click the allow access. As you can see, after I enable this allow access option, it will redirect to this OpenID Connect page on Apache Basic's website. It means our endpoint fully now kind of secured, and only after authentication process, the client can access this endpoint. I mean, of course, if you have relative rates, it's different, but you can also provide there's a redirection to this API product endpoint. Next, we can try to test the authentication between services when machine-to-machine communication enabled. We are using, let's say, a client credential grant flow using Ory Hydra. But in the previous step, you may know, if not done it already, like we did authentication between browser and identity provider as Ory Hydra. That's why we set also when you create a route, we set also appear only to false. It means after successful authentication, the OIDC plugin can obtain and manage the token in the cookie, and all the subsequent requests will gonna use this token. Sometimes you might struggle to figure out which grant type to use, and from this diagram can be very useful for this scenario to quickly check what kind of credentials you need. For example, if the access token owner is machine, you can have a user client credential grant for this Ory Hydra, or if it is a user, you can just double check if it's a browser type app or server app. If server app, of course, you can give it to the authorization code grant. Otherwise, the grant is PKCE as for the native application, let's say. Similarly, again, update my plugins, OpenID Connect configuration, and each plugin usually in Apache Basics has a set of attributes. You can check it out on our official website, what kind of other properties we have for the OpenID Connect plugin. And now it is like client to service communication. That's why we are enabling viewer only true. Another configuration pretty much the same, only we are adding also an introspection. In addition to introspection point, we are also providing authentication method for introspection endpoint. So I can just run the next command to enable a client credential grant for this our API. So if I run this command, I will get a successful response from Apache Basics. Now the plugin is updated. Next and final step, we can check API endpoint can be only accessed with the authorization header token in place in the request after we enable this the client credentials. And every request we do against /API/produce should check the authorization builder token in the header. So now we can make a native test. If I try to access /API produce endpoint, I should get this unauthorized error as we expected, because we didn't provide any the token, and there is no kind of verification process between Apache Basics gateway and I didn't provide Ory Hydra. So the need to send also text token, I mean the valid token, of course, invalid token also going to be rejected directly from Apache Basics. In the token, every I can use the token. We create in the second command line, and then try to accept this endpoint with our sample client token that we created also before the step. So I can just copy this token and bring it here, and try to now run this command to hit this endpoint with a valid token. So if I do that, I should get the successful response. Here we go. Now we enabled the authentication for this backend endpoint by using Apache Basics ODC plugin. With that, we are close to end. So this is actually the demo I prepared also some time ago. It's very quite good. I'm also working with other integration, more advanced integration samples. But I think now maybe I can come back to my next slide because we are running out of time. That was everything what I want to show in terms of demo, but of course, as I say, I think you can find all these code examples on my report. So all theoretical knowledge in mind.
Let's go this plugin. Let me switch to, now we can jump into maybe a Q&A session. If you have any questions regarding most of maybe API 6 or the Ory hardware or integration, feel free to ask.
Bober, thank you very much. First of all, maybe we can see if there's a question in the audience here or online. Of course, you know, questions are also available on Slack. Does anyone have a question from the audience? This was a quite technical talk. A lot of the things that he discussed, though, I think exemplify how especially Ory software is useful with other Apache products, and we're very happy to see the integration and the examples. And of course, Bober, I have a question for you, which is not that technical, but just out of curiosity. I mean, how popular is this configuration that you just showed us? How many people are using? I mean, we know we have quite a lot of friends in the whole Nginx Docker community, but this is quite new. And how popular is this?
Yeah, it's a good question. Do you mean the API 6 or just the plugin?
The combination, yeah. We know API 6 is very popular, so that's a great product.
This plugin, yes, still very famous, but nowadays, of course, as you know, most of the users, they're preferring to use keep lock integration, right? And they are using, we have a different plugin for keep lock, but the term is how they work is very similar. They use the same OpenID Connect communication way. So it's still used by some of the users. Maybe if you need some kind of analytics, I can try to dive into details and provide some users who are using actually this plugin. Because I also provided not only for the hardware, but also how we can integrate with other the authentication providers. You can find some blog posts and YouTube tutorials as well.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for a great talk.
Yes, thank you for your attention.
I know you're available also.
I have some references here if you need additional information, and you can find the links.
Okay, thank you very much. And as Barbara said, he's going to be available also on Slack, and any further information we can get. We look forward to seeing you in person next year.
Of course, I will do my best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care for now. Bye.
Sure. Any specific?
Yes, Christina's outside and she will guide the people to the lunch.
Okay, so someone is outside. What's her name?
Christina.
Oh, Christina's in the back there outside. So you're going to guide us to lunch. Okay, please follow the beautiful woman in the orange shirt. And then she takes you to food. Yeah. Ah, Florian. Yeah. What? Second, before we get to lunch, we have Florian. He's going to talk to us a little bit about an interesting study that he's doing together with Ory. Come on up, Florian. Oh, you need a microphone, maybe. Here, 1 second. Yeah.
Thanks.
All right.
All right. Hi, I'm Florian. I'm from Facet. This is my colleague Marion. And we're actually working at the moment on improving Ory's website and to make it more user-friendly for potential clients, for clients like you, for everybody who's using the website. And to make it more user-friendly, it's always good to talk to actual users, and that's what we're trying to do. And so, yeah, if you'd like to help, if you'd like to support us with this, this would be awesome. And it's quite easy, and you get an Amazon voucher for it. So you find some QR codes hanging on the wall. Just sign up. We will do a quick focus group tomorrow and a couple of interviews. And just to get your feedback, your ideas, your impressions of the current website, and to see how it could be improved for the future. Thanks. And enjoy lunch now. Sorry for the additional.
So we have, Florian, thank you very much. Thank you for the discussion. So the background is Florian and his colleague are working at Service Plan. Service Plan is the company, by the way, that is occupying the other two buildings in this building complex. And I think it's fair to say, if not one of the world, certainly Germany's leading digital agency, and they are helping us with all this talent to build a much better customer experience and website. And of course, that flows also into the product and all the things you see. Mostly this afternoon, we're going to be talking about that, so I don't want to steal the show, but I think you'll be very surprised to see how friendly Ory is becoming, at least on the user interface. And in person, you get to talk to all of us at lunch. So Christina, if you raise your hand, everyone sees her in the back. And please follow Christina to lunch. And I welcome you back around an hour from now. Thank you.
Hello, Lucas.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, that's going well. We still have some time, so I'm gonna switch off my stuff, but sound is nice. You can share your screen, so it should be all good. We will give you a 1 minute warning and a 5 minute warning. So I'll be back in 5 minutes.
From the lunch break. The next presentation is going to be from Lukas Harasimovich, and it's titled Running Kratos on 30 Million Users Platform. Lukas is a software engineer from Fandom, and he's telling how they successfully migrated the user base of Fandom into Ory Kratos without disturbing the users and the experience. So, Lukas, take it on.
Thank you. Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, thanks. Great. All right, welcome to our summit. It's a pleasure to be here. And today I would like to share with you our experience with migrating our main authentication system to Kratos. It was an adventure that took some time and required a lot of focus and careful planning. Today, Kratos is running over 30 million users worldwide. How we did it? What was challenging? Let's find out. First, before we start, I would like to introduce myself. I've been a senior software engineer in Fandom since 2015, and I am a proud member of platform team whose role is to maintain platform and help other teams by developing new tools and improving existing ones. We help teams build their microservices by providing them with all the necessary tools to deploy them to production. Our recent task was to integrate Kratos into our platform by replacing our current authentication services. The goal of this presentation is to cover challenges we encountered during the adoption of Kratos into our platform. To do that, we'll talk about what is Fandom, where Kratos fits in our infrastructure, and we will dive into challenges and how we solve them. This is a very broad topic, and since we have limited amount of time, I've chosen to focus on a few chosen topics. First, let's talk about what is Fandom. So Fandom is the world's largest fan platform. It consists of hundreds of thousands of communities focused around specific topics. Each community creates small ecosystem that they interact with by posting new articles, using our discussion service, or using multiple tools that MediaWiki and Fandom provides. Users can create communities at will, and tens or even hundreds of communities are created every day. Not every community is the same though. Some have few tens of pages, but some have thousands. Even actors preparing for their roles for Obi-Wan were using our wikis to familiarize themselves with their roles and the Star Wars universe. It is no coincidence that the main Star Wars community is called Wikipedia. Here you can see one of our services that enhance wikis with ability to create discussions around various topics. Users can post small articles, create polls, and comment on them. Similarly to forums, but this is more focused on content accessibility. As you can see, registered users have to be recognized by various of services, often written in different technologies. We run PHP, Java, JavaScript, Golang, Python, to name a few. All the benefits that distributed microservices provides. Number of requests varies between each communities. Some have few edits per month, some have tens per day. It also depends on activity around the topic of given wiki. For example, where there is a new episode of a related TV series, new game being released, or a movie, those wiki search in number of edits and visits increase hundreds of times, sometimes even more. Fun fact, upon release of Netflix TV series Cyberpunk Edge Runners, our Cyberpunk wiki saw over 300% increase in traffic. What was even more amazing is that the wiki pages of our main protagonists, David Martinez and Lucy, score over 2000% increase in views. So, as you can see, we have to deal with a sudden increase of traffic, and our system needs to handle that, especially when we are talking about authentication, which is always in a critical path for every request user is making to our platform. Here is the rundown of some basic metrics. We have around 30 million registered users. We serve around 2 billion page views per month. Around 100,000 requests hits our backend from our users, and 10,000 requests is hitting just authentication services alone. And so 100 10,000 requests is hitting backend services, and 100 requests per second is hitting services authentication. And we try to keep those responses below 200 milliseconds. So here is the brief overview of our authentication system. Let's briefly go through the main components that request has to go through in order to determine if user is authenticated or not. Usually, the first in the process is Unified Community Platform Service, which is called UCP in short. The main service that serves the most of the content to our users. It is built on top of the open source MediaWiki, which is a wiki software, the same platform that powers Wikipedia. This is a huge monolith with plenty of custom extensions developed by us or by community. It is very important to know at this stage if the user is logged in or not, which determines the behavior of the whole platform. It uses Identity Mapper as a source of truth about authenticated users. More about that service just in a moment. Authentication frontend. This is a relatively simple Node.js application that serves UI for the users and allows them to log in and register to Unified Platform via browser. It acts as a frontend for client, for Kratos, and does not contain any business logic. This is very similar to example frontend service that Ory provides with a quick start setup. Next, the authentication backend is a service that allows users Unified Community Platform to authenticate users that visit our pages. Previously, this was a custom server written in Golang with some extra business logic injected into it. Now, it is a Kratos role to verify users' credentials, session tokens, and handle any changes made to the identities. Most requests that hit Kratos are not coming directly from the users. Instead, our services are calling it via thin facade service, Identity Mapper. Exceptions are requests made from the browser via Phantom Frontend, which is the standard Kratos flow. There are some requests from other services, but there are few compared to the requests incoming from the facade. Next, the companion services. They consist of few services that are responsible for some user flows that are not directly related to Kratos, but are important user flows that rely on user identities. Example may be OEDC authentication for mobile, right to be forgotten service, and similar. Other services are any other services that queries Kratos directly or consume data exposed by Identity Mapper to identify registered users. Now, Identity Mapper is a special service that acts as a facade between Unified Community Platform and Kratos. This encapsulates some custom business logic that is specific to Phantom, and it was not ideal to put this logic somewhere near Kratos. Its main purpose is to map between native user IDs and Kratos identity IDs. Unified Community Platform relies on its internal users to work with, and Kratos just maps to those via Identity Mapper. While Kratos handles all the registration, login, and settings flow, Identity Mapper enhances session with our custom data that does not fit into Kratos well and allow us to easily bind UCP with Kratos identities. This allows us to mostly decouple Kratos from UCP so we can run it without heavy modifications and keep the business logic in one place. So, why we choose Ory and Kratos in the first place? We value open source. Our UCP service, which is serving most of the content to the users, is based on open source MediaWiki code. We try to contribute to the communities by fixing some bugs or adding new features and give feedback. Ory does have a record of creating and maintaining authentication services. Hydra is one example of that. By combining our effort with Ory, we have a chance to build a robust and secure authentication system that others can benefit from. Ory has also many projects that are evolving at steady pace. We shipped with an alpha version of Kratos as a proof concept, and before we launched it onto production, there were already a few new versions released. Right now, we are migrating to version 0.10, we actually did, and we are planning to upgrade often. We have a few conversations with Ory, especially early in the process of adopting Kratos, and we got the answers we needed directly from Ory, either, or from community Slack channel, which is quite active. Deploying Kratos is pretty straightforward. You need a database and a front-end for your users to interact with. No need for complex caching systems or synchronization services. All is nicely packed in one binary that you can deploy to most of the platforms, which is quite handy. It is Kubernetes friendly. There were no major changes needed to get it working in our private Kubernetes cluster, which was quite important for us. Bring your own frontend is a nice feature and seems like an extra and necessary effort at the first glance, but it gives us a quite flexibility when it comes to the UI that is presented to the users. Now, performance and scalability is very important for us. We have a lot of users, 30 million registered users and at least 100 times more anonymous users. We need our auth systems to be fast and stable. We have a platform of millions of users that are actively using it every second. We need to transparently transition to a new authentication platform with minimal downtime and minimal impact to the users. During final switch, we had to log out all the user though to avoid issues with sessions. Keeping sessions in sync in both systems is not as easy task as we decided to avoid any potential issues that may cause user to be improperly authenticated. We can't adapt to the new system and start from the scratch. Rather, we had to incorporate new systems into our existing infrastructure, which added extra complexity and created new challenges for us. So, what was our solution to this problem? Our solution was to deploy service in it's called a shadow mode. And this, in shadow mode, the traffic was passing through both services from production, and we are doing it incrementally. Each request that was hitting our backend had potentially 2 authentication sessions. One would be our old and trusty token, and then additionally to that, we would have a brand new Kratos session. When our platform decided to check if user is authenticated or not, it would make calls to the legacy system as it did before. But additionally to that, it would also verify if the Kratos session is present and check it as well. At the end of the process, we would compare the results from both systems and check for any discrepancies if there are any and log them for future reference. Running such setup on production produces metrics that gives us a certainty that the new system meets our expectations. In terms of performance, as well as stability and correctness, which meant that each user authenticated in the old system is exactly the same in the Kratos. This running incrementally helped us stabilize our platform and didn't introduce any interruptions along the way, which was very important for us. Now, to properly run services in shadow mode, we had to import our existing users into Kratos. 35 million users is not a small amount. And while Kratos did not provide all the necessary APIs to accomplish that at the moment, it was pretty straightforward to implement our custom tool that deal with the data directly rather than using relatively slow API calls. Doing 35 million imports through REST service would take forever. Our import process was pretty simple. First, we took the data from the legacy system, which was distributed across multiple services and multiple databases. Then we transformed it into format that Kratos understands and accepts. Then we injected this information into Kratos database directly and make some extra calls to the identity mapper to properly bind UCP user with the new Kratos identity. This helped us to actually bind the existing users in the old system with the users in the Kratos. The whole process took a few hours, but since we are using Kratos as a secondary authentication system, we could wait patiently for it to finish. One thing we had to add to Kratos was implementation of our custom hashing algorithm. The hashing algorithm that Kratos currently supports is very different from the one which we were using because of our legacy constraints. This allowed existing users to successfully log in using Kratos after the import. It was important for us to compute password hashes in the same way our legacy system did to keep them consistent between systems, while they were running two systems at the same time in production. Adding this code was pretty straightforward. Since our old system was also written in Golang, it was almost as easy as copy and paste code from one place to another, and it worked well. Now, data consistency was very important. After the import, we had to make sure that this data stays consistent. So every operation on the old system must be replicated on the new systems and vice versa. It is very important to identify all the potential processes that alter identities in any way. We had two authentication systems running in the production at this point. There are many multiple services that interact with identities: registration, OEDC service, right to be forgotten, authentication, and such. All of them need to alter data in both systems. Some will modify user identities, some will delete users altogether, some will change their passwords. Those changes have to be reflected in both systems for the whole process to complete. How we solved it? We used the hooks that Kratos provides to plug into flows that interest us and made necessary changes to the old authentication system via API. Similarly, we tracked every change that was happening in our legacy system and propagated it to Kratos using API it provides. We had to add some extra endpoints to do that, but it was fairly easy. And we were able to push some changes to Ory, and they were quickly accepted, which we liked very much. That was one of the reasons we chose to use Ory solution in the first place. With shadow mode running, we were able to pinpoint any holes in our identity synchronization process and patch them before we went live. When we fixed some issues, we rerun the identity import, which updated the synchronized identities, and the whole process repeated. After a few iterations, we were ready for the switch. Since both systems had the same information, we could safely switch between them and not worry about losing any credentials along the way. Our platform has strict requirements for usernames and identity identifiers. In our case, our main identifier is not an email, but username, and Kratos supports this. Moreover, username must be presented in a very specific format to conform to unified platform requirements. We also have some services that deal with dynamic user blocking and anti-spoof mechanism to deal with spam and vandalism. All that needs to be checked upon registration and sometimes even when user logs in. Kratos did not provide webhooks that can provide external services with information about user flows, but it was working rather as a notification or event and could not interrupt user flows easily. We have decided to extend functionality of the webhooks in a way that it is now possible to cancel user flow. For example, login or registration will be interrupted by the service via webhook, and user will not proceed further. What was important for us is that those webhooks can return errors which are propagated then back to the frontend by the Kratos, so user get meaningful error if needed. That was quite a complex change, but together with Ory, we managed to deliver this functionality to the community, and we hope others can also benefit from this feature. So I think that covers it, and it's time for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Lukas. Sorry. First of all, thank you for the great contributions in Kratos. I think you've not only contributed blocking webhooks, but also some performance improvements, which is, I find amazing. And two questions. How big are your Kratos instances? Like, what type of VMs are you using, or container sizes? And the second question is, like, how big is your database? Like, do you have multiple servers? Is it one server? Like, how does this all fit together?
So we're running Kratos in our private Kubernetes cluster. I think the resource utilization is not that great. I think there is around 100 megabytes. I mean 100. Let me check. Moment.
We can still hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear and see you.
Right. I don't have my metrics right now, but we are pretty happy. So I think the footprint is around 100 megabytes of RAM, and CPU is not that heavily impacted. We currently run it over provisioned, so we have around 20 instances, but this is just a precaution, and we'll probably trim it down heavily in the future. So we don't see major issues with performance in Kratos at this point. About database, so importing all the users and dealing with this traffic, there are a few hundreds of gigabytes of data in our databases. So it is very important for us to actually maintain the data in a way that is cleaned up regularly, because we are using MySQL. And when for tables like identities, it's not a problem because they are mainly static. You usually add records, not remove. But some tables like sessions, tokens, and some flows tables, they tend to get a bit spammy. So we actually clean them regularly to keep the database usage below the threshold. And there is a tool for that in Kratos, so we can run it as a cron job, for example.
Awesome, thank you. Find it interesting to hear that the resource consumption is low. Yeah, so thank you.
Do we have time for one more question?
Yes, we do.
Hi. Thanks for walking us through this migration. This is a problem that many of our Ory's customers have, like how to migrate from their existing on-prem solution to Kratos. You said you run them both in parallel. Like, how did you manage that on the cookie level? Did both identity solutions use the same HTTP cookies to maintain sessions?
Right.
Or was it another solution?
Yeah, so the setup was a bit more complex than I showed you, but basically we kept our primary legacy system as a source of truth for the sessions for the time being. Kratos was running their session in the background, but they were just passively checked if they are correct. Moreover, we had multiple cookies that were checking if we, for example, change something in a Kratos that we want to purge all the old sessions, we had the mechanism to do that. So we could restart the experiment whenever we wanted. So we were basically versioning the cookie that Kratos was providing for us. And yeah, so basically there was only one cookie that determined for the platform that user is logged in, and Kratos was just verified against this cookie if they are the same in terms of identities. And since we had the synchronization in place, we could switch between both pretty simultaneously. So when we switch to Kratos and we would discover that something is wrong, for example, we could switch back pretty safely. Since the old cookie will still be running somewhere in the user browser and the same session will be provided for the user. It's a tricky part, but a few iterations was necessary to pin down all the places we have in our system that deal with those cookies. But it was pretty safe.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lucas, for such an insightful case study and success story about the implementation. We have now a few minutes break before the next talk starts at 10 past, so you can stretch your legs, get coffee, and in a few moments I will then announce the next speaker. Thank you, Lucas.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back. Ory permission language is a real game changer, and it's with every movie and great story. The story itself is important, but even more fun is to hear making of the movie and making of the story. It's my true pleasure to introduce Patrick New and Henning Pearl to tell that story to you. Thank you. Go take it away.
Okay, thanks. Today we want to, as Harry said, tell you how we made the Ory permission language a real thing. And first of all, of course, we have to give some context and explain what is the Ory permission language, why did we create it in the first place. Basically, the Ory permission language is a feature of Keto, and Keto is an open source product of Ory that solves authorization. So, yeah, Henning gives you now a bit of context on how that fits into the overall picture.
Yes, so I think the journey we see a lot from users of Keto is, of the Ory permission system, is that you start with just solving permissions in your service directly. So you write some code, like, okay, I have a user, and that user can read these documents, and this other user can write those documents, and then you basically have a little bit of permission logic in your service, right? Nothing bad. But at some point you scale up, you get funding or you get more users or whatever, and then you have some permission checks that you want to do in the front end, like do I want to display this button to delete the document or not? And then you have multiple microservices, one for the documents, one for the groups, and you have to basically repeat that bit of sprinkling of permission logic in each service, and each service is maybe written in a different language. At least on the front end, it's another language, it's in the back end. Some permission checks you want to do in your gateway, and you can already tell that this will become very, very complex. And the solution to that problem is actually a paper published by Google a couple of years ago called Zanzibar, which introduces a new methodology of a central permission system. And Ory Keto and the permission service in the Ory network is an implementation of Google Zanzibar. So you have one single source of truth, and each service can reach out to the permission service and ask concrete questions like, can this user, this subject, do anything, a verb like edit, delete, on this object?
Okay, so now the question is, how does that look with a concrete example? So what Keto has internally is so-called relationships. So what it stores, it's kind of the facts. So basically it stores this user is the owner of this document. So like in this example, the overall question is the user Bob allowed to edit the document secrets? And then we have the relationship stored in the database as source of truth. That's like a fact that we have about the world. And then we know Bob is an owner of the document secrets. But what we need is a rule that defines that any owner of a document can edit that document. And this rule language is what we're talking about now. So what Keto supported until like 2 months ago was basically only checking relationships that are stored in the database. And we added this rule language, this Ory permission language on top. And this will allow you to define a global rule and then derive actual permissions from the relations. So that's what the Ory permission language is used for.
And yeah, then now the making of, as Harry said, how did we arrive there? So first we started with requirements and hypotheses. Then something that I actually found very valuable, even in joining Ory, was to talk to users. We have a great community of users of Keto and of all the other services as well. So we reached out to them, we did 1-hour interviews with them. We learned a bunch about that, about the mental model and the domain specific problems. Then we arrived at the final design, which we want to show you. We want to talk a little bit about implementation, and finally we want to celebrate the launch of the Ory permission languages in the Ory network. So yeah, you are here. Of course, big shout out to everyone that took part in the user interviews. So if you take away one thing from this talk, then that you should do more user interviews and ask your users from time to time, because it's really valuable feedback that you gain.
Yeah, and of course also having this whole open source community is just super valuable, and thanks again to everyone who participated, who is here in person, who's watching. So yeah, that's really valuable for us. Okay, so our requirements and hypotheses. We started off and we said, okay, we want to build a system that's secure and that's secure by default. So what we want to have is something that people can use without taking extra courses, taking a refreshment course every half a year, where you don't need a dedicated team just working on permissions, but it should be straightforward. Everyone should be able to understand what it does, at least in the basics. So it had to be self-explanatory, familiar. Users should be able, or developers should be able to modify permissions with high confidence that they're doing what they want to do, actually. There should be good editor support, because that's, for the developer experience, super important. And then it should be also possible to test it and automate stuff. So you want to have linters, test frameworks to verify that when you're changing stuff, it does what it's supposed to do. And then we also defined from the beginning, we don't want to go with something that's Turing complete. So it should be easier on our side to parse, process, and yeah, work with it without too many security implications on that. Right. From that requirement, we moved on to the user interviews. So we started with a framework and a guideline for the interviews. Those were about 1-hour guided interviews with community members, which we recruited from our community Slack. And the questions were around modeling the permission schema in different languages. So we came up with some different languages that all kind of went into different dimensions that you could design the language around. And then we had a common scenario, which is kind of like Dropbox or Google, some kind of file management system, which is kind of abstract enough and still familiar enough. So yeah, we want to thank again everybody that took part in those interviews. Okay, so our first case was the original Zanzibar implementation. Like, this is basically copy-pasted from the paper. I'm pretty sure you will agree with all the interviews we talked to that it's basically verbose, confusing, and unable to parse as a human. That's partially because what they did in the paper was to just expose, or like in original Zanzibar, to expose the internal data structure, and they just didn't have time and enough pain to develop a specific language to express this, so all they did was expose the abstract syntax tree in a JSON or YAML-like syntax, and yeah, it's super confusing and unusable in a way, and definitely not what we wanted to achieve. Yeah, but it served as a good ground truth for the second language, which is very concise. So it's basically inspired by what Auth0 did with OpenFGA. And I don't want to walk you through everything, but the feedback from the interviews was that this, what's confusing is this as-self, like why do I have to put as-self everywhere? You kind of know that if you know the legacy of
that coming from Zanzibar, because that's this kind of artifact in the Zanzibar RST that they modeled as self. There's also no type safety, again, same as in the Zanzibar RST. And it's really concise, but concise from our feedback was not always better. So it was not always better to have this very compact definition if like every line or every character could trip you up in your permission model.
Yeah, so our next approach then was to basically define some types and define the relations of the types with, again, the kind of receiver type. So it's a typed way. It's easier for editor to give you code completion and support because it knows which type you want to have or you can use at that point. And then after you defined all the types, you have these like for all blocks that's very math based and math inspired. So basically you define, if you see the stuff on that side, you also basically infer the stuff on the right side. So that's kind of a logic and functional approach to expressing those rules. And people really liked the typed approach and the way they could then better reason about how stuff relates to each other. And some really loved and some really hated the logic part of it. So it was really a mixed bag and not the ideal thing to go with.
Yes, and then for the final proposition, we went with something that was both typed as well as declarative. So it's kind of like a combination of 2 and 3. And for anyone that knows that space, it's inspired by auth-Z and their schema language. So there we had the benefit that types are really nice. So types help the users understand what goes on and also define new rules. But there was still some kind of confusion over the syntax. For example, if you want to state that you can view something, if you can view the parent, then it would be kind of this parent arrow viewer statement that implies some kind of transitive travel through the permission graph, if you want. That was kind of unfamiliar.
Okay, so our key takeaways were that basically everyone agreed types are helpful, and we also knew from a technical perspective it makes code completion possible in the first place to have typing and types in first place. A lot of people struggled with the transitivity of the rules, not even by the language design, but just by the concept in the first place. So basically we had to find a way to make this concept understandable for everyone, and the language can really help there. None of those languages felt familiar. It was in a way similar to other stuff, but still not the same, and still had some other concepts, because it's not really a programming language in the first place, because you're talking about abstract things. You're not assigning variables or transforming specific data, but you're only providing program without any input in a way. And then, it was always for everyone hard to reason about the implications, like what is actually written here. So none of the languages really was easy to read from top to bottom and then understandable by a human without any further documentation or explanation. So we went back to the drawing board and started to play with TypeScript, because TypeScript is a great ecosystem, comes with a lot of tools and linters and unit testing frameworks and whatever. It is self-explanatory and familiar, because most of the people used at least JavaScript at some point if they programmed, because websites are very common. The tooling in general is pretty common, so it's at least very easy for people to get started. It's also, easy to modify with confidence, because if you know TypeScript, you know what you wrote, so you don't have to think about the syntax and look up the definition again. Good editor support, of course, out of the box, because most editors know TypeScript by now. And then, as I said, there is already unit testing and linters available that we could use and leverage to continue.
Yes, so let's finally look at an example of the Ory permission language. So I don't want to walk you through everything, but just as a mindset, it's kind of like you define your namespaces or your Keto namespaces as classes, and then you have this graph database which connects this class with other classes. So you have always one-to-n relationships, and then the permissions are basically as you would write them in JavaScript, using those attributes as arrays. So I can basically say these in the middle of the code. I have viewers, and that's an array. And does this viewer include my subject that I'm currently looking at? And this is kind of how you would program TypeScript. So it gives you an instant confidence that this code is really correct, and that's translating to the correct thing. Also what we did is we introduced the context object, which currently just has the subject, but what we are looking for is to extend that with context-sensitive information. For example, this user comes from a trusted device, for example, and then you can do special handling based on the trust level of the device. So maybe some resources aren't readable or writable if you're not on a trusted device, or an IP range, or a time zone, or a timestamp, or whatever. As in the other languages, of course, with TypeScript we have a strong type support, and with that we have a really great editor support. So if you right now edit this Ory permission language in VS Code, you get automatic type completion. If you edit that in the Ory console, we have a great editor support that uses the same editor as in VS Code, and they also have great auto-completion, great feedback, and we could build that in a matter of hours, really, literally. So it's that nice of a technology.
Okay, so some implementation details. We said in the beginning we don't want a Turing-complete language, and then we go with TypeScript, which is Turing-complete, obviously. So what we basically do is we don't just run the code, but we interpret it in a way and have a custom parser that just accepts a subset of TypeScript, so you can't do all kinds of fancy stuff and use whatever is available in TypeScript. It just supports a subset, but it's still everything that it supports is valid TypeScript. So we can later add more features as needed, but for now it works with the subset and the limited features. And we don't execute the code, but we parse it, and then we build the abstract syntax tree. So that's what you saw in the very beginning. What's in the Zanzibar paper, this super deeply nested tree of operations. That's what we built from the TypeScript code. And that's basically how we implemented all of this. And for writing the custom parser, that was a lot of work on Henning's side as well. So if you ever need to write a custom parser, you can just ask him, and it's very easy, he said.
We did write fuzzles for that. Now to the fun part. After all the hard work, we are very happy to have launched the Ory permission language in the Ory network. So you can use it directly in Ory Keto, and you can also use it in the Ory network either through the command line interface, But actually the best way to get started right now is just load up the console, which is free for developers, and there you have an integrated editor. You can hack away at the Ory permission language, and then you can just query the system and try out what answers you get back. So yeah, we are really excited. It was an exciting journey to build this. It was well needed, and we were very happy to not just copy the competitors out there, because Ory was kind of the first open source implementation of Zanzibar, but we were actually not the first one to come up with the permission language. There was prior work, so to say, which also helped us in the interviews, but I'm very happy to have landed on something different and something better in my kind of highly biased opinion. But yet, I think that it's something that really helps you write the language if it's a language that's widely available and has good tooling support, good unit testing capabilities. So we are really excited what you as the Ory community and the users of Ory and the permissioning system are building with the Ory permission language. Really always looking for use cases and edge cases. And yeah, please share your experience with us and with the rest of the community, like either directly or through a blog post, through a quick Twitter post, whatever suits your mind, to just stay in contact and give us feedback.
Okay, and then one last thing, what's coming next? So we talked about testing and linting. All of that is, yeah, not available out of the box right now. You could build something yourself, but it will probably take more testing code than actual code you tested. So we want to change that and provide a framework that works for, that sets up everything for you, and then you can just write some examples, see if you get the expected result. We want to build a playground where you can just hack away, send a link to your colleagues and show them what you built, and then they can hack away from there. We want to build some visualization so you can better understand what you actually wrote, and maybe it's then also easier to reason about it with non-technical people. Because TypeScript is nice and probably easy for most of developers to read, but maybe not for the managers. And then we want to also extend the editor support even more by providing language servers. And what the last point I added this morning during the talk of music, because they mentioned the thing that we actually do have on the roadmap but didn't have on that slide yet, which is migrations. So we also thought about migrations, so that's why also we use functions in a way. So it will later hopefully be possible to also define a way to migrate stuff and relations with the Ory permission language. So yeah, that's definitely something that's on our roadmap and that we will be putting effort into. And as always with all our open source, contributions are welcome. Please read our code and give feedback if you have any, even if it's good feedback. So yeah, thank you for listening, and we're open for questions now. Is there any questions?
How long did it take you to write from like the design of the language to the custom parser, and would you do it again?
Yeah, I think I can answer that. So I think just the parsing were just, I don't know, a week or 1.5. It was not that much time. So the majority of like if you look at the time frame, what we spent a lot of time on were the user interviews, because we really wanted to nail the definition of the language. So yeah, that took a long time. The parsing was actually not that much work, but then actually using the parsed tree in the checks. So when you then ask Keto for something and you get a response back, that was more work because it should be concurrent but deterministic at the same time, and it should be fast, correct, and all these kind of opposing requirements, I would say.
Yeah, and I guess would we do it again? And I'd say probably yes, because so far we had great experience with it and also got good feedback until now, and I think it's really the best way to go forward. And if we took some other route, we would have to write our own parser anyways as well. So yeah, using this made it a bit easier to then just use the same code and put it into like an actual node testing framework, because then you don't have to translate it somehow or write your own runtime or whatever.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, is the Python example equivalent to the TypeScript example? In particular, the subject group concept?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's like really accurate line by line, because I'm not sure, like you prepared the code samples for the presentation.
In general, it's equivalent, yeah. So from the Python code, what you're missing is all the type definitions, and you just take them out, and then the permission logic is translatable, but it's basically only the second half of what you want to say, or what we found most users in the interviews wanted to say. But yeah, it's somewhat equivalent.
Yeah, and the examples are basically also the same content. I'm just not sure if like it's really in every detail the same, but it's about the same. So from like code size and like number of lines, it's comparable.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Pearl. Thank you, Patrick. As always, success has many fathers, and the failure would be orphan. And but thank you for sharing, proud fathers, the origin story of the Ory permission language. A few more minutes break. Few minutes break, and then we continue.
Okay, wait, 2 minutes. Here, you can announce it.
It's virtual. It's a? Is the next one virtual?
Das ist aber gut, du brauchst das für die Technik. Du siehst das kann
All right, welcome back. Next one is Dennis Onur Düzgün. I hope I didn't butcher it too bad. And he's going to tell how to make auth great again with Ory. So hopefully this time without red hats. Honest, take it off.
Thank you. I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you all. So welcome to my talk on how to make auth great again. So first of all, quick introduction about me. I'm Dennis, father of 2 wonderful dogs that I hope that they won't kill my demo today. Besides that, I'm an automation and simplicity lover with a background in development, offensive security, and DevSecOps. Currently working at White System as a cloud security specialist role. So let's get started. So there are typical mistakes on old ways of doing authentication. This call will be really focused on authentication. So one of the mistakes is that it's often too complicated, not easily pluggable or documented. And then there is the mistake, in my opinion, to rewrite your own custom authentication service, which often results into bad designs or wrong specifications. Then, yeah, oftentimes it's never the same. So everyone implements it its own way. You can see companies using that technology that way, or other companies using other ways. So it's not always the same way. Then implementation-wise, it's challenging to make something that's fast, reliable, and robust at the same time. And that is tested via the CI pipelines with security scans or code quality scans, and robust as it at all. So that comes to the second topic of vulnerabilities. So having something custom often opens up big security flaws. And that comes also with the maintenance, painful maintenance of updating, versioning, and deploying everything. So this is a quick schema I made for life without modern authentication. So here we can see we have our front end. We have 3 services. User service, book service, delivery service. And here we also have our authentication service. So this flow is once the user is already authenticated, each time, let's say he wants to get a new book, well, he will need to be sure that his session is valid and verified. So each time, each services will go and verify with the authentication service that everything is good. So there is multiple ways of verifying that. You can either have the same block of code for verifying authentication on each services that are copied and pasted, or you can have a library. Let's say you're using Node.js. You could, I don't know, say npm install validator library, and you will have your library here, and you can version it, update it. But there are some issues with that. So the outcome, you will have a service that gets really heavy and complex. You don't necessarily want to handle authentication at your service level. There's a better way to do that, I think. Then copy-pasting code can result in more mistakes. So also different versions of the library, the authentication library we've talked about, can be used. For instance, if we go back, the user service might use the authentication library version 1, whereas the book service and the delivery service might use the version 3. So it's not really stable all the way around. So yeah, adds up latency for your calls. A new version of the authentication service will impact other services. So a major breaking change into the authentication service will require all the other services consuming it to be reworked, which is hard to maintain. And it's really risky. One mistake will result into big security issues, which is quite bad. So I don't recommend personally writing either authentication, authorization, or custom cryptographic services on your own. Use what's existing, tested, and proved by the community. And while talking about securities, so the security outcome. Yeah, most commonly you can see front-end authentications, local storage of sensible session data, privilege escalation. Let's say you have one service that shouldn't have access unauthenticated, but it is. Reset password links with user IDs inside of it, so you can modify the user ID to reset somebody else's password. And yeah, a lot of big problems can happen if you make your custom authentication way of doing things. So why is Ory for authentication different. Here I put authentication, but authorization too. However, this talk will be more on the authentication side of things. But generally, because it's an open source culture, so everything is available. The code source is here, you can contribute, and that makes it beautiful to collaborate. It helps you to bring your own UI and also your identity schema. We will talk more about the identity schema in the demo and see how that can be useful. Besides that, there is multiple available SDKs. So let's say you're using Dart or JavaScript or whatsoever, there is a supported SDK for you. Advanced configurations and validation. That is great because oftentimes when you make your authentication service, you need to add validations. So for instance, if the password is, I don't know, minimum of 8 characters of length, well, you need to code that your own. Or let's say if the password was already breached, you need to take care of those things. And besides that, I think that Ory is really security focused. You can see if you have worked a bit with it, that there's the CSRF token that is passed by for each request. There's also the course that strengthens the overall communication. So they have tested it and it's really robust. The community is always active on Slack, on GitHub discussions, and basically everywhere they're open to help. And it integrates well with API gateways. You can set Ory locally. So yeah, you might say, hey, I can use Keycloak too locally. Yeah, sure. The beauty of Ory is you can select what you want to run locally. Let's say you only need Kratos for authentication. Well, you can just use the Ory Kratos Docker image locally and run it. So you don't have your disk memory or disk capacity full. Besides that, it's maintained with love. It's not a project that will die, I think. It's always maintained. There's always new merge requests, pull requests done. So yeah, these are one of the reasons I think it's important. I've also added a small link here that Ory describes more in detail the differences. So how it looks like with Ory. Here, let's go over the components quickly. We have an authentication front end. We have a traffic API gateway. We have AuthKeeper, which is our proxy, and we have Kratos. So the first flow here is when you authenticate. So you just start. You have your authentication page. You talk to Kratos to either register, log in, recover, or any other flows. And once it's done, it gives you back a session token. So with that session token, when you try to access a protected resource, same services we had earlier, well, you need to go over traffic because it's traffic that is the API gateway on front. And with traffic, and you could use any other gateways as well. With traffic, you can use the forward auth middleware to talk to AuthKeeper. So what happens is AuthKeeper will be really your proxy that decides either if the request will need some sort of validations or not. So how it's done, it's that you have your access rules in AuthKeeper where you define which resources you want to be publicly accessible, which you want to be authenticated, which also you want to be authorized. So let's say you need a resource that authenticated. Well, the access rule and AuthKeeper will tell that, and it will contact the correct service. Let's say for authentication, Kratos will be validated, and for authorization, you could have Keto here that could do the call. And when this is done, regarding the condition, if it's KO, so if it's not good, you're redirected, and if it's good, you have access to your protected services. So where do I get started? So there's multiple challenges, and you can see that first step is really to find what you need. Ory offers many great projects. There is AuthKeeper, Keto, Kratos, Hydra. So be sure to select the one that applies to you. Then you need to think about where do I host it? So depending on your business, you can use Ory Cloud, which is really good. You don't maintain the infrastructure relays. or you can host it internally. There's the Helm charts that are available. You could maybe have a Terraform code that calls the Helm provider to, deploy your components such as Kratos, Hydra, Lockkeeper, and so on, in a cluster or in a bare metal server, depending on your preferences. Then the last challenge, this I learned the hard way. It's really to start small. So what I mean by start small is if you don't need OAuth 2 or the Hydra capabilities to do end-to-end tokens or to do authorization code grant, well, just start with Kratos and Lockkeeper. It's a good starting point. And then you can extend it and add more stuff. Cool, so enough talking, demo time. So I've made I forked this Ory example repository, and I've added the Kratos Lockkeeper traffic path. And so this demo and this repository includes a custom UI that integrates with Kratos, traffic API gateway for forwarding authentication to Lockkeeper, and as you might guess, to Lockkeeper and Kratos. All right, so let's go here. This is the repository. Just drink some water. Perfect. So I'll just open it here. Let's analyze our Docker Compose file. So in the Docker Compose file, I have my traffic set up. I will maybe zoom for later. Yeah, there we go. More perfect. So I have traffic here set up as my API gateway. Then I have the Whoami service that traffic provides. I've set up Jaeger for tracing capabilities. Ory Kratos requires a Postgres database to store its data and its identities, and a mail server locally to do the reset password flows and the verification flows. So yes, what's next? I have my Kratos deployments. I was playing around to create one public and one admin, but we will use the public one. And I have my Lockkeeper deployment here. And next, I have my front-end code here, which is basically a React.js application for login purposes. And that's pretty much it. Now let's see how traffic is able to, forward its authentication using the middleware. And it's basically just adding that. And if you want to use that forward auth middleware to other services, such as, let's say, our front end, that maybe you don't want a specific path in your front end to be accessible without authentication, you can just specify it here as a middleware that will be used. Okay, so let's go maybe on to the identity schema. We've talked about it quickly, but as you can see, the schema has the email property and also the password. There's also that verification with the schema I'm using that checks if the password was leaked or whatsoever. Then we also have the custom traits. So you can set custom traits such as first name, last name, or any other things you need. And Kratos will store it as your identity. It will map it to your user. And yeah, that's it for that. Now, maybe let's see the access rules. So the Whoami service we've seen that was deployed with traffic. So I've added a rule that says, hey, this thing here doesn't require authentication at all. It's available from everyone. Perfect. Now, for my front end, I have these endpoints. I'm saying that, hey, all these recovery, login, and reset password flows doesn't require authentication. All right. Now what? So we have a service here that we see that requires authentication because as a handler, we require the cookie session. And for that, we have specified the robot.txt file. So let's see how it is in the web page. All right, so I have my traffic running here. I have all my services in here. I can see the middlewares, and let's say I go to my front end, which is here. I can see that it's basically delegating the authentication for the front end. But yeah, let's go to our login page. So yeah, there's one thing here. I don't know. These are custom pictures that changes every time I load the page. So if there's a weird picture, I'm sorry in advance. But yeah, when I go to my login page, as you remember, the robots.txt required authentication. So you see, I was able to basically with my access rules to say that, hey, this thing here, if you want to access it, you need to have authentication. And let's have some fun with it. If I find my, okay, let's remove it from here and add it into the anonymously accessible access rules. So if I go back and I do a quick refresh, you can see that, hey, now you don't need authentication. So it's as easy as it is to configure your authentication with your access rules instead of having to, we've talked about it, to manage versions on each services and had all these pain points to take into considerations. So Outkeeper really helps that and integrates well with an API gateway. Yeah, what's next? So let's go back to our login page. Perfect. So let's create the user, right? So first name, Ory, it's a demo, and I hope it goes well. Ory demo. And for password, let's just write QWERTY, right? Let's just write something that doesn't make sense. So you see, there's the length validation. Let's write QWERTY 1, 2, 3, 4. You see, the password has been found in a data breach. So all those verifications are handled for you, which is really cool. Now let's take a password that makes sense. So there you can see, save. And let's say login. You can see that I'm logged in, and special shout out for the picture. We can see here I'm not verified. I can start with the verification flow. I'll just open my mail server before. All right, refresh. Okay, so I want to verify my account. I click on it. I should get my email soon. I don't know why I got twice, but let's say click here. So you can see that my verification link was not into the authorized paths. So that's why I got this error, but normally I should have got the verification and my button should have changed in here. It changed, so probably something I messed up in the links, but the return URL links, but yeah, I'll have to work on it. But the goal of the demo is really to understand how easy and quickly you can get up and running with those components and reduce all the pain points of authentication and ease, the microservice world if you're going through that, easing that authentication thing, delegating it to the API gateway and Outkeeper. So that was it for me. Questions time. I don't know if there are.
Any questions? All right, if no questions, then thank you so much, Dennis, to make it great again.
Thank you, guys.
We take a few minutes break before continuing with the program. Thank you. All right, welcome back everyone. It's time for our keynote. The keynote is going to be introducing the Ory network. Without further ado, please welcome both Andreas, the hacker man, Rekas, and Klaus Hermann. Stage is yours.
Okay, test. Does this work? No, it does not work. This works? Perfect. Okay. We were planning a bit with like developers, Steve Ballmer style, but we decided not to do it. So my name is Eneas Rekas. As Harry has introduced me, I'm known as Hackerman from GitHub. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Ory, developed much of the open source software, and now responsible for developing the product, together with Klaus, who recently joined from Google as our head of product. So please welcome Klaus also, who is still quite fresh to the team, but feels almost like family. So thanks. First of all, I would like to thank the presenters that have already presented something. I was seriously impressed also by some of the key facts that I heard. That's just amazing. And I'm looking forward to all the talks that we'll still have until the end of the day. And I'm thrilled to have so much expertise in the summit and to learn about all the experiences and knowledge that we had. It's also great to have a hybrid audience this time. Last time it was all online due to COVID, so welcome everyone here and of course also watching online. So Klaus and I will be taking you through a journey through the Ory network, telling you what it is, what it will become, what we have done this year and what our vision is. So Ory is running a global end-to-end security infrastructure, and we build it for humans, for robots, and of course for the servers that we as developers have to run. And parts of this infrastructure will and is and has always been open source, and we continue to develop key components of this infrastructure also as open source. These are the projects that you know and love, some of them like Hydra, Kratos, Docker Test, Foresight, to name a few of the, I think Thomas said it's 250. I lost count, to be honest, so I'll just take that number. Our new end-to-end security infrastructure has 4 major goals, and the first one is I want you to grab your favorite pillow and take a good night's rest, because you can rely on Ory security. And when we talk about end-to-end security, we don't just mean validating a token. For us, end-to-end security, it starts with the people who develop the software, so people like Klaus or Henning, who wrote Alexa in 1.5 weeks. I wouldn't dare. And the team has also grown significantly since the last Ory Summit, and we added a lot of expertise in security and software development and scalability. Of course, we also believe that end-to-end security means that you need to use open source and open standards to make a system secure. And beyond that, it's also about best practices when it comes to login, permissioning, delegation, and zero trust. But of course, also resilience and availability of a system are key components of security. If the system is not available, it's potentially not secure because it doesn't work. And in the end, of course, end-to-end security also means actionable intelligence. What do I mean by that? So if you have Dave, and you know Dave, and he's doing something in a system, is he actually Dave or is he not Dave? You don't really know, right? Unless you really verify and have a framework in place that ensures that Dave is Dave. We actually have a very interesting customer that's working on this with deepfakes, making sure that the video of the person you see is actually the person that they say they are, and it's not a deepfake. It would also be really good if you know how your users move across the network. Like, what are they doing every day in your system? And of course, is it normal behavior or is it like suspicious behavior? But also, like, what do they do every day? And this brings me to a key point that Amazon study has found, which is that for every 100 milliseconds in latency, you lose 1% in sales, which is significant. So if you have like 1 second of latency, that's 10% in sales. That's why it's very important that a security network, which is in a critical path, is as fast as possible. And with a little bit of pressure, we were able to roll out our new system, which is a global cache system based on an edge network that will be able to answer most of the critical path requests within 50 milliseconds for P95, so for 95% of all of the significant requests. We've rolled this out already for our main system and for some playgrounds, and we'll roll it out for more customers over the next couple of weeks. We're also working on some mechanisms to bring down the latency even further, way below 1 millisecond, but I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. We'll probably present that in the next summit with some new tech. And I don't think we have lots of lawyers in the room. If we do, don't worry, we're not pivoting to a legal tech company, but instead what I mean by that is that it's still quite expensive to deal with all the regulatory requirements. Like, most of the companies that we work with have a global audience. They have customers in Australia, customers in California, customers in Germany, and all of these regions have different requirements when it comes to your data regulation and privacy compliance. With Ory, our goal is to build a global system where you don't have to choose, oh, am I in the EU region or the US region, but a global system that automatically deals with all the PII data, so the personal identifiable information data that you have accordingly to regulations. So just to cite a few, GDPR, CCPA, LGPD, and PDPA, and I bet there's like 20 more acronyms that some government is cooking up when it comes to data regulation. This has not really been done before, at least for a company that does end-to-end security, and it's a real challenge, but we are rolling out these features. The first one is the cache edge network that I presented over the next couple of months and quarters, and I think that you will be able to expect some really exciting changes next year. We do all of that, of course, because we want you, the people who use Ory, to attract a wider audience and scale better. It's no secret that, for example, when a company introduces social sign-in, I know it's already a little bit a dated technology, but you social sign-in, you increase the number of people who sign up to your service because it's easier. You don't have to put in your email address and your username and choose a password and all of this stuff. And I think that it will get even much better. So you'll have stuff like Face ID and Touch ID. You'll have platforms that just authenticate you, and you don't have to worry about password management and updating 500 different online shops when you move to a new place. At Ory, innovation is constant, and I think we have a little bit of proof of that. So one was the Ory permission language, but of course also Ory Keto, which is the first open source implementation of Google Sensibar. We are also the first company that published a service that supports Apple Passkeys, and they're also now known as Android Passkeys, so I think it will become a standard. And we might not be the first global network. I think Cloudflare was a little bit faster than us, but we will be the first global end-to-end security network that deals with all of these data regulation requirements when it comes to your users. And of course, we're ready to ship the next pivotal security and innovation. And of course, in the end, we do all of that so that your users are secure. So now maybe you might be asking, if you know Ory for a while, what happened to Ory Cloud? Like, where did it go? And the too long didn't read is we're renaming the product to Ory Network. So it's still the same like concept, but we feel that network much better represents the vision and the things that we're doing with Ory and the things that we're planning, because a network, it can be both physical and it can be logical. So connections between people is a network, and connections between servers is a physical network. And we think that this much more represents what Ory is doing with its product and with its vision. We will be publishing a blog post with like all the naming changes so that it's easy to understand what is what now if you know Ory already a bit. And with that, Klaus, I'm handing over to you to present some of the exciting things that we did and will do in the next couple of months.
Thanks, Ineas. Great to be here. Great to have you all here. Let me go into a little bit more detail about what the Ory network actually is by now, where it's going and what we've been up to over the last years, and specifically since the last summit. So as Ineas says, we are building this full-scale end-to-end security network. And essentially it's internet infrastructure for trusted access. Trust has always been hard on the internet, and it hasn't gotten easier. And we now have all the critical pieces from end-user authentication all the way to access controls for APIs and servers and devices and apps across clouds, across networks, across different infrastructure platforms. We brought all of the functionality of our key open source projects onto the network, and we've been integrating the pieces and projects in new and exciting ways. And we run this for you, so we carry the pages and you don't have to, right? So we create this reliable, scalable, survivable, fast, and compliant infrastructure. So let's go into a few things that are new since you first heard about Ory Cloud, maybe. So let's start with where the users start, with authentication. Everybody has customers, everybody has them online, and everybody needs to sign them in. And the traditional way is passwords, right? But people are humans, and humans reuse passwords. They don't actually remember all of the passwords. And also passwords get leaked all the time. The count I found for last year is 2 billion. So I guess a bunch of people have multiple passwords leaked, but like comparing this to like 7 billion people on Earth means like your chances are quite good that you have your passwords leaked. And what that implies is that even if you build rock-solid password authentication into your system, that might not actually help your users because their accounts are still going to get compromised because the password leaked elsewhere, right? And there's nothing you can do about that for passwords. So it's easy to put accounts at risk. So naturally, there's been a lot going on in this space. Social login came first, biometric login came next. Multi-factor authentication is finally seeing more widespread adoption. And these are all necessary. And this is what Ory Identities and Ory Kratos and open source make easy, because catching up with all of these trends and adding new methods all the time is tedious. So we spend time adding social login providers, expanding biometric support, and getting ready. But I want to emphasize that now is actually the time to act, because as Ineas has said, passkeys are coming. Apple, Microsoft, Google, the big tech is coming together to standardize how fingerprint, Face ID, and biometric logins work. And they're making it work so that your tokens are synchronized across devices. So all you need is one of your devices that you own and trust, your phone, your tablet, your computer, and you can just sign in. It essentially just works. So with passkeys, we finally have a viable replacement that people will adopt, and adoption will pick up. And this sooner than you know, people will actually be annoyed by you not offering passwordless login, right? In a year or 2 or 3 from now, you will look very, very dated if you don't go with the trend and if you still require users to come up with passwords and use password managers. Browser support is rolling out over the next months and quarters. We'll see a few more announcements from Microsoft, Apple, Google, etc. It's going to get more widespread in iOS and Android. And it already works in Ory. You can essentially just get started now. You can try passwordless, and we implemented all of the standards as they are right now. Standard is final next year. We'll stay ahead of the game, and so should you. Now, we heard a bunch of things about permissions. Like every meaningful piece of software has some sort of permission checks. You log in the users, then they hopefully see something, can do something. Is Jane allowed to watch this cat video? I sure hope so. Cat videos should be open source, right? Unless you're building only cats and whatever. Can Steve refund orders? That's more interesting, because there I hope the answer is it depends. Who is Steve? What role does he have? What kind of order is this? Is this his domain? Maybe he can, maybe he can't. And so you start building permissions, as we've heard a couple of times today. And this is so easy to get wrong. You add up rules in your database, you add rules across your different application layers, and then you add new rules, and now you want to permit this additional user group to do the same thing, and suddenly you have 20 different systems to touch and keep up to date and maintain. So we know there's a better solution. Google published the Zanzibar paper, and we were first with Keto to implement this in open source. And now, with Ory permissions, we have the entire functionality on the network. So you can just use it. It's really just a couple of APIs. And with the Ory permission language that we've just seen, it's really easy to just come up with these rules, write them, test them, and model even the most complex permissioning schemes that you may need in a few lines of code. So that really changes the game, especially it changes the developer experience when you try to build permissions into any larger, meaningful system. And it removes a lot of headaches. So it scales to billions of permissions, it checks in milliseconds, and it's super flexible. And it's really the most elegant solution to a very, very hard problem. And it's proven in very big systems. So if you're still doing permissions yourself, you should really give this a try on the Ory network. Next, the most fun topic, OAuth 2, always great to explain. But basically, look, everything so far is relatively straightforward. Everybody needs login, everybody needs authentication and permissions. But it gets really interesting once you start having multiple apps, multiple sites, multiple services. Then you have other people trying to access your APIs. You have third-party apps trying to do operations on your platform, trying to access user data. And essentially, that's the moment when you turn from a service business into a platform business, when you open up and create something meaningful from your assets, your data, your APIs. These are your lifeblood. GitHub's actually a good example. What started as a nice way to host your Git repository became this platform where your CI systems connect, your issue trackers connect, you can sign in with GitHub into a gazillion different developer tools. And if you want to go through that same transformation, you're becoming a platform, and you're gonna adopt OAuth 2. Now, if you've ever implemented OAuth 2 yourself, you know it's painful, to say the least. And that's also where Ory started, right? Ory offered Ory Hydra to make this problem go away for a lot of people. And now we can proudly announce that all of the functionality around OAuth 2 and Open Connect is available on the Ory network. So it's never been as easy to create OAuth clients, create an OpenID Connect provider for your identities, and to start authenticating services, apps, and third-party clients.
Yeah, it really hasn't been easy to implement this. This was quite a pain, I can say.
One specific use case to this that I think is worth highlighting and where we put a lot of work into is machine-to-machine authentication. Like you see this magical fridge here, like as pretty much as long as I remember, I've been promised this magical fridge that can reorder milk for me when it's running out. I still don't have it, but let's assume it's there. for the thought experiment. What you really want is this to work, and what I don't want is for my 14-year-old neighbor to order like a truckload of milk. She might find this funny, but I don't want the neighborhood cows to do overtime for this. So you want these devices to be secure, you want your servers communicating around the globe to be secure, and you want each and every API access and request being authenticated and authorized. And with OAuth 2 on the Ory network and with our Zero Trust proxy, Oathkeeper, you have the simple tools to just make it work, to really up-level your security and make sure traffic is validated and you know what's happening and that Dave is Dave and that I'm ordering the milk. Now, for something more user visible, the account experience. Sign up and log in is every business's front door, often the first meaningful customer interaction where essentially visitors convert to customers. And nowadays, it's becoming more complex because you need to strike this balance between convenience and security. And you know, nobody loves multi-factor authentication, right? Nobody likes to pull out their phone and enter codes or to plug in a device or to go through extra hoops. But sometimes you have to. And then people make different choices. They use different authentication methods. Flows start to become a lot more complex than they were when you just had username, password, and a yes-no response. So that's what Kratos is doing. That's what Ory Identities is doing. But you also have to write the actual experience for it. So we did it for you and wrote the Ory account experience. So now you can just go to your Ory project on the network, on Ory Cloud, go to /UI, and you'll see a login dialog, a sign-in form, and all of the flows that you typically need in an application. Add your multi-factor credentials, reset your password, log in, log out, you name it. And it's just there, so you can start playing, start coding, and start getting into the real experience. And all of the complexity of the flows is hidden away from you.
And it also like just updates everything you change, like enabling passwordless, it's passwordless, adding fields, it adds fields, like you don't have to do anything. It's like marketing would call it no code. Still maybe one line of code needed, but yeah.
Yeah. And we made it even better because we understand that if you're serious about your brand, you want to build this part pixel perfect. You want your sign up to be on brand and exactly the way you want. You want login and your entire My Account section to be exactly matching the way your brand presents itself. But that doesn't have to mean you have to do all of the work again, because we built the building blocks now. We built the little cards and components for all of the for all of the flows that end users see, and they take away the intrinsics and the complexities of authentication. And the way we build it is really native to the web. It's just these little pluggable components, and they work with React, with the Express stack, with vanilla HTML, with Next.js, you name it. You just drop them in. You override some styles to make them look the way you want to look, and you have this deep integration of My Account functionality right in your app, right in your website. And it's really never been that simple, and it's all wired up against the Ory network and entirely non-invasive to your application. So I really encourage you, check out our new Ory Elements repository that we published on GitHub just last week, I think, and get started, because it's game-changing your developing flow for the front end. Last but not least, I still have to highlight our edge serving. That's a huge milestone for us to move our services and key functionality much closer to your users and also closer to your servers. If you do constant access verification, as you should, that not only means a lot of cryptography, it also means a lot of network calls, right? And as we hear, you don't want to add latency and you don't want to make your application slow. So we are expanding our data center footprint, we're adding edge servers, and we're really getting as close to you as we can so that performance is never an issue with Ory. Now, this is just a sneak peek of highlights. There's so much more we've been doing and so much more that the community has been doing. Our open source projects evolve every day, and it's so good to see all of the contributions. Our development tooling has evolved significantly. Our admin tooling is getting more mature by the day and getting lots of exciting features, including the Ory permission language. And yeah, I think this is also a good point to say thanks again to the community for so much you have contributed, and so many great ideas and so much good feedback that we couldn't do without. So it's been an exciting year, and I think we're really only getting started. I mean, the future is hard to predict, but I can promise you that we will remain very focused on these three top areas. We will scale out our network, and we will make local data and compliance work for you. It's all there, and as we expand, it's going to be the #1 network to run fast applications on. We care deeply about user privacy, about compliance, about treating user data with respect. We also see a lot of opportunity in making the system better through the data you can observe in authentication and authorization. That means intelligent security is what we're after as a second point. There's so much opportunity to prevent account theft, to protect systems from threats, and so much we can do on a large network that isn't feasible in a single installation. So we're excited to bring features that help both developers and users to stay safe and stay secure. And lastly, developer productivity is where we are naturally coming from. We're building software as developers for developers, and we will keep obsessing about all the ways we can actually make you spend less time with Ory and make your life easier as developers. So stay tuned. There's an exciting future ahead, and we very much look forward to this future with all of you.
Right, and then thank you very much. This is a really big list of people also here in the room, so you will probably recognize some of the avatars. It's all the people who made contributions to Ory, be it, I think it's actually only commits, so actual code contributions, be it in documentation, adding features, fixing bugs, and it's an impressive list. There's like one space is left, but don't worry, like we can make the image bigger. So yeah, we welcome any contributions, be part of the community. Pick an issue, think of a new feature that you would like to have, make a contribution. We'll try to do our best. I know that we've been a little bit slow maybe in the past weeks as we're preparing for the summit with code reviews, but we'll pick up pace again, and we're looking forward to have you in the community, on Slack, on GitHub, and on our website. And with that, thank you so much. Thank you, Klaus, and enjoy the rest of the conference. I think there's some interesting talks coming up right after this one. So enjoy. And if there's any questions, and we still have time.
We have a question for one short question.
One short question. But if no questions, we're used to it.
All right.
There's a question. We will give you a demo right outside in a coffee break, Paul.
All right. Thank you, Klaus. Thank you, Andreas. We take a 2-minute break, and after that we continue. All right, welcome back. Programmer, developer is an animal, very unusual species. It takes in alcohol and caffeine and turns it to code. Now, Sofia de Base and Thielman Nyla has the most dangerous slot of the whole day because they are the last thing before coffee. And angry programmers are waiting for that. With that, delightful experience by Sofia and Thielman.
Hi everyone, I'm Sofia and I work on data architecture and machine learning with Amorevino.
Hi everyone, my name is Tillman. I'm the co-founder of Amorevino and responsible for the business strategy. Amorevino is a social commerce platform for the wine industry. We enable vendors to build long-lasting relationships with their customers through wine clubs. So today we are very happy to share some of our learnings that we were able to produce with user tests on implementing auth into our app. So why do authentication in the first place? Authentication can be a very powerful tool if it assists your business. We went back and asked ourselves 3 questions in order to answer if auth is necessary for us or not. The first question is acquisition versus retention. Are we an app or are we a business that is looking for a one-time purchase, for one transaction, a drive-by sort of conversion, or are we looking for multiple conversions or multiple transactions over an extended period of time? The second question we had to answer ourselves is the sensitive information part. What data are we dealing with? That might be your shipping address or your paying credentials, which are pretty sensitive. And the third question is nominal versus extended purchasing decisions. If your service or product is very nominal, so if it's very easy, maybe it's not that necessary to provide some data to help the customer in the journey through the purchase. Whereas if it's an extended purchase, or the journey is a bit longer, or if the service or the product is a bit complex, you might want to have some data. That can be first-party data, third-party data, or even historical data. So we had an easy answer to those questions. For us, auth had a great impact, it's especially when it came to retention and the customer lifetime. Auth also enabled us to introduce the consumer of one. Consumer of one for us is about personalization. It is about having a product experience for each and every one just for them. So in order to achieve this, we had to take a look at auth from a different angle, from a different viewpoint. It's not login for us, it's an identity. It's an identity with patterns, with properties, with preferences, with attributes. And we learned throughout our testing that a consumer is really willing to enrich his identity or his profile if he gets utility, if he gets a benefit for it. Of course, auth is portable. You bring your identity with you, you bring it along, you take it out. And it really helped us to, also help in the recommendation system, because you want to support your customer with some kind of smart advice. And here's an example of how it might look, not implementing auth. So this is anonymous, this is check out as a guest. It is a recommendation based on others' people purchases. There's some meaning to it because
those transactions actually happened. But I mean, they're not based on your preferences, right? So not sure if they fit. The second example is using auth. It looks at the historical data. It shows you a recommendation about a wine you might want to buy based on a past purchase. So these are, or this is like one of the many examples how authentication helps you or helped us in our app. And all it took was to really understand authentication rather as a person, as an identity, as attributes, as preferences, and as properties, instead of just a session or a login.
Okay. So speaking about authentication, we cannot avoid dealing with the topic of friction. During the entire development of our application, we always kept in mind that we want to add the right amount of friction in order to remove the bad one. Because what we understood is that friction is not always a bad thing. And we don't have to reduce it entirely in order to maximize our conversion rates. So we started utilizing friction in a very intentional way in order to create the best user experience. Additionally to recommendations, our application offers a variety of different services, and each of those services has different authentication needs. We can start off with the consumers simply wanting to browse some public profiles or public wine reviews or product information. But it can go up also to an actual transaction. For example, when users decide to join a wine club or decides to make purchases on our website. Both scenarios has to fulfill certain authentication needs. And if we were to ask our users to undergo a very extensive authentication process, also when they're signing up, well, this would turn out to feel very heavy and very tedious, and it wouldn't guarantee a smooth and seamless authentication flow, what we are looking for. And this, unfortunately, has resulted for us in a lot of abandoned sign-up flows. Therefore, we decided to integrate, on the contrary, a purpose-based authentication flow that prompts the users to extend their authentication based on the action they want to take. This has helped us improve our sign-up rates by being very lightweight, our content safety, and of course, the amount of fully qualified identities all over our services. What we want is to make sure that users are always aware of the purposes of each authentication step they're going through, and they know how this impacts their security while interacting with our product. And when user interacts with our product, goes through different phases. We can summarize them in 4. The first phase is consume. Users want to view some profile-related information, some wine reviews on the internet. In this phase, they just have to set up some credentials, meaning password or email. And on the other side, we would reward them with the access to the entire application content. The second phase is create. Create on our platform. This encompasses the general user-generated content. In this phase, users also have to verify their identifiers, like SMS or email, and they would be allowed to create content on our application. Meaning, for example, populate their digital wine cellars or post a wine review and share their perception with other members of the community. The third phase is engage. This is when users start engaging in the application, meaning following private profiles or enabling private messages by other users. In this phase, we would ask the users additionally to secure their accounts with a second factor. For instance, an SMS or a one-time password or biometrics. And the last phase is transform and transact. This is when users add and access some sensitive data, for example, their payment information or their shipping addresses. In this phase, they have to re-authenticate in order to establish a privileged session that can last, for example, 10 minutes. All this has enabled an accelerated checkout. Oops. Yeah, and this is how it would look like. You just authenticate with your fingerprint, and the checkout is automatically pre-populated with your payment and shipping information. So on the whole, for us, the entire authentication experience has to fulfill 3 important requirements. It has to be minimal, purposeful, and ergonomic. Minimal because we don't want to ask the users for more than what we actually need. Purposeful because we always make sure that users know why we need certain information and how many benefits this could have. And ergonomic because we decided to use tools we know our community, our audience is very familiar with. That's why we are using right now native biometrics, like device native biometrics. For instance, fingerprint or Face ID, because we know they are really intuitive and very habitual for our users. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, then. Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Sophia. Thank you, Tilman. Now we have the coffee break. Let's be back promptly at 3:25 so that we can keep this schedule on the track. See you soon. Everybody, take your seats and welcome back. So next speaker is Shota Savada, and telling us how in Tier 4 they replace Identity Server with Ory. Take it off.
Thank you. All right, let's talk about how Tier 4 replaced Identity Server with Ory Stack. Firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Shota Sawada from Japan, and I'm auth engineer at Tier 4. We are making autonomous driving systems. This presentation based on these posts, Ory's case study in English, and the tech blog of our company in Japanese. Today, I will talk about replacement of our identity server. Ory open sources empower us to build secure ID stack quickly. Actually, we did it in 3 months, but everything is not perfect or smart. So I want to share with you how we did and how it is. This is the agenda of this presentation. Firstly, I will what environment our identity server is working in. Secondly, why we chose Ory Stack as a new architecture. Thirdly, architecture changes of our identity server. Fourthly, what works need for replacement. If you consider replacing your identity server, this chapter will be helpful. And finally, conclusion. All right, firstly, I will introduce what environment our identity server is working in. Our company, Tier 4, is developing software for autonomous driving. An identity server that we are developing is a web service for autonomous driving. Using our platform, customer can start autonomous driving services quickly. Our services are for developers of autonomous driving software, and service operator, car manufacturer, and technology providers. So our services are for all people who work for autonomous driving. There are many types of users. So we need an identity server like this. We need multi-purpose account type because our users are both individuals and enterprises. High productivity is also important because we are a startup. Actually, our team is 2 or 3 people. In addition, it's common things. It should be high reliability, high performance, and scalable. We have several services. For example, fleet management, remote vehicle control, and map builder. A lot of identity server is very simple. Authentication and issuing access token before using services. You know, there are other choices. Managed services or other open sources. But finally, we chose Ory Stack as a new architecture. Why? The biggest reason is data migration. Because the identity server is running service, smaller user impact is better. So we have 3 questions for new architecture. The first question is, can we change the identifiers for existing account? Our answer is no, because our system is a microservice architecture. As a system, passes user identifiers. So it would be difficult to find them all and replace them consistently. Next question is, can we reset user password? Unfortunately, our answer is never, because we didn't verify emails of users at the launch phase. So some users might use unreachable email addresses and they cannot reset passwords. And last question is, can we change the auth client ID and secret? Our answer is yes. But of course, you have been nice to migrate the auth secret, but we could ask to migrate it because clients are very close and not many. It's also important that we can contribute in case of open source. You know, an identity server leaves long span in general. The system should be well maintained, tested, and reliable. And it's important that we can work on the source code when problems or questions arise. Also, in that sense, Ory is best choice for us because Ory is open and kind to contributors. And our team is familiar with Go language. Actually, Kratos didn't have all essential features when we started thinking about new architecture. Then I raised an issue, discussed, implemented, and finally pull request was merged. That's why we could use Ory Stack as a new architecture. I believe we can resolve new issues when we face them in the future. Then next, I will show how we change the architecture. This is an identity server architecture before we replace it. This is a Django single system. Its features are just account management and account federation by OpenID Connect. This is super simple. But this system had problems. We used an OpenID Connect library, but this was no longer maintained and buggy. So we had to fork it and patch it. It was hard. But it was, and in addition, as other issues, memory leakage, stacking requests, and so on. So we need a lot of effort to maintain this system. So we wanted to replace it in the future, not urgent. But it was good timing to replace it because we had just removed legacy features and wanted to add new features. This is a new architecture. It became a microservice for monolith. We use 3 Ory open source, Kratos, Hydra, and Authkeeper. Let's see roles of each component. Kratos is a headless identity server that implements user management and authentication. It provides login, logout, user registration, profile management, account recovery, email verification, and multi-factor authentication. We don't need to implement these from scratch. Kratos is a core component of the new system. Next, Hydra is OAuth2 server and OpenID Connect provider. Many OpenID providers are full stack that includes identity server, but otherwise, as the Hydra, we can bring our own identity provider. In this system, Hydra is working with Kratos. Authkeeper is identity and access proxy, called as IAP, and access control decision API. Authkeeper works with Kratos and Hydra well, because all they are Ory products. Poseidon, as the central picture, is a Scratch application, implementing all other features. We named this Poseidon after Ory products, so I hope Ory does not release the same named product in the future. Anyway, Poseidon provides UI, additional validation for Kratos, working with Kratos and Hydra, mapping account identifiers to be compatible with all the system issued, and organization account for enterprise customer. From the next slide, I will describe request flows of each use case. The first use case is account management UI. Basically, Kratos provides core features and Poseidon provides its UI. Since we want to customize validation, Poseidon validates post requests before Kratos processes. So Poseidon acts as a reverse proxy for Kratos at this time. In the case of other pages, Authkeeper gets a request flow from Kratos and propagates to upstream. Next use case is account federation. To complete authorization code flow, each should pass login and user consent. At this flow, all components take something role. The flow starts from Hydra and redirects to Poseidon. Poseidon handles login and consent request working with Kratos, and reports result to Hydra. For now, we need such an implementation to work with Hydra and Kratos, but in the future, Kratos may support this. Final use case I want to introduce is admin API of Kratos, Hydra, and Poseidon. Before processing the request, Authkeeper requests Hydra to introspect the token and authorize the request. With Authkeeper, we can set it up easily. As an operation, we issue auth to clients for each admin API user. We know that it's not best practice, but for now, this is enough for a small team like us, because using admin API is very strong operation. This should be restricted, so clients would be fewer even if business scales somewhat. In the next slide, I will talk about what we did for replacement. We implemented Poseidon for replacement since this is a Scratch application. In this section, I will pick up two topics: mapping for account ID and organizational account. To keep a compatible user identifier with old system, Poseidon rolls as ID mapper. Unfortunately, old system issued number format ID, but ID should be UUID in Kratos. So a new system, Poseidon stores and creates both ID for all the users. And new user who registers after replacement, we don't issue number format ID. We use UUID issued by Kratos. So we have two types of ID format. This is our technology depth. The hardest things for me is implementing organization account. In our service, organization account is managed by organization administrators. So we have implemented to prevent users from deleting account or changing email addresses, and only organization administrators can do it. So that we need to validate before post Kratos. And we need organization policy. If user violates policy, they cannot use all other services. Kratos or Hydra don't support this because this is our original feature. We need it implemented by ourselves. As the organization account, organization administrators want to get all members of their organization. It needs to be queried by organization ID. But we cannot query by organization ID from Kratos, because Kratos cannot query by user attribute. Finally, we decided to copy some data from Kratos to get organization members by one query. But this is not smart. Thinking about it now, we might need to batch get identity Kratos API. The hardest thing, a data migration is significant for replacement. There is just two topics, user and auth client. User's attributes were just identifier, name, email address, and passwords. Just simple. To migrate user data, Poseidon fetches user data from Django, which is old system, and imports to Kratos via create identity API. You can migrate user data just two steps, but we need one more step, that is migrating user credential by updating Kratos database directory, because the importing credential feature was not available at the beginning of the year. So we had to run Kratos data, internal data structure and behaviors. I ran Kratos deeply through this activity. But now, you don't need it. You can import it easily. About password migration, we use PBKDF2 hashing algorithm, which is default in Django. To migrate it, we need to transform hashing password to a format which Kratos understands. Because PBKDF2 doesn't have global standard format. So hashing format in Django is different from Kratos. In Django, format is above, but in Kratos, format is below. So we need to transform when importing password to Kratos from Django. After migration, Kratos does not continue using PBKDF2. Once user authenticate using PBKDF2, Kratos migrate a format which you configured automatically. You can configure Argon2 ID or bcrypt as a hashing algorithm for Kratos. For migrating auth client, we can create clients with client ID and secret, like this command line. But usually, Hydra generates client ID and secret automatically if you execute the command without client ID and secret. Then, finally, conclusion. We completed replacing an ID server in 3 months by using Ory Stack. We need a lot of work because we want to features such as organization account. This is not supported features. Kratos is evolving day by day, so you may migrate your identity server with Ory Stack more easily. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you also for coming. And I have one question. The Django hash to PHC format, is that a tool you wrote, or did you write this in some code base? Because I think there's probably a couple more people who use Django and might consider to use this tool. So maybe it's a good option to have it open source or something.
Sorry, can you rephrase more?
Sorry. My question is, the tool that does this, is it available as open source? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is? Okay, cool. Maybe you can share it with me. I think a lot of people will be interested in the tool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting. So many developers using Django. So it would be great to migration tool as a open source. But PBKDF2 format at Kratos is PHE password hashing competition. I think it's great standard.
I also have a question. Did you consider using Keto for the organization mapping thing? I guess it might not have been around when you built that, but
So you're asking authorization?
Yeah, where you check if a user belongs to an organization.
Yeah. Today I didn't say that. We have another authorization server from Scratch application. So identity server, today I say that, is just issued access token. And the authorization server implemented token exchange. And that's also authorized request as the service for the services.
Okay. And not a question, but I wanted to point out that this hashing algorithm in general, you contributed, right? So it was not there in Kratos before, but you did that. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
More questions? If not, thank you, Shata, for such an insightful journey and sharing your journey to Ory system. For our gratitude for your sharing.
Thank you.
And I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, a few minutes break, and we will continue.
Continue in like, what is it, 7 minutes? Nice.
And I thought you had a bottle of wine here.
I wish I was upstairs doing the interview and I was all the time seeing if I have enough time to get a glass of wine. But we didn't.
He was very excited.
Ja, der war echt aufgeregt.
Ja,
ja ich weiß.
Hello. Your presentation is like in a...
Upside down?
Yeah, like in a weird format.
What?
Not you. The guy who's speaking next.
Okay.
The presentation was not.
Hi.
Quick question regarding the name. Should we change it?
If we change the name, is it okay? Is it okay for you?
Sorry, Arthur. Can you
Ist das von der
share it again?
Ich glaube, das ist irgendwie...
No,
you are next. Like after this guy, you are next. And do you want to speak with a microphone or like?
I would rather have that.
You want a headset? Okay, good.
Do you announce yourself? So
Yes.
Next on is Harry, and then thank you, Harry.
Huh?
Yeah.
because it looks like landscape format.
It's still the same, sagen die anderen.
All right, welcome back. We all know that even paranoids have enemies, and just because you're paranoid doesn't mean that they are not after you. But in order to know whether we need to have an expert in security we need or medical expert to see your head, that's why you have to know and understand how to do threat modeling. And Arthur Balsam is going to be giving us a primary how the threat modeling should be done. Arthur, go ahead.
Would love to present to you the topic which is somehow omitted with when we are talking about the security development. So it's threat modeling. So the presentation title is Threat Modeling 101 and aka hacking application on paper, which is very clickbaity, but hopefully you won't be regret this presentation. Small slide about me. So I used to be the penetration tester only, so I came from this offensive side of security. Right now I consider myself more as a builder, so authentication, authorization solutions, automation of all of the security processes inside the product company, but I'm also doing the penetration testing and all of the stuff that you could imagine as security development lifecycle. So our opening question would be how to do the threat modeling. Before even starting, what is the threat modeling? So the answer is pretty simple and pretty clear and not very obvious. So just do it. So you need to start somewhere, and probably tomorrow is Friday, so it's not the best place to start the threat modeling, but maybe Monday, maybe next sprint. It's very nice process or maybe technique that you can implement in like a very slick way. So we know not how to do it, but that we need to do it. So let's find out what the threat modeling isn't. So the threat modeling isn't any kind of replacement for any kind of security development lifecycle activity. So it won't replace your penetration testing, your pipelines, or all of the tools like static code analysis, the dynamic code analysis, dependency checks. It won't cover any of this. It will be the additional activity, but it's on the early phase, so you can somehow put it in between the security requirements and like first scans. So this is like the designing phase. So you will include security in your product on this early phase of the product. And it's very valuable for the developers, of course, because you will get your potential vulnerability or the threats in your JIRA before even the first line of the code is created. So I think it's pretty okay. Definitely, it's better than getting it on the incident on already developed product. Definitely, it's good for the penetration tester because they are getting like the blueprint for the penetration test. And it's good for the, let's call the management or chief information security officers, because they are getting ready to ship product for ISO certification, for example, or PCI, so the how to handle credit card data certification. They will get the ready to show to the auditor threat modeling of your product, of your functionality, and all of this stuff. And it's not a silver bullet, I know, but it's like implementing security on this early phase. So we know that we need to do the threat modeling, and we know what the threat modeling is not. So let's find out what the threat modeling is. So this is something I would call the minimal valuable product. So we have like only 3 questions. So the first one, what we are creating. So we need to know what we are creating actually. And on the early phase, it's sometimes hard, but it needs to be like, we need to know what we need to consider about the security. Next thing is what can go wrong. So this is the actual part when we are looking for the threats to our product or business. And the third one, the last one, is what can go wrong with the threats and how we are going to respond to that, or how we are going to mitigate it even before the threats will be implemented into our product. And this is like very, as I said, it's very minimum, and probably some of you might be familiar with Microsoft Stride methodology or framework. The Stride comes from the acronym of spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevation of privilege. There are multiple publications about the Stride. One of the most famous, I think, is the Adam Shostak big book about that. It's a huge publication about the threat modeling and the Stride. Definitely something that you would love to see. But it's like, you know, everything what comes from the Microsoft is rather bulky, rather big, and you cannot really easily implement it to like one feature job, or you can, but it's kind of complex to do it on a not daily basis, but maybe sprint basis. There is also the PASTA threat modeling, which is the acronym of process of attack simulation and threat analysis, but it's more like it's trying to combine the business perspective and this technical perspective, let's call it that way. So yes, and there is the third one, and probably the most close to what I'm going to show you. So the rapid threat modeling. So it's somehow combine Stride methodology with a little bit like lightweight activities during the actual threat modeling. As we have some kind of limited time, I will show you how to do it on the like actual feature, threat modeling. So let's how to do the perfect threat modeling. And probably this is already first catch. It won't be perfect because we have limited time, but it's probably very similar to what you are going to have in your environment. So limited time, limited personnel for the attending this kind of session. So let's do it a good threat modeling. And it will take us like 15 minutes, and we will get some of the threats that might be possible in our feature that I will show you in a second. So our example is the password reset. And with this AXKCD comic, you can already see like one of the first or the second catch of the threat modeling. So do not overthink some of the cases, because yes, of course, we can consider, in our example, we will get the link generation in some cryptographic method, or some like random number generator used in our case. But yeah, of course, we can consider like post-quantum computer world will be different, and we need to think about like if the RSA will be still valid or not. But it might spoil our like the threat modeling session if we are going to overthink like bigger threats or state-founded agents that they are trying to steal something from us. We need to focus about something that we can somehow fix on this early phase, or somehow mitigate it further into an implementation, for example. So it will be much simpler that way. But of course, we need to also take into the account that our product would be in some kind of interest spotlight of the state-funded attackers. But it might be having a good product will be enough for them as well. So yep. So this is our example, the password reset. Everyone knows how it works. It's a little bit like close to our hearts with this conference because the Ory is maintaining similar cases. So password reset for us. So the first point that you would love to have on this session is of course people. So to have like 2 or 3 people to have a discussion. So it's the big tip: have a discussion about your product. So the first thing, you need to somehow decide what you would like to threat model. So in our case, the scope is pretty small. We have like limited scope for our feature, so we do not have like the huge application, for example, that we would love to threat model. So we need to divide and conquer probably in many cases. It's better, this is like the pro tip, it's better to think about multiple sessions with the shorter way, shorter time, rather than big one session, because it will be harder to maintain. Definitely, you need to think also about what is the actual business of this. Because in password reset, yeah, it's kind of valuable, but you can sometimes have also the safety on your mind, like the safety of the people if you're working between the on some different style of product, like my colleague from presentation before talk. Yeah, it might affect also some other stuff. Yes, the next thing that we need to define in our threat modeling is the actors. Actors, they are like users actually, and we of course we can define the attackers and stuff like this, but in our case, in our legitimate scenario, we have like this one actor, which is anonymous user, so not authenticated user, that wants to have his credentials back, or rather wants to have his access back to our application. The second thing is the assets, so what we are going to actually defend from getting. So in our case, the user account or the access to the user account is our asset that we would love to defend. The third one is components. So we will define the components in the diagram. It will be way faster, but we have like the authentication service, we have the mail service, and we have the database, and we have the additional component of the queue. We have data flows, and the data flows are crucial for us. It will be seen on the diagram. You can see how the data flow through the diagram, but I will be on that topic later on. And the trust boundaries, and the trust boundaries are something which is a little bit tricky because it says like what you are trusting. And in our case, of course, we do have, like, for example, mutual TLS for the microservice level. So the applications are authenticated between each other. So we can decide, like, we are not threat modeling this part of application, like this, I don't know, Istio or whatever product we are having the service mesh, for example. So we are trusting that the application is legitimate, that they are talking to each other. And that's fine. So that's how you can use the trust boundaries. So the foundation of our threat modeling, this is something that we need to know what we are doing. So we are doing our product. We need the diagram of this actual flow. So the diagrams, you can do it either way. So you can do it on the session, so synchronize with everyone else on the session. It's way better. You have already the discussion how the product should look like. You have discussion between the stakeholders of the product. It's very nice. You can have already the discussion how the product should look like. So it's very nice. After a while, you can have also the async version of the creating the diagram. So someone is creating the diagram and everyone else is getting familiar with that. Starting with synchronized session and then going to the async is, I think, the best way, especially in this time of age. and because yes, we cannot always meet. So that's it about the how to create the diagrams, and what kind of diagrams we would like to create is another topic. So the popular opinion is DFD, so data flow diagrams. They are probably most of you are familiar with data flow diagrams. They are pretty easy to create with various of tools. And they are saying everything what we want to know, so how the data flows through the system. And of course, there is also another topic, another opinion. So the unpopular opinion is C3 model, especially the something between the container diagram and the component diagram, so the level 2 and 3. I think it's sometimes easier if you are like working on the C4. It's sometimes easier to like implement the threat modeling, let's say, culture into your company. So that's the second opinion, less popular, I would say. But there is the third one, and it's SUM diagram, and it's very unpopular opinion. So if everyone in the meeting or everyone in the company are familiar with other diagrams, it's okay to use them. And if you can see how the data flow on this kind of diagram, it's also fine. So this is our diagram. So this is diagram of our feature. So as you can see here, we have this anonymous user with a little bit of square head. There is the web application, authentication service, database, queue, which could be a Kafka, for example, and the mail service. And as you can see here, there are some flows of the data and how the user is interacting with each component. So get familiar with this for a little bit. And in a second, we will go through the next slide. So the actual threat modeling. Yeah, I think it's enough. We will see this this slide once more with additional data. So the next part of the threat modeling is brainstorming. So actual hacking the application. On the paper, because I've already said that, but this is like the designing phase, so it's way before first line of the code. Maybe some of you are familiar with coding or programming on the paper during the university times, so yeah, it's very similar. So that brainstorming, this is our actual threads that can be, this is way where we will find the threats to our application. So the good thing is about the brainstorming is to create some kind of discussion. So the main reason why to have this on site, it's easier to have a discussion about the product because someone is going to like write or draw some arrow in the wrong direction, and we have already the discussion about the security. It's valuable to have like the security guy inside the team or being as the host of the meeting, but it's not necessary. You can think about all of the threats, especially this kind of threats on this early phase, and all of the, let's say, technical threats can be addressed with the tooling, with the penetration testing later on, because we are not teaching them anyway. So we can start with, or we can start our brainstorming. So it's fairly simple to have the some kind of threats. So let's see this diagram. It's already have some threads in it. So then we can discuss it. This is not all of the threads that you can find. It's no way you can find them. There is like multiple other threads that can be identify here. So starting with anonymous user. So as you can see here, we have only one type of user, so it's anonymous user, and how the application will behave. So the first threat would be how the application will behave when the anonymous user won't be anonymous, but will be authenticated user. So for example, with the Outkeeper and Kratos, we have like this, I don't know, authorization header with the reference token, and it will be checked by the Outkeeper against the Kratos, and it will be included into the, for example, header JWT token will be provided to out service. And what happens then when the reset endpoint will be called? So if we think already about this. So the next thing, going with the flow, is this is called, I think, password reset poisoning. So if we can provide with this APIs to reset the email, so to provide the email, if we can provide, for example, 2 emails at once, or rather than string of the email, we will provide a table of the emails. What will happen then? The next thing, going through the authentication service, we have like weak param/link generation. So this is like the pretty obvious threat. If we are going to generate in the authentication service the link, or how we are going to generate it, actually, that's the questions. If it will be like a plain text of our email, which is super bad, to some very nice cryptography or UID or that kind of stuff, that it's pretty good. That's the question. So going later, we have the queue. We have probably, we don't think about the ACLs. We don't think about the authentication, because authentication service and mail service has it, like mutual TLS, but they don't have the, but the Kafka does not have. I'm not checking it, for example. So going down, mail service is sending this this reset link to email of the anonymous user, and the reset link is not expiring, or what is worse, can be used multiple times. That's the worst case scenario, and it's pretty easy to somehow miss it. Then the user is clicking into the link and resetting link. So we do have the problem with not defined behavior here, because this is written already that the password is deleted, but the setting of the password is in the like 3 points further into the way. So it might be a problem. It might be a user without any kind of password, and still it can be somehow unlocked. So we should block it before, or we should only update the password. Then we have also what about the concurrent session, right? So if we have concurrent session on the other browser, what happens then with the user? And the last but not least, if the reset password is omitting the password policy. So if, for example, we are using a different API and we don't really care then by the password policy. And all of these findings were found on a sometimes threat modeling. I would say like 50% of them were found during the threat modeling for the authentication service. But these are like all of that. It's legitimate to have it on your password reset. So as you can see here, like creating this threat modeling and finding all of this stuff, it's not a big list, will be beneficial for you, because finding it on the early phase, on the designing phase of your software, will be way cheaper than having this kind of consideration after the penetration testing, how to fix it on the auditing phase of your application, actually. So traps and fallbacks, think like you, because there are many people saying like, think like attacker, and if you are not penetration tester, if you are not the attacker, it might be pretty hard to think as someone who you are not. So this is like, you don't have to think like a dolphin. And the next thing is best finite non-existent. So best, it won't be the best, but if you're going to have some frequency to your product and you will get all of your flows in some time, or your crucial flows, it will be way better than having the best. Finite, it's also not probably not existent, because if you are deploying every single day, it's not possible to have like threat modeling. But if you are doing like threat modeling once a year and deploying once per day, it's like useless probably. And non-existent because, yeah, it's better to have something than nothing. So thanks a lot. That's all from what I can prepared for you today. But if you have any questions, please ask right now, or we can have discussion on the Slack channel.
We have time for one question. All right, thank you, Arthur, for this. Oh, sorry, there was.
Oh.
Yeah. One question. So, when you're talking about threat modeling, is it like a whole set of methodologies, or is it like a kind of standardized? So, is it a creative process of careful looking, or is it like a checklist which you go through?
So answering that questions, or one question actually, there is the STRIDE methodology, and if you look carefully into that, you will get like the actual list of threats that are possible. But for example, it will be like, you need to think a little bit like about the threats. It will be way beneficial for you rather than getting the big, huge list. In many corporations, like the huge companies, you will get something like the Excel that you need to fill in about your new product or your new feature, of your Google Sheet, and you will like, put some data in here and the security team will review it. But I think it's not very, beneficial if you are doing it as a whole rather than the actual meeting when you are thinking about how to break your application. You can create your own list, which is somehow specified. For example, if you are using WebSocket, you can create a small list, what you need to remember when implementing, when designing WebSockets. And that will be, I think, way better than basing on some big lists about asking you if you're using, I don't know, you're making some kind of safe memory operations when you are using, I don't know, some safe language in the terms of the memory.
Okay. So if I have existing sequence diagrams, for instance, and if I put annotations of potential threats, then that would be threat modeling, right?
Yeah, and if you have like, I have like this thread that I can, I don't know, enumerate all of our users through the password reset, because I think this is a thread that I didn't show. So you can enumerate all of the users because of this functionality will give you the errors if the user does not exist. So I cannot send this user an email. So if you did that, and you will think about the mitigation, so to have like generic error or to have like 204 HTTP response in every single time, so without showing the error, you will see the mitigation. So you will have the diagram, so you know what you are doing, you know the threat, and you have some kind of mitigation. And that's, you can say it's okay to call it threat modeling.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. And we have a short break, and we continue after that. Thank you, Arthur.
Thanks a lot.
My name is Harry Hursti. I'm a lifelong hacker and security researcher. Originally from Finland, nowadays living in the United States. And this summer I have been in a number of hacker conferences having a similar talk than this about the Executive Order 14008. So 14,028. And this is about why Zero Trust, what it is, why governments are pushing it, a little bit of primer. So this is a non-technical talk. So what started it? Well, first of all, Zero Trust didn't start from Snowden, but Snowden was definitely a turning point. It was the time when governments had a wake-up call and understood the security model they are using is broken, something needs to be fixed. And as a result, over the years, people started working on the topic until the massive push of zero trust started to formalize, and now we are in a situation where governments, multiple governments, are pushing zero trust. I have a huge amount of slides. I'm just not going to read this through most of the time. It's just going to be going its own life. Zero trust is a journey. It is not a thing which is fixed. We are going to be learning along this journey how we deal with this new security model. The main point is it's edgeless. It's always evolving, and where we are going to go with this journey, we don't know. If this presentation would be the future me giving this presentation 5 years from now, I bet none of the slides would be the same when I talk about the topic. And one of the things which have been recently changing this whole idea of zero trust is open source intelligence. Obviously, open source intelligence got boosted massively by Ukrainian war. When we look at McKinsey's 4 megatrends paper, which they published in August, they listed 4 megatrends: zero trust architecture, digital identity, privacy engineering, and explainable artificial intelligence. Ory is addressing 3 out of 4. Also, see who is missing. Blockchain has always been a solution looking for a problem, and it never found a problem. So now it's gone. Good riddance. When we look open source intelligence, it's good to understand no one is immune. First thing you should do as a security practitioner is search your own company. Go to these open source intelligence sites and look what your company is going to be looking like if you're outside. Because open source intelligence allows your enemies, your attackers, to do all attack planning, reconnaissance, without ever sending a single packet to your moat, to your firewall. The time when they first time communicate with your system, the game is already over. They already know how to come in. This island is completely prohibited and has been for a long time. Kronstadt is the center of the town, and this is a Kotlin island. This is the island here in front of the St. Petersburg, where the naval forces and the defense of St. Petersburg is. There cannot be anything in our European side, in Russia, which they guard more than Kotlin Island. Every dot in WiggleNet, and if you go there and zoom in, you can click and you see what device it is, what MAC address it is, and all the parameters, what kind of device it is. You can go any military base in the world, pull it out in Wiggle, and you find all of these devices. You can look your own company, your own home, and guess what? There it is. Wonderful and beautiful. And this is also used all the time in the intelligence world. For example, in attribution, attack comes, you have something leaked, like MAC address, which usually is not carried, but it's leaked in layer 2. And there's a famous case where an attack, which was hard to be attributed where it came from, it was identified by Wiggle to come from Iranian embassy because of the MAC address. We have so much information available. We have no idea how it's going to be used. The information is already out. So, for example, a SAR, synthetic aperture radar satellites, they are Israeli company, one of them, Finnish company called ISI. That data is commercially sold, and nobody thought what could be an open source intelligence use for it until one guy came up with a crazy idea. Can I find a radar interference from the map? Can I identify secret military radars from commercially available maps? Yes, you can. Anywhere. That is actually, if you go to Ukraine and you process it, you can go and look anywhere in the world, because that data is commercially available and the software is now free of charge. Open source intelligence changed everything. So, when we are in a war, and we are at war, cyber war never ended. Cold War just transitioned to cyber war. Every other domain we are fighting the war is a natural domain, which have laws of nature, and laws of, physical laws, mathematics. But when we look information space and cyberspace, those are the only places where we have man-made domain war. We don't have a rules of engagement. We don't have even a universal idea of time, because time itself is elusive in both information space and cyberspace. Information space actually lives in our head. So it's a very interesting war we are fighting. And when Ukrainian war is ending, as all wars like that do, we will be still in this war. And right now, the massive transition is, one by one, different countries' militaries are actually seeing information space as a separate discipline, a separate branch from cyberspace. No longer those two are the same. Now, if we look what zero trust brings, not only our defenses in the cyberspace have been ineffective, but more importantly, we haven't been thinking about what our defenses in information space. Zero trust is the first philosophy and methodology which harmonizes and brings defenses we use in cyberspace to start to have the foundation and the first baby steps of building a technological defenses in the information space. We also have to remember that we are missing one thing: human firewall. Because we don't have human firewall, everything that comes through our ears and eyes, it's going to be still going rent-free to our brains. So that is something which we cannot help. When we look at traditional attacks, this is a consequential year. We have a lot of attacks which go around the world. I will raise barcodes. Barcode attacks started in South America about 10 years ago. They stayed in South America until it took 5 years, and they all of a sudden came to Japan, of all the places. They spent a little bit of time in Japan. Now they are starting in Europe and US, 10 years after South America. Nobody knows why. In Europe, they are mainly phishing attacks with QR codes. In US, they are actually fake driving licenses. So the barcode which I use commonly in this is the driving license barcode. If you look at SDR, software-defined radio, side channel attacks, we have no way today to understand where it's going to go. The technology is now so cheap that with $30, you get a device which costed, 15 years ago, millions. You can just order it from Amazon. Completely, it's not in part of Wassenaar Accord, it's not dual use. Completely legal, completely usable. And of course, during the coronavirus time, when everybody else went to work remotely, crime went to cyber for health and safety reasons. You have to be responsible in the area of crime. Anyway, so we are in a situation where everything is changing. We are looking at the social media weaponization. We are changing the way we communicate because we were so long without physical community. Social engineering, automated, industrial scale tools for social engineering have been raising. All of this happens. And we have to find a way to defend ourselves. Very important part is that hardware is the new software. All hardware is today, if you look microchip, it's actually defined by programming language, which then will spit out the mask for the chip. So in that sense, it's a software. But also, there's so much microcode, firmware, etc. Software is everywhere in hardware. And hardware costs, design costs, are plummeting. So we have to look at the supply chain, we have to look at the foundries, all of this. So now, zero trust. A lot of people didn't even know that existed until, say, 4 years ago, or more likely 2020. If we look where Snowden is in the whole timescale, which started the government interest in this, that is in the middle of the street. As previously said, success have many fathers. We definitely have many fathers. And there was a long time when this was starting. In the terms of IT, in the terms of everything security, this is a dinosaur era. So this is so old. So we must understand this very well, right? Absolutely not. We do have documents, and we have some common ideas, but it's a cold rush. We have so much commercial interest to go after this wonderful, shiny little idea, which can be sold as snake oil. And most of the things sold here is snake oil. Ory is unique because we are verifiable, because our heart is open source heart. If you look at the black boxes which are in the market, that's where you are being sold something you don't even know what you're buying. Also, we have to understand that zero trust is a fundamental change of thinking. If you take zero trust and start to put it in place without changing your thinking, you probably are making a disservice to your security. You're probably going to be weakening your security. So the first thing is to change the way you think. Understand what it is. See through the different ideas which are there. And also understand that while we have been doing what we have done, enterprises have lost the control of their own data. If you go today and say, where are your most valuable data? The enterprise doesn't know. Maybe it's in workloads. Maybe it's in that container, cloud. What is the jurisdiction? What laws applies to that? Nobody knows. Compliance officers happily smiling and saying, well, you know, it's somewhere there. So we have to understand that the whole definition of layer has changed. This is the traditional old OSI model, all the layers, and every single layer, of course, have its favorite type of attack. It has their own protocols, but every layer is vulnerable. And a lot of the security is actually believing that the layer above is taking care of my problem, or I can trust the layer below. When you think zero trust, you are in a situation where you have to assume that every layer is hostile. Every single element of your network will be compromised. You cannot trust anything. When I was in RSA this summer, June, 1/3 of the companies had humongous signs saying zero trust. So I took my chances against coronavirus and started doing Gallup. Walk from booth to booth and say, I want to buy your zero trust. What are you selling to me? Every top 5 answer was wrong, or source side didn't have the big picture. Even if the company's website had the right answers, the people on the sales booth and trade floor didn't have the right answers. This again tells something. The demand in a market is so high that the customers who are buying don't know what they want. I want to have one internet with some zero trust, please. They don't know what it is. They just want to have it and yesterday. And check the box. Again, you cannot buy zero trust. Zero trust is a journey. It's a change of thinking. And it's a set of tools you can do today to start your journey. But it's only going to be start because we don't know where we are going. We don't know what's going to be happening down the road. Also, now when governments got into this game, they realized something very important: supply chain. Before this, supply chain worries, what kept people in the intelligence agency and IT intelligence community waked at night, were spiked, augmented hardware. All right, well, that's bad, and that happens, but what about software? It was a cold realization: software supply chains are not controlled. What is the answer? Well, a number of answers are available. There are technical tools like software bill of material, that you know what are the ingredients of your software, and when new vulnerabilities are found, the Computer Emergency Response Task Force, CERT, or emergency team can just type it in and see what all software has that module, and you can go and fetch it out. Again, the other problem is, well, if it's compiled code, how you know what is in your binary? How you know what libraries have been included there? So even if you know the source code, you still have to be worrying about the binary, but at least if you have the source code, you have some advantages. So therefore, right now, governments are saying, wait a minute, we need security critical applications to be open source. And if it's not open source, you have to tell us, you have to tell yourself why it's not open source. Open source is the default acceptance model. Everything else has to be justified. And this, again, open source hardware too. So the fundamental thinking, and one of the key elements is, today when we are in a dinosaur batting zoo era, we have trust but verify idea. That's wrong. We have to go never trust and always verify. By the way, the trust and verify, which was made famous by a couple of American presidents as a saying, that actually is a bastardization of a Russian proverb. What comes around, goes around, comes around. So again, we have to be looking this from an edgeless network, not trusting, everything is hostile, and everything has to be evaluated in the context. If you don't value it in the context, you're not evaluating it. And we have ignored the usability aspect of security. The users hate cumbersome things. If you make security which is unusable or makes their life difficult, as a result, they will invent a creative way to get rid of the security and bypass everything you have built. Zero trust is an opportunity for us as security practitioners, make security usable. Whether it's to implement a passwordless logins, whether it's implementing other measures which are making the user to not needing to do extra steps unless absolutely necessary, it makes the security better by making it usable. And this is really something where zero trust is a humongous opportunity, not only as a technology and as a way to get the security in technology side and a philosophy side better, but actually make it more usable. And the key thing is that today, when we in moat and castle, we are defending the fort, we have to be starting the crown jewels. So instead of protecting the server, you are thinking, what is the most valuable? What do I actually care about? Give it an identity, and then start mapping it. So no trust, no implied trust, based on the server logical location or anything. Assign identities, assign what the workflows, assets you want to guard, use open source, open standards. Interoperability is amazingly important because otherwise you end up in a mess where you are having multiple systems parallel, and of course that will introduce the weak point, and the weakest link, how you get through it. And today we already see a well-meaning but misinformed parties who are fighting against this by claiming if you have a strong identity, it will kill privacy and anonymity. It has to survive. We have to preserve anonymity. We have to preserve privacy. Otherwise, the people, the users, will reject identity, strong identities. And without that, we are going to be dead. Again, multiple models happening, rethinking is needed, and we are going to have more of these catalytic events, whether it's the old cold cloud or bring your own disaster, we will have the next pandemic, next war, whatever. We have to be ready to adapt. The crime is adapting. That's why they're so good in what they do. We as a defenders have to be adapting too. To fight the snake oil cell, this is the standard. The current standard, special publication 800-207, was started in 2018 and was finalized just after coronavirus. So our current standard is not including all the changes of security and the world, what happened because of coronavirus. It hasn't even started to look into what happened with the Ukraine war, how that has accelerated. But we have a standard, and this standard is what governments are looking. And as you see already, for example, Japanese government has been already starting to implement that. European Union is on the path. This is the standard. In May 12th, last year, the president ordered White House ordered executive order 14028, executive order improving national cybersecurity. The key thing of that document is calls for private-public partnership. It actually puts a lot of the pressure on the private sector, and it underlines the zero trust and open source as the key elements. Again, Office of Budget Management in this year, January 26th, put the requirements out, put a deadline, end of financial year, fiscal year 24, to be compliant, and set up the financial requirements, and also this is even more putting pressure to the private sector, saying if you want to do business with the US government, federal government, you better comply. This applies to private sector and other governments. Again, the strategy got published, which is a long document. All the documents here are, by the way, if you go to whitehouse.gov, you find the links to all of these documents. So now you start to have the strategy published. NIST is very active. NIST is actually following real time, basically, what the milestones has happened. And I can tell you from personal experience, when the order was issued on 12th of May, the first call when an agency was talking to the private sector, what the hell you need to do, that was 2 weeks later. It's unheard of how quickly the government started pushing this and how they're following it up. It's also following other areas. NIST is already putting an IoT paper out. So we are already looking into where everywhere this needs to go. And this journey continues because, again, on September 14th, less than a month ago, came another document enhancing security of software supply chain and delivering secure government experience. This document is focusing on open source. This is focusing on what you need to do to make certain that your software is safe. And again, that document was followed by a memorandum to all heads of executive departments and agencies. Mark my word, unlike usually when governments are issuing a paper and everybody happily ignores it, this is not it. This is an international wave, and this is something what you cannot ignore. You have to look into the requirements, because these requirements are tripling down your supply chain. If your customer is doing something with the government, it starts to come down, and you have to take a look into what this means to you. And again, open source levels this playfield. Inherently, when you don't know what your software is doing, and you are in a situation where you have to be dealing with the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, or you are prohibited to reverse engineering, all of that, you as a defender are fighting the fight with your hands tied behind your back. Open source is the way to level the playfield. It gives you, as a defender, ability to look what the software is doing and validate it, verify it. And we have to look also at the other areas. It is not only the software bill of health. We are going to have a cryptographic bill of health. We are going to have the same kind of documents and same kind of inventories, which are going to be validated to other areas of software, operational, security, etc. So we are going to have a lot more bills of materials we need to be producing in order to understand how everything works. And tokens as a cryptographic material, that is going to be, when SBAM is the software bill of material, that's going to be CBAM, cryptographic bill of materials. Again, always, always, always verify. If you cannot verify, if you cannot continuously validate everything, if you cannot bring the context into what you're looking, you are not getting your job done right. And you have to remember that we humans, we make misconceptions. We think that authenticated very often is same as trusting. And you can trust once you authenticate. No. The only authentication tells you that this is the party, but it doesn't give you a validation. So, all is fair in love and war and stealing your stuff. And especially in the area of understanding how the philosophy works, you have to be very careful. Call for fiction is beautiful. And one of the things which a lot of people are saying in security, saying, I think like my enemy. I can think like an enemy. No, you are thinking like you would wish that your enemy is thinking. And the one thing about enemies is they don't always agree. They do their own thing. So that's the problem. We have to have a critical thinking and understanding what is happening, and understanding and evaluating our own decisions against the environment we're working. We humans are broken. Our strength is we build communities. And when we build communities, for that we need to imply trust. We love convenience, and we are assigning trust to places where they shouldn't be issued. And because we created computers, because we created software, we actually inadvertently gave them our weaknesses and our flaws. So hence, computers do have a tendency to trust their users. USB Oh, it's got to be keyboard. I love it. So we always build inherently insecure systems. And as a result, we have different ways of attacking the system. And 0 days, we have a different kind of models, how we attack that. And one thing which you have to remember, all countries are not the same. In China, you are required to report 0 day immediately to the government, because it might be useful. In other countries, we report them government so that it gets reported to everybody else and it gets fixed. And one thing which is very important, and this is something what I keep on saying, we have a wrong word when we say disclosure, responsible disclosure. Responsible disclosure means that the vendor, the software creator, the hardware creator, has a seat on the table and say, oh, we cannot release it yet, it will be irresponsible. Instead, coordinated disclosure. You have 60 days, it's going to go out. Because nothing is worse than vulnerability you don't know about. And you are naked and you don't know it, and you don't know how to mitigate against it. So, as a conclusion, Zero Trust is a journey. It is a philosophy. It is a fundamental change of multiple paradigms in security thinking. And once you start the journey starts from here. Before you touch your keyboard, think about what it means. And again, there's no substitute for verifiability, and open source the only one which brings that. 1 minute over. Thank you. So we will need to take a short break because the microphone needs to be, the headset to transfer the next speaker, so we will continue in a few minutes.
Okay. So we had a question on Ory's talk on the community Slack. So the question was, never trust, always verify. In my mind, will always add latency. Does that mean those of us that do things correctly could look worse than competitors who are more relaxed with security?
There has been a number of times in history where companies who are irresponsible are neglecting the security in order to get a market competitive edge. Unfortunately, security always adds latency. There's no way around it. Again, the latency can be minimized like what Ory Network is doing, but there's always an additional something which comes. Even if there's no network connectivity, it's then costs CPU cycles. So the key here is to use tools like Ory Network, which minimizes the penalty, the latency, but the latency will always be there. Okay. So, all right. It's my pleasure to introduce Ilya, Miguel,
that's me,
and Dominic Lexe, and they are going to have a talk about the One Auth Gateway and to authenticate them all. Give a hand for them and take your stage is yours.
Thank you guys, really happy to be here. As already introduced, my name is Ilya. I'm the technical product owner. Together with me I have Dominik Lexe, he's our cloud solution architect. And today it's all about one authentication gateway to authenticate them all, or how did we build a standard solution for managing authentication of traffic for applications on our platform. Agenda, as always. It's going to be very simple. We're going to first introduce ourselves, introduce the company we work for. We're going to talk about the different challenges that our company was facing. Then I will transition to Dominik, who will cover objectives, the solution, and also the learnings. So let's get it started. Who are we? We are Jochen Schweizer Maides Group. We are a company that you might have heard of. You can see our products in the different shops. We are operating in the voucher and the experience business. So if you ever are in a situation where you need to find a present for your friend or somebody who you like or for your beloved, check out Maides and Jochen Schweizer. So a bit of an advertisement there. What does it actually mean to be Jochen Schweizer Maides Group? So a Jochen Schweizer Maides Group is a company that contains several brands, each of which focuses on a specific business channel. Maides and Jochen Schweizer, you'll probably know. Maides is focused on more romantic experiences, where Jochen Schweizer is more extreme sports, adrenaline rush, and those are the type of the experience that you sell there. Regiondo focuses not on B2C, but rather on the B2B channels. The aim there is to help our business partners to manage their portfolios, manage their experiences. Now, all of those companies came together at the area of 2018, 2019, and when people come together, you have a lot of opportunities, you have a lot of benefits that come with it, but as well as that, there's one big problem that comes with it, and that's alignment. So as you can see here, this is something that we as a platform team had to actually deal with. You have four stakeholders. You have the Regiondo, which is B2B, Jochen Schweizer and Maides, which focus on B2C, and guess what? Jochen Schweizer Maides Group is a separate stakeholder who is actually focusing on internal solutions for which you also need services and infrastructure. You also have to take into the consideration that each of those brands and each of those stakeholders have their own services that they have developed over time. They're not a brand new startup. They are companies with a history, and you have to take that into the account. They have their own services and their own infrastructure. As a result, what that meant for us, we wanted to make all of those brands thrive. We wanted to reduce the complexity of all those brands. And what that meant for us and for all of the IT department, well, you have to promote reusability. Have services that everybody can use, that you can reuse as much as possible. Instead of introducing bicycles, wheels, or inventing new wheels, you just use whatever is there, and you make it accessible to everybody else. Same goes for platform. We all know we can use Kubernetes, we can use Docker, we can use anything you want, and you have many of it. You can always make a good example, but then the point is how to make it simple, how to make it less complex, and how to make it fast. And as a result, we wanted to have an identity and access management system as part of our platform, something very simple, something very usable, and something very straightforward for our developers to benefit from. And Dominik will take care.
Thank you. So Ilya and me, we are part of the platform team, and we are basically offering the different development teams infrastructure services, platform services, shared services, and in our setup, identity and access management is also built into the platform. And part of identity access management is selection of identity providers, for example, and also authentication. So you can deal with the authentication problem in many ways. We have basically the alternatives. So do we let all development teams solve their problem on their own, or do we as a platform team provide a standard solution as part of our platform? And we went for the standard solution as part of our platform. And in this talk, we want to also present how we did that, what were the challenges, and especially which components of the Ory stack helped to to provide that. So when we want to, and I'm only talking about authentication as a service here basically, and when we want to centralize it, we want to have a component like, which we call authentication gateway. So what were the objectives of the authentication gateway? So the authentication gateway on our platform should abstract from different identity providers, and that means we wanted to avoid a scenario where we have like strong coupling between like 50 backend services, for example, and specific identity providers. When I'm talking about identity providers, I mean AWS Cognito, for example, for B2C actors, or Azure AD for employee users, but also social IDPs like Facebook or Google. Second, we wanted to establish a common internal identity representation in our services, so that basically these services, regardless of the IDP, of the external identity provider, through which the user authenticated in the first place, the identity to the services should look the same. And I'm going into more detail later on during the talk. Third, with the shared service, we wanted to reduce development effort for the backend service teams, because if we won't do that, we need to establish added value in the platform team, otherwise they could implement authentication on their own. Fourth, we wanted to reduce the service for implementation errors, and as you know from practice, they can happen easily, and especially when you, for example, during token verification, you can make tons of mistakes. All right, so after, and that was 2 years ago when we started this, after proof of concepts, and we've done proof of concepts with Ory Authkeeper, but also several alternatives. Alternatives which we looked at were, for instance, Keycloak, Gatekeeper, but also more like complete solutions, API gateway solutions, not really comparable, but we also looked into them, were Ambassador or Kong. And I want to share here the outstanding reasons which made us decide for Ory Authkeeper instead of the alternatives. Actually, and I thought of this like 10 minutes ago, the most outstanding reason was that Authkeeper was actually a component which served exactly the features we needed. So not less and not more. Yeah. So compared to the huge solutions like Ambassador, they bring a lot of stuff which we don't need, and which we didn't need. So access proof concept was kind of nice for us, because we had the vision that in the offering we provide as a platform team, that the platform team operates the Authkeeper deployment, and that developers of the different service teams are responsible for providing the access rules and defining the access rules. Yeah, so single Authkeeper deployment supports multiple access rules, great. Then, as part of the single access rule, we could have these pipeline composition very flexibly in the configuration, without coding. So, when I talk handlers means authenticator handlers, authorizers, mutators. So that gave us the good feeling that we were able to implement requirements with Authkeeper very flexibly. Third point is the extensibility, and what I mean by extensibility here is that, Authkeeper comes with like built-in handlers, and as part of the proof of concept, we also looked into the implementation, because Authkeeper is open source. And so we also added a new handler and said, well, that is quite easy, and we felt very comfortable that we would not run into limitations early. Fourth is the decision API, which is provided by Authkeeper, and we wanted to avoid a scenario in which traffic, which needs to be authenticated, flows through our authentication gateway in a kind of reverse proxy mode. So as part of our architecture, we run on AWS as a base platform. EKS is part of that stack. We had at that time already an Istio as a service mesh, and Envoy as the ingress gateway. And Authkeeper has proven to work nicely via the decision API, and Envoy to actually decide on whether to authenticate a request or not. Okay, so how does it look like from a 10,000-foot view? So at the very top we have our different actor groups. You would also put that in a threat model, I guess. So we have especially the retail customers accessing the shops, for example. We also have partner employees who manage activities or experiences. Sorry. And they all use different clients, like web-based applications, client-based web applications, the smartphone apps, and what we also needed to support is for these different actor groups, different identity providers. I mentioned them before. Azure AD for employees, Cognito user pool, for example, for B2C customers. And all of these different combinations of actors, clients, and identity providers require different or slightly different authentication flow. Authkeeper helped us to really adapt, especially given with the access rule concept, to adapt to these variabilities. As part of our platform, we at the bottom here need to know that we distinguish between public-facing services. So the shops, for instance, are publicly facing, and also a public API, for example. And those public-facing services, they rely on internal platform services which implement domain-specific functionality. And so two flows are important here. The authentication flow, which means an actor via a client obtains a token from an identity provider. This is what we indicate on the left side with the arrow. And then after an authentication flow, the tokens are used in authenticated requests to our public-facing services. And actually, before the request reached any of the public-facing services, they are authenticated via the Authkeeper authentication gateway. So actually, takeaway here is that actually, as part of our platform, all inbound requests are handled by Authkeeper. Okay, responsibilities of Authkeeper, the most important ones. The most important one I already said in the architecture picture. So Authkeeper performs for us the authentication decision for all inbound requests, because we implement zero trust. And second, Authkeeper verifies external, that means from external identity providers, JWT access tokens, all relevant aspects, expiration, issuer, signature, etc. Third one is actually very important and, from my experience, forgotten in most, especially 5-minute tutorials. the rotation of the public signature keys of the trusted IDPs in a reliable way. So fourth point is that Authkeeper issues an internal identity token, and the internal identity token is basically the implementation of the internal representation of an identity. So the internal identity token, the Authkeeper is actually replacing the access token from which is presented by the clients, and replaces it with the internal identity token after a successful authentication decision, so that the internal services and also the public-facing services, so actually all services only see the internal identity token, and then can derive their whatever they know, user ID, etc. from that. This is an example of how such an internal identity token look like. And on the right side, this is the claims part of the JWT token. It's actually a signed token by Authkeeper. So we see like a subject of the identity, and the store is basically like a short abbreviation of the identity provider, and this is what an internal service sees and needs to, and can use for doing whatever the service does. So we pass, most important takeaways, we pass this token in all transitive requests throughout the platform, and also because we strive for zero trust, this internal JWT token is also verified by actually all services. So that we don't trust even the request internal of our platform. We verify that token in every service. I also want to talk about some customizations we have done as part of the implementation of Authkeeper, and actually the handler architecture helped us to do that, because it is very easy to add new helpers, and this is what we have done. First example is we added a new authenticator which performs initiate and callback steps in an OIDC auth code flow. So if your application or if your service wants to authenticate a user using an identity provider using the auth code flow, the application is actually responsible to implement the initiate redirect to the identity provider, and also handle the callback from the identity provider. And this is what we have, like, again, we didn't want this to be implemented in all of the services individually, but we implemented it in Authkeeper as part of an authenticator, which could be added to an access rule and configured per service. So that helped us actually quite a lot. We use that authenticator with Hydra, with Azure AD. That works quite nicely. Second authenticator we added is an integration with AWS Cognito User Pool API. And I'm not talking about the OIDC part of Cognito User Pool, but the more the non-standard part, the initiate auth based flow, which allows us to, in summary, do rich UX form-based authentication. And also here, Authkeeper takes the responsibility of verifying credentials and establishing a session basically, and then using and then verifying request flows afterwards. We added a mutator for our internal identity token. That helped us quite a lot in standardizing the access rules, so that we do less mistakes creating the token, creating the claims of the token. We added to the existing JWT authenticator, I guess, yes, a token revocation check via Redis. And last addition I want to mention here is this is actually a very simple one, and for an access rule we allow matching any method, so kind of wildcard matching instead of like listing all HTTP methods explicitly in an access rule. So that helped us simplifying the configuration again. We keep these changes in our private fork. So this talk is also a bit to like pique the interest of the community if they are like interests in these functionalities, or if you came to like similar problems. I think the first one is a good one for discussion. Maybe also the second one. I will be here after the talk to talk about. Last, I want to share some learnings. Again, from 2 years operating Authkeeper as part of our platform. I want to start with the good parts. So for us, Authkeeper scales. Again, Authkeeper authenticates every request which hits our platform. And we have not run into any issues with that service. Actually, we tweaked timeouts between Envoy and Authkeeper in the beginning, but yeah, that's it. I guess there's also a benefit of this, like, because the component is really small and doesn't require much resources. Access rule standardization was kind of nice side effect. So it turns out that for like different combination of clients, actors, and identity providers, there are different standard access rules emerge, and they serve as a kind of template. So you don't have to reinvent access rules all the time, but you basically copy. If you're a developer, you know, going to Stack Overflow, this is basically similar. You go to the existing rules, see which fit, and then copy. And again, because platform team is like, we are serving the internal developer teams. So we are happy if our developers are happy, and we experience no deviators. So all services rely on Authkeeper for authentication, and we've managed to implement all authentication cases, requirements with Authkeeper. So there's some hard parts still left, and those are the hard parts we are still working on it. So managing access rules. So this is what doesn't scale well currently for us. We started with access rules, or with like defining access rules in a YAML file in a config map, which is then released as part of the Authkeeper Helm chart in our infrastructure. And this is how it's done today. And to give you some numbers, so that YAML file grew to 2,000 plus lines. And the vision is actually that we want really this clear responsibility distinction between platform and developers, that ultimately developers, so platform team would be responsible for managing Authkeeper and securing operations, but developers should be able to very easily release new access rules, and our vision is that they basically configure access rules as part of their Helm charts, and doing access rule changes or releases of access rule changes as part of releases of their Helm chart. So this is the second part. We've seen that Authkeeper Maester as one solution to the problems. There have been some limitations. So I have another idea that why Authkeeper may act as a Kubernetes controller to actually look for config maps or CRDs in the Kubernetes API directly. We are working on it. Talking about working, we are also hiring. So if you like these problems and solve these problems, we run, as I said, on like modern infrastructure. Check out what's behind this QR code. All right. I leave the QR code. And now we can have questions.
We have time for one question.
So I'm considering scanning the QR code. No, just kidding. One question. Sorry. One question I have is for the caching. Do you use caching in Oathkeeper, or do you not use the caching system at all?
Which caching system are you referring internally in Oathkeeper? Or?
Yeah. For performance reasons, or is it like fast enough already?
For caching, so we use maps basically, maybe, yeah. So I remember some implementation where we added a map to map something faster, but there's no Redis behind. I think we cache tokens for a very, very limited time, so that they don't have to be signed all the time. But this time is very limited. Yeah, it's like a careful trade-off you have to make, and for this purpose we use maps, I guess.
Okay. And does it have an impact on RAM that you use in the system, or is it minimal?
RAM is cheap.
RAM is cheap.
Yeah. So
okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ilya. Thank you, Dominic, for sharing your experience. Oathkeeper, and as part of our gratitude for you spending your time to come here. Thank you so much. We will take a few minutes break and then continue.
Hi, Andreas. Can you see my screen okay? Yep. Hopefully the bandwidth.
and we go. So the next talk is about designing an open source project for low maintenance. People always forget that open source very often is free as freedom, not free as free beer. And if you don't make the decisions, right decisions to make the load maintenance a priority in your key in a project, that might become to bite you back later. So welcome, Javier Velo. I hope I didn't butcher your name very badly. And the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, folks. I hope you're enjoying the summit. So I'm Xavier Veillot. I'm the maintainer of the Let's Block It project, a project to increase the signal-to-noise ratio on the internet. During this session, I want to discuss the design process I went through with this project, and I want to give you some advice for people starting a new project. So I currently live in Paris. I work as a distributed systems engineer in large-scale SaaS companies. I've been running Linux for 2 decades now, and although I made some contributions to some projects, I never invested the time to become a core contributor. Like many of us, I do have a lot of unfinished projects. I like to start things, but I have a hard time finishing them. But this time I think I broke the curse, and that's why I want to share my experience with you. So to get started, I want to quickly run you through how I got the idea for this project and what value it brings to its users. One of the projects I failed twice is learning how to do amigurumis. They are plushes that you crochet from yarn. You have to look it up if you don't know them. Their source code, it's called a pattern. And if you looked for patterns on Google, the results are really not good. So here's an example for the search for amigurumi cactus patterns. Of course, everything above the fold, it adds. But that's to be expected on Google. And then afterwards you get image results and video results. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for text results. And then after all of that, you get some organic results. The first one, of course, it's Pinterest, which is a dead end for the internet. I'm not interested. And the second one, it's an SEO spam blog, you know, this kind of blogs that don't give you good information, but they rank really high. And then after that, you have 3 results that are okay. Yeah, and unfortunately, I think this is representative of the degradation of the signal-to-noise ratio on the internet. Like many of us, I use an ad blocker that hides, you know, that red part, the ads, but I wanted to see whether I can do something to remove more of that noise. So I use uBlock Origin as an ad blocker, and if you go to its repo on GitHub, the README starts with the following sentence. uBlock Origin is not an ad blocker, it's a wide spectrum blocker, which happens to be able to function as a mere ad blocker. And when I read that, I found it was very interesting. And this is because they've been playing the cat and mouse game with advertisers for years now, and they developed very powerful filtering capabilities. So right now, if you install uBlock Origin, the default settings will block the ads, the tracker, the malware, but you can also enable optional lists that will block pop-ups and other annoyances such as social media buttons. My question then became, how can I harness these capabilities to filter out more low-value content? But the main issue I identified is that we all have our own definition of what low-value content is. So for example, the most popular template right now on Let's Block It, it's the template to hide YouTube Shorts. I hate them, but my partner watches them. You know, I love them, but yeah. So my solution to that issue is to allow users to define what they want to remove. And to that end, I had to split the project into 2 parts. The first one is a corpus of customizable templates, and the other one is a web application that you use to build your custom list. I wanted to support self-hosting, but also provide an official instance that users can just sign in and use to make the project accessible to more people. So here's what it looks like. After creating an account on Let's Block It, you can browse and choose templates that you want to use. The third most popular template, as of now, it's the one to remove clutter from the Google search interface. It allows you to customize the rules, and you just switch the options on and off. You look at the preview on the bottom. This is uBlock rules, and you click on Add Filter to save your preferences. The second most popular template, it's the one to hide websites from search results. So as the user, you select the web search engines that you use, you add the list of websites you're not interested in, and the rules are created dynamically. Also, you can see at the bottom, the community maintains presets that you can enable, for example, to hide GitHub copycats or Stack Overflow copycats. So you just add the filter. And after you set up your filters, you get this URL to your customized list. And that's the list that you add to your ad blocker. And you can add it to several browsers. So I have it on my personal laptop and my work laptop. I don't use profile syncing, but I use this URL on both computers. And here bottom, you can see the output of the two templates customized to my own tastes. And here's the same search page as before with the filters enabled. And here we can see that the low value content I don't want to see is hidden, and the signal to noise ratio is greatly enhanced. So that's the value proposition. And as many projects, this one started as a way to scratch my own itch. But I got positive feedback from friends on this idea, and I decided to make it more accessible and work on building a community of maintainers that could slowly increase the number of templates and the number of websites we support. This project has a very niche audience. It's for power users, and it doesn't have any potential to make money, and that's completely fine by me. That just means I need to make it sustainable as a weekend project. That means my focus has to be on slow growth and a reduced scope that I can commit to for the long run. So let's talk about the template corpus first, the first part of the project. I first needed to define a clear scope for that project. As I told you, playing the cat and mouse game with advertisers, it's not interesting to me. And that topic is already covered by the community. So there's no need to duplicate efforts there. It's the same for, annoyances that have a good consensus, annoyances, socials. There's no need to duplicate the work. We already have the EasyDis project and the AdGuard project that do that very well. At the top of the pyramid, there are rules that are so specific that they wouldn't really benefit the project. And so by elimination, I found the scope that I want to cover with this project. And it's rules that can benefit several people, but don't fit in one of the existing lists, and also rules that require customization to be useful. Most projects, they have a high risk of scope creep, adding until, it's not sustainable. And especially open source projects, as a maintainer, I put my work out there to help people. And so it's hard to say no, to say, I'm not going to help you. But, when I read about, the pitfalls of maintaining a project, the main advice I got is to avoid exceeding your carrying capacity. That means avoid committing to a scope that is too big to maintain. And that scope can, increase as you get more experience, as you have more maintainers, but you have to be aware of that. When websites are updated, rules usually require an update. They will break and you have to match the new names of the elements. That means that every new template in the corpus is an additional maintenance burden on the project. So I had to learn to say no to keep the scope reasonable. That means redirecting requests to other projects, so easily start guards, or rejecting some ideas that don't really make sense for now. Also, there are several ad blockers on the market that have different capabilities, and supporting all of them would be too big of an endeavor. So I decided to focus on uBlock Origin first and expand later on when more maintainers are on board in the project. The second part of the project is the server. I try to make it as low maintenance as possible so that I can focus on the corpus and on the community management instead of, doing code fixes, upgrades, and operations. So to do that, I chose borrowing dependencies. I'm 37 now, and, borrowing is good. So I chose dependencies that have a good track record for stability and maintenance, and so that the server could be in autopilot mode. The backend is in Go because that's what I use at my current job. I don't have a lot of dependencies, and all of them are I vetted for being mature projects. The front end is server-side rendered with handlebar templates, And the only front-end dependencies I have are Bootstrap 5, tabular icons, and HTMX for progressive enhancements. I'm a backend engineer. I don't know really JavaScript, but I managed to do 92 lines of JavaScript, mostly for the template setup form, so that it is a bit more responsive and useful. And because I chose a small amount of dependencies and dependencies that are pretty stable, I upgrade them automatically every week, and I didn't have any breakage so far, and I think I have very low risk of breakage. The core features of the application to choose your templates, put your settings, get the rules, get the list, took me a few weeks to implement. But before I could release it to users, I had to tackle authentication and user management. And this is why I'm here at Ory Summit. I struggled with that for more than a month. I had to learn about password hashing, session management, CR/CRAF protection, email validation, password recovery. I almost canceled the project because that's too much. And I didn't trust myself to do it well. So that's why I reached out to Ory to ask them to sponsor the project, and they accepted. And I'm really thankful for them, because that's why I was able to release that project. So Ory hosts the Kratos instance, and built a custom UI for the forms, and I was able to release very fast. I'm using the server-side flow. That means the server catches the cookie and then calls Kratos to get the user UID. And that means I don't even know the user's email or passwords. That means my server doesn't handle any private information, and I can go in vacations for 2 weeks or sleep at night, knowing that even if I were to get a data breach, it wouldn't be that bad. And so far, performance and reliability have been very good, and the folks at Ory have been very responsive. So I'm happy with that choice. The other part I decided not to build myself is the contribution flow. So I wanted to build a community of maintainers that could, create new templates and add improvements or fixes to the existing ones. And a typical user-generated flow, you have to, have a form for the input. You have to do validation, moderation, have users report bad and outdated templates. There's a risk of abuse, so you have to build up more moderation, and then need to decide how to distribute that corpus to these self-hosted instances. So yeah, I decided to just scrap all of that and delegate all of that to GitHub. So the templates are files in the repository, and when I build the server, they are embedded in the binary. So contributors can open PRs. When the PR is open, I have continuous integration running LinkedIn testing, and I can review and merge directly from the GitHub interface. And to signal breakages, to request new features, user open issues. It could have been another forge, but I chose GitHub because this is where the AdBlock community is right now. So when I redirect a user to the EasyList project, for example, they are also on GitHub. And yeah, when you choose external dependencies, like these ones, they are pretty, core to what the project is doing. I think it's important to plan, for the exit strategy. So that's what I call low coupling. Ory Network works great for me, but I could grow out of it someday. And that's why I'm relieved to know that I can migrate my user data to a self-hosted Kratos if needed. Also, for self-hosting, I added support for authenticating proxies. So, for example, you can put an Nginx with HTTP basic authentication, and it will do the authentication in front of the server. That means, if I were to need to switch to another provider, I don't have a high coupling with that. So it shouldn't be too disruptive. And it's the same for GitHub. The GitHub is currently under a lot of scrutiny by the community, and I might decide to move out of it in the future, but that should not be a disruptive operation. The code is in Git. I can just push my repository somewhere else, and all of the templates will be there. And also, I decided to have letsblock.it as the official entry point for the project. That means if I move to another forge, I don't lose all of the, all of the links and all of the entry points. Lastly, there's a couple of points, on the operation of the official instance. As a distributed system engineer, my job is to build large-scale system, but that project is not a large-scale system. And it's good to think small. So the app and the database are hosted on a small €3 per month VPS. It's running XOS, and the load is very low. I'm not going to cover it today. It's not the main topic of the talk, but if the load were to increase a lot, I have designed ways that I can scale out. I haven't implemented all of that, but I know I have the plan, and I don't need the complexity right now. And that means that the operations are very easy. I don't have continuous delivery, but I can deploy with a single command. The system and the dependencies are updated automatically, and I just set up a few data monitors and a few browser checks to make sure that people can sign up and create a filter, and I'll get alerts if something is not nominal. So right now, I don't spend more than 10 minutes a week on the operations, which means I have more energy to spend on community management. So here's my conclusion. I think our industry is obsessed with growth as the measure of success, but that shouldn't be the only measure of success. I decided to go different routes, and to me, the project will be successful if it's still operating and helping people in 2, 3, 5 years. That's what I set myself for. And that's why I prefer the slow but steady growth strategy, the turtle instead of the hare. That allows me to enforce a small scope instead of chasing new users. Saying no is not comfortable, but it's important to keep the focus. Also, having dependable dependencies helps me making the maintenance and the operation small, which means more energy to build the project forward. So right now, the official instance serves 290 active lists. I've had 8 different people contributing to the template corpus. It could be bigger. I started in January. I went public in January. It could have been bigger, but it could have been, a lot smaller, and that's good enough for me. So if you're interested in testing out the project, please give it a try. As of today, there's 18 different templates for search engines and lots of different websites that are on the slide, but contributions are welcome, so don't hesitate to reach out if you want to help. The public instance is at letsblock.it. It's free, respects your privacy. You'll find instruction also on self-hosting or using a very simple render CLI on the GitHub repository. If you do, try it out. I'd love to get your feedback, so don't hesitate to reach out by email on the Ory Slack community or by opening issue on GitHub. So thanks a lot. Thanks to Ory for being a great sponsor. Don't hesitate to send me an email if you want to follow up, and if you have any question, now is the time.
Any questions? If not, thank you so much for your insights, Javier, and good luck with the future of the project. It really looks interesting project. Now we take a few moments break before the closing remarks begin. Thank you.
Okay. It's not on. Oh yeah, it's on? Okay. So, I want to go like, yeah, get everyone back, get ready. This is the final moment, and I see a lot of faces in the room that are ready for some refreshment. No more coffee. Might be beer or wine. And by the way, thank you to the Ory Vino team for sponsoring the refreshments this evening. So we started off today. We started off today with, you might call it a goal, a mission, a statement, securing the digital world. And securing the digital world, as we learned in the course of today, is not just about programming. It's not just about open source, but it's manufacturing together with a team of engineers and people that are contributors and volunteers across the globe to make a system that acts as a force field to help secure not only the IDs, the identification information that's essential for digital identity, but also all of the related data around that. And I think it's fair to say Ory is not only securing the digital world, it's not only a company, it's not only an open source project, it's a movement. It's a movement about why and how people in the future, not only people, by the way, every interaction on the internet will become more secure through the application of zero trust technologies and the things that we talked about today and why we built them. So what are some of the things we learned today? And I'm just going to go over the excellent speeches. I won't repeat what we already heard, but I did have 4 or 5 takeaways that I want to share with you. The first one is, how do you build applications for the cloud? Guess what? It's not that easy. There's a lot of heavy lifting. Building platforms, building networks is not just about contributing to an open source software, it's engineering a complete infrastructure that depends on many different things, not only security. So we heard from speakers talking about the trade-offs between open source, proprietary services, proprietary software, and cloud infrastructure. And of course, we also just heard about how do you use some of this infrastructure to maintain and better secure even open source projects. The next thing I think we shared today was really how do you build scalable applications. You not only heard this from us, from Ory, clearly we're the experts for building scalable applications with Ory, but there are a lot of customers that have interesting application areas, and I think it was interesting for me at least to just listen to what some of these people are doing. Who are these people? In music, great company, interesting platform. It's amazing how much they're doing by themselves. Fandom with 30 million IDs. Jochen Schweitzer, we just heard about and saw how they're securing their applications using Ory. Let's Block It. Of course, this was also a very interesting, challenging. Who loves advertisements? Well, actually, a lot of us do, but we don't like the wrong advertisements. We want things that help us target and work with customers better. And who's doing stuff like that? Not only is Ory Vino building an application with Ory, they're learning how to treat first-party data in a way that's essential for their type of application and socially driven e-commerce in the future by working with customers and giving them the information they want. And last but not least, I want to mention he's probably the person that came the farthest today. Can you just please stand up, Mr. Tier? Yeah. Thank you for making it all this way. We're happy that you came to Germany. And by the way, he came all the way from Japan for 3 days to be at the Ory Summit. Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you next year. Yeah. Another takeaway is hardening security. So we heard about the Ory permission language. I mean, let's face it, it's a little bit abstract, and who knows why we developed that, but We have some very smart people behind it, and I can tell you this is, even though it's a very technical area, this is one of the essential ingredients of the Ory network. Without it, we couldn't build a network and we couldn't secure the network. So thank you for being patient and listening to us as we think and work on hardening security. And we also learned about the centralized approach to authentication and making, of course, auth better for not only the end customers and how they interact with applications, but also the people running those applications. Again, there are people in this room with pagers. They sit here and wait for something to break, and their life has to be much better in the future. And then we had some best practices, I think, today that we looked at. One, threat modeling. I mean, let's face it, not something we want to do every day, but it's very important when you're building a secure infrastructure and understanding how criminals work, how to prevent them, how to test it. And Ory, as a company, not only spends a lot of time on thinking about these ourselves, I just want to call out some things that we're doing in this area just so it's clear. So first of all, Harry told us about the urgency around software supply chain security. We're working with one of the leading companies in the world, Reversing Labs, a security company based in Cambridge, that's working with Ory to create a whole supply chain bill of materials and all the things Harry was talking about, and we expect that to be coming out around the end of this year. So first of all. Second of all, we're working with the leading hacker platform for testing and working with our software, HackerOne. I don't know if most of you are probably familiar with it, but HackerOne does the following. It lets hackers attack Ory and build cases around Ory security problems, and by the way, they get paid for it. So if you're a hacker or you're interested in white hat hacking, please sign up to HackerOne. Take Ory and try to break it, please. We want you to try your hardest to break Ory and help us understand how to build better security. We understood and learned about from one of our, not only our head of security, but one of the world's prominent security experts, Harry, about what and how and why zero trust and how it's emerging as an essential ingredient for almost every public service across the globe. And by the way, when big governments and mandates from the president and other important people start happening, let's face it, companies somehow get the message. Zero trust is here to stay. It will be, I think, a prominent best practice, but also we're just at the beginning. There's so many new things that are starting, and you see this happening on the consumer space, but also for companies. A lot of companies today are still using Microsoft Active Directory, believe it or not. They're running Microsoft Office, and they're building trusted demand software platforms in their community, in their office, in their whole organization. And we think within the foreseeable future, not only at Google, but zero trust will come out as the winning application infrastructure for demand computing, in other words, the computing you use to run your company, as well as supply computing, the type of software you use to deal with customers. By the way, I think that's not a 10-year project, that's a 1-year project before that happens. We also learned that even though it sounds very complex, authorization, authentication can be used to simplify the way you deal with customers and to reduce friction. And by the way, when Ory starts collecting data in the Ory network, the whole, whoops, I lost my picture here. Okay, click on it, okay. Vincent is my best friend here, but it's not here. Okay, there we go, all right. All right, so we had, I think, just some other highlights I'll just mention real fast. One is, it's Ory's first no-code, low-code application, the introduction of Ory Elements. So that team has also been working very hard in the last couple months, a combination of really true programming and really great design. So I'm very happy to see that. The Ory account experience. Yes, in case you didn't know, we got a couple Google product managers and developers and account executives, and now everything's an experience at Ory. So we're changing the name and making everything an experience just for you. The caching system that Aeneas and Klaus talked about, it sounds easy. I know it does. But Ory reaching global scale with a low latency, it's so low that I don't even want to talk about it. You can go and read it in Slack. If you don't believe it, I put this picture up because this is going to change within the next month. Ory will now run all of its infrastructure statistics on this public infrastructure website. So in the future, you'll be able to see not only if Ory is up and running, you can see that today on the status page, but you'll be able to see what kind of scale it's running at, and how fast it is, and what that means for you and your customers. And we think this is not only about being an open source business, but let's face it, in the end, you want transparency that I think few other companies would be brave enough to deliver on a website. This is coming in public, in your face. How does Ory work? What does the Ory network deliver? How fast is it, and where is it? We also had a new release of the open authorization and OpenID Connect infrastructure, also known as Hydra 2.0. I know a lot of people in the community have been waiting for this. I just put this up because I want you to just understand the scale of what Ory does today. By the way, this is public telemetry. We use StatsD to collect it. We use tools like Segment. There's no magic in this whole information page. What it tells you is on any given day in the internet, Ory already triggers 1 billion transactions and manages them at scale. Now those transactions happen to be done by a group of about 20 big companies. Those are the major ones. Of course, there's lots of small ones that contribute to it. We'd like to see some of those companies show up next year and talk to us about what they're doing, how they're scaling, and what kind of statistics and data they're collecting. But in the future, again, alongside of this infrastructure will be also Ory network data as well. Now, another thing that you'll notice is a quite high number, by the way, I think it's tripled since last year, almost 400 million Docker pulls. I know a lot of you in the community are using Docker. Please try out the Ory Cloud or the Ory Network CLI and take it for a spin. By the time I look at the hundreds of questions we get every month from developers struggling to use Docker and Docker Compose and configuring networks and trying to write all the stuff that makes Docker work, and Ory works with it. Of course, Ory is a kind company. We're friendly. We don't get any money from Docker, but we certainly do a lot of Docker support. My suggestion is take Ory Network for a spin, start with the CLI. It's one line of code, and you will be up and running in the Ory Network with no Docker Compose and no bullshit. And that's how Ory wants to work in the future for developers. The Ory Network by itself, I think, true innovation, but we, of course, not only need to operate this at scale. When I say operate, I'm talking about telecom grade 5.9 SLAs that we plan to prepare and deliver to customers that want that kind of service for network traffic and reduced friction across the globe, across their whole customer base. It's a challenge, but I think Ory is up to the challenge. As you know, we are the builders of the Ory software stack, and we're proud to say that we will deliver the network infrastructure that we believe the world needs to protect the digital world. Now, of course, we can't do that for free. We need not only your support in terms of software and co-development, we also need to deliver the service that we want to have ourselves, for our customers. We want that to give it to you. And for that, we have, of course, a pricing page. You've seen it. Sign up for Ory, please. I mean, it's a very good experience. You'll learn a lot. All of the know-how that we heard about today goes into building Ory as a better product day in, day out in this building and other places in the world, especially, by the way, I want to just shout out to our colleagues from Poland. We have a nice office in Poland, and these people are really nailing it when it comes to building global scale infrastructure. I have something I'd like to do just to talk about the people involved in this summit, and if they're around or if they can just stand up, I'm going to call out some names. Christina, would you stand up, please? Festim, are you here? Oh, Festim's there, okay. John, Leonie, and Sophie, I think, is out sick, so she's not here, but anyway, call out to Sophie. And Vincent, come out of the shadows, Vincent. This is a team that made this whole Ory Summit happen, so thank you very much. Now, just some things we had, I just want to mention this because this team worked a lot, especially over the last couple of weeks. Ory as a company had its own goal for this whole summit, and it was to get everyone together. We had a lot of struggles during the COVID period. We just moved into a new office. We started to expand our user base as well as our employee base. So goal one was getting everyone together. So thank all of the Ory team for being here, for making the trip, for giving us the pleasure of meeting some of us, by the way, for the first time ever, even though we've worked together for a longer period of time. So thank everyone at Ory for that. I want you to leave this Ory Summit, please, all of you, and spread the word. Ory is not just another open source project. Securing the digital world is not just another mission. It's a movement. And to be part of that movement is to be part of something that changes the way the internet works and the way security works, and I think the way we all will interact with applications in the near future. If you're interested in Ory and you want to talk about moving to the Ory network, my address is thomas@ory.sh. Please just write to me. I'm happy to talk to each and every one of you about how to become an Ory customer on the world's best zero trust network infrastructure. If it helps you, I have about 30 years experience in software, and I'm happy to help you not only talk to you about Ory, but talk to you about some of the challenges you can expect to have if you want to do it all yourself. And believe me, I really respect the people that go off and do that. And we've seen a lot of them today. October, this is the month when you can get a free t-shirt from DigitalOcean if you have a couple pull requests that get supported by Ory. We love pull requests, and this month we're pretty generous. So please try us, get the t-shirt, sign up for Hacktober, and keep being a part of the community. We need all the help we can get. Every day, every week, we get hundreds of questions on our public Slack infrastructure. Believe me, we make an effort, every one of us, to answer all of your questions, but it is something that we sometimes create a backlog on, and I'm sorry to say that we haven't been able to answer all the questions as quickly as we would like to, but Vincent, if you don't mind just coming over here a little bit further so people can see you. This is, of course, the man right here that runs the community and runs the infrastructure, and I think it's just really fair to say a big thank you for Vincent for all the work he's doing to make this community great. Thank you, Vincent. Now, the last thing is I don't have a barcode or a QR code for this, but Ory is hiring. We're hiring everything, by the way. We're not just hiring engineers. We're looking for business people, sales people, marketing people, business analysts, accountants. We're looking for all kinds of people that want to be part of this movement and have enough energy and interest in becoming part of an excellent organization, and they enjoy working hard and also doing it in environments that rewards them for their efforts by making it a socially great place to be and also, of course, a fun place to be. But we work hard, So think about your application before sending it, and be sure you want to enter into the fast lane and be part of this movement called Ory. I have a couple organizational things. As Harry said, the worst thing between a developer and his coffee is a conference, and probably the second worst thing is between a developer and his beer. So I'm going to make it short. We have drinks and food outside. It's autumn in Germany and it's a little bit chilly, but if you're interested and you have a sweater, you can also go up to the top floor. That's the 5th floor. There's a rooftop terrace. You can see the Alps, and you can see, of course, part of Munich. And if you are a smoker of cigarettes or anything else, you can go up there and have a cigarette as well. So please enjoy the time that we have for this social event. What can I say? I look forward to next year. This is probably 3 times bigger than last year. We have thousands of people online. I'm just going to shout out to all those people that have been watching Ory, and keep in mind, it's all on YouTube. It's all codified, it's all digitalized, and it will live at least until the next year's event. So please also use YouTube and help your friends that didn't make it today to get the word out and look at some of those videos and learn about how to become part of this Ory movement. Next year we probably will do it in the same time frame, no promise. We will in the meantime have some other Ory community events where we talk to especially developers and other adopters of Ory about what they're doing and how they're doing it, and getting some of that knowledge shared with the rest of the community. So a big giant thanks to all of you. Thank you for coming. Please enjoy the refreshments and the social engineering part of today's event. Thank you very much.